Ah, there we go. The stream was being so weird. Like it wouldn't let me start it for some reason. We got it going. We're rocking it now. Rocking and rolling. Rocking and rolling. And frickin' rocking and frickin' rolling. Alright. So, there's no GameStop news. I'm sure there's other news, but I think what I want to do today is I want to read every Ryan Cohen interview there is and possibly watch them or any like documentaries about him. I think it'll be interesting because there's a lot of people talking about Ryan Cohen yesterday. And yeah, so we're going to read about Ryan Cohen and we're going to learn about him together because I don't know. I think a lot of people have like this weird negative view on Ryan Cohen. But when you actually go and read about him and learn about him, I mean, he's just a normal guy. Normal guy who built Chewy and is a billionaire now. So, Chewy founder Ryan Cohen, we put together a team that was obsessed with delighting our customers. An interview with Chaya, she's got a funny last name. Her last name is literally Wiener. Alright. So we put together a team that was obsessed with delighting our customers. We truly believed in the philosophy that the customer was always right. We didn't just say those words, we lived them. If an angry customer called to complain about a late shipment or a case of exploded cat litter, we used those opportunities to turn them into brand advocates. We figured we could turn their anger into passion for our company. It is all about taking care of our customers and optimizing a relationship, not a transaction. If they needed something faster than we could ship it, like that day, we told them to go to a local store and buy it and we'd reimburse them. It was fairly common to see calls with customers go on for 4 hours. That was a good thing because we knew that meant someone was happy. Who can argue for 4 hours? We empowered our customer specialists to do anything they could to wow the customer. Our customers would send us photos of their pets all the time. We hired artists to turn those photos into personalized portraits of their pets, which we sent to our customers. These are high quality drawings, something you want to hang in your bedroom. Today, thousands of those portraits get shipped out every month. In 2017, 32-year-old Ryan Cohen made history when he sold the company he founded and built, Chewy.com, to PetSmart for $3.35 billion in the largest e-commerce deal ever in the US. In 2018, the company surpassed $3.5 billion in sales. Earlier this year, Chewy went public and today has a market cap of over $12 billion. I don't know when this was 2019, so this is an old interview, but I mean, the point is to learn about Ryan Cohen. Doesn't matter the date of the interview or anything like that. All right, so thank you so much for joining us, Ryan. What is your backstory? I've been an entrepreneur since I was 13 when I began building websites for money. My first client was my father, who ran a glassware importing business. I also built sites for other local companies. That was how I began to understand business and the importance of delivering the best customer experience. Then I moved on to affiliate marketing and met my co-founder, who became Chewy's CTO, in an online chat room discussing website design and computer programming, and we hit it off. Where did the idea for your business come from? The original idea was to build an online jewelry store. I thought we could make shopping for jewelry more convenient and deliver a better experience than what customers were used to. We liked that it was a large market and under-penetrated online. Admittedly, we weren't that passionate about jewelry. It just seemed like a good opportunity. We went to a trade show and invested in a bunch of jewelry inventory. As we were about to launch the business, I happened to visit a local pet store to get food for my 5-pound poodle, Tylee. I had always enjoyed going to neighborhood stores because of the personalized customer service and advice. As I was checking out, an epiphany hit me. Why didn't we sell pet supplies instead? We could replicate the intimate experience of shopping at a local pet store, only doing it online and at scale. We also saw that pet supplies were a bigger and better opportunity than jewelry. We were fortunate that the vendors who sold us the jewelry agreed to buy it back. We then hired a third party logistics firm in Pennsylvania to help us ship products for our new business, which we originally called Mr. Chewy, and then we became Chewy.com. Can you tell us a story about the hard times that you faced when you first started your journey? The entire journey was hard. Vertically integrated e-commerce requires flawless execution across many fronts: marketing, supply chain, merchandising, and everything in between. But it was hard for a good reason. We took the path of most resistance because we set a high bar and obsessed over delivering the best customer experience. We bootstrapped Chewy, and it took a couple years before we were able to raise capital. Eventually, we had to bring our warehousing and fulfillment in-house, which meant hiring more people and finding more financing, which wasn't easy being based in Florida. Over 75% of venture capital goes to 3 states: California, New York, and Massachusetts. We were also doing everything with no credentials. I never went to college. I had no background in retail. I didn't have a network or a rich uncle I could ask for a loan. Every day was a fight. Tell us more about your decision to bring fulfillment in-house. 2014 was a pivotal year. If we wanted to pursue my vision of building a multi-billion-dollar company, we couldn't rely on third party to fulfill our customers' orders. We had to make logistics our core competency so that we could deliver the best customer experience. The catch was that if we wanted to build our own warehouses, it required more capital and people to make it work. Several of my investors and board members thought it was risky, but it was a binary decision for me. We had to develop the world-class fulfillment capabilities needed to scale the business, or we would fail. For me, the riskier decision would have been to stay on the course and keep the status quo. It was a do-or-die moment for the company. Ultimately, I made the decision to bring fulfillment in-house. We opened our first warehouse in early 2014 in Pennsylvania. It was harder and more expensive than we anticipated. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. Consultants told us it would take 18 months. We did it less than 6. We built a team who worked like Navy SEALs around the clock, blocking and tackling issues after issue, until we got it right. Later that year, we opened a second warehouse in Nevada. This time it was like riding a bicycle. We now had the recipe and an amazing team to execute on our plan. Every warehouse we opened after that was easier. Today, Chewy has 7 warehouses and 4.7 million square feet of warehouse space and is world-class in operations and logistics. This is a good article, man. This is good. Where did you get the drive to continue even though things were so hard? I've always been someone who doesn't take no for an answer. I wanted to build the largest pet retailer in the world. Once I set my mind to it, I wasn't going to stop. I knew intuitively that if you wanted to do something great, there were going to be serious challenges. That didn't scare me, but it did require many sacrifices. There was no time for friends or vacations. I had no hobbies. I know nothing about work-life balance. I was focused 24/7 for 7 years on building this business. I don't think you can be extremely successful in life and not be all in. Look at the people who have really changed the world. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. They are all extremists. We live in a competitive world. If you're not working your tail off, that means someone else is working harder than you are. There's too much competition not to be all in all the time. How did grit and resilience lead to your eventual success? It was our determination, tenacity, focus, and being customer obsessed from day one that made us successful. Chewy is the world's biggest online retailer of pet supplies. To get there, we had to beat the odds when everything was stacked against us. We were competing with the strongest company in the world, Amazon, which had an incredible infrastructure, established relationships with customers and suppliers, and endless capital. All we had to begin with was our sheer will and determination. Add our maniacal focus to the mix, and you get an astonishingly powerful combination. How did you eventually find the capital you needed to scale the business? We knew right from the beginning, based on the size of the business we wanted to build, that we needed an investor. The first step I took was to research all the venture capitalists and early stage investors. I visited their websites, sent them emails, and even cold called them. This was not the best way to go about raising capital. Most investors want to be introduced to entrepreneurs and startups by common acquaintances. I would have loved a warm introduction to an investor, but I didn't know anyone. So I kept calling. At first, people I did connect with said no. They told me that they wouldn't invest because we were like pets.com and competing against Amazon. One investor, a highly respected one, told me we weren't differentiated enough and that he would be more interested if we were selling live pets over the internet instead of pet supplies. They didn't believe in us, but I kept calling. I was turned down more than 100 times. After years of hearing no, Larry Chang from Volition Capital in Boston called me back. We had a good discussion. I sat him our financial projections. When he followed up with us 6 months later, we had crushed our plan. We believed it was better to underpromise and overdeliver. We didn't check many boxes of being differentiated, and there was no shortage of competition. But we were growing fast and our customers loved us. After they came to visit us in Florida, Larry made the decision to invest. Ultimately, we raised 6 rounds of financing and more than 350 million. We went from 200 million in sales in 2014 to 3.5 billion in sales by 2018. What's up, RL? So, how's the stream doing right now? I restarted the stream, so I'd imagine it's not suggesting it. Kind of weird. Oh well. What do you think makes your company stand out? We put together a team that was obsessed with delighting our customers. We truly believed in the philosophy that the customer was always right. We didn't just say those words, we lived them. If an angry customer called to complain about a late shipment or a case of exploding cat litter, we used those opportunities to turn them into brand advocates. We figured we could turn their anger into passion for our company. It was all about taking care of our customers and optimizing a relationship, not a transaction. If they needed something faster than we could ship it, like that day, we told them to go to a local store and buy it and we'd reimburse them. It was fairly common to see calls with customers go on for 4 hours. That was a good thing because we knew that meant someone was happy. Who can argue for 4 hours? We empowered our customer specialists to do anything they could to wow the customer. Our customers would send us photos of their pets all the time. We hired artists to turn those photos into personalized portraits of their pets, which we sent to our customers. These are high quality drawings, something you'd want to hang in your bedroom. Today, thousands of those portraits get shipped out every month. None of us are able to achieve success without some help along the way. Is there a particular person who you are grateful towards who helped get you to where you are? Can you share a story? My father taught me the value of hard work. He was never afraid to roll up his sleeves. His business was based in a warehouse that had an office in the front. He would wear a suit when he worked in the office and talk to customers, but when a truck came in the back with a shipment of the glassware, he would take his jacket off, roll up his sleeves, and start unloading the pallets. He worked harder than anyone, and before long, his entire shirt would be soaked through with sweat. Then he would put his jacket back on and go back to the office and start working there. Watching him, I learned the value of hard work and being a jack of all trades, and that you should never be afraid to do things yourself. Why did you decide to step down last year? It wasn't an easy decision to leave the company. After 7 years of hard-fought battles, the company was at a significant scale, the strategy was sound, and the vision was set. Chewy surpassed 3.5 billion in sales last year. As an entrepreneur, I felt my work was complete. I left knowing we built a durable business that would prosper. Do you have any sense of what you might do next? I burn easily, so I can't hang at the beach all day, and I'm not the best golfer. I'm only 34, so I certainly have peaked as an entrepreneur yet. Stay tuned. That's crazy, bro. Ryan Cohen's literally like not even 40. That's wild, bro. Thank you for all the great insights. So that's that. That's that article, or interview. I gotta stop calling them articles because they're interviews. I'll be right back. GameStop's going down. What's the rest of the market doing? Ah, that makes sense. Well, that's not good. That's not good. I mean, we're only 30 minutes in, but ain't it funny? Ain't the stock market a funny place? Let's see what the indexes are looking like here today. This, you're pretty much at like a very key support with the past. I mean, February 6th, February 7th, this is around where GameStop bounced last time, so you'd like to see this hold. The ES, I mean, it doesn't look good, but it also doesn't look terrible. So it's kind of weird. I think the NASDAQ looks bad, though. I don't know, not terrible. And the Dow looks actually okay. It's very interesting. The price action right now on these indexes the past couple days. No opinions on it, really. It's very interesting, that's all I can say. What's up, Muma? Going good. I couldn't, like, restart the stream for some reason. It was weird. But we're back. And we're learning about Ryan Cohen. Reading every article I could find about him. Or interview I could find. There's plenty of articles about him, but I tried to find... Did NVIDIA earnings save the market? No, NVIDIA didn't even move. Actually, I haven't even looked at NVIDIA today, but I'm assuming it didn't move. Chewy founder Ryan Cohen on its, which I already expected. Chewy founder Ryan Cohen on its fast approaching IPO. It's like seeing a baby graduate. Ask any venture capitalist about the most important ingredient to success in startups, and they'll tell you it's founder who can persuade not only investors to part with their capital, but more importantly, who can convince people to leave what are often more stable jobs in order to help build their companies. Ryan Cohen certainly fits the description, goes a long way in explaining why Chewy, the online retailer of pet supplies that he co-founded in 2011, sold to PetSmart for a reported $3.35 billion in 2017, and why it's also expected to stage a successful IPO this Friday when PetSmart spins it off, though PetSmart will continue to hold a majority stake in the company. Just today, the expected IPO price range, originally planned at between 17 and 19 per share, was raised to 19 to 21 per share, with the IPO advisory firm IPO Boutique saying the guidance it has received is that the deal is multiple times oversubscribed. Cohen stepped away from Chewy last year, nearly a year after its all-cash sale. Naturally, he's still excited to stand on the balcony of the New York Stock Exchange as the company's shares begin trading publicly on Friday. We talked with him earlier today about his path, beginning as a baby-faced founder without a college degree or any kind of network, and what, at age 33, he's planning to do next. Your company was acquired in one of the biggest e-commerce sales in history, yet most people still don't know who you are. Who are you? Ryan Cohen laughs. I've been an entrepreneur since as far back as I can remember. My father was a glassware importer, so a business person, and I saw what it was like to be accountable and responsible and to have your own employees from a very early from an early age. I just knew I wasn't cut out for a traditional job. That entrepreneurship was the right path for me. Were you coding away in your bedroom like 90% of the founders we talk with? I was building websites at age 13 and 14. Then I moved on to affiliate marketing. My co-founder, Michael Day, and I met each other in an online chat room. Back when they were pure and bad things weren't happening. It was centered around website design, computer programming, and we just hit it off. You get together and then you settle on creating a retail pet business. Why? We were doing affiliate marketing and we wanted to own the entire customer experience, and we're looking for big categories that were underpenetrated. In fact, we thought the jewelry space was ripe for disruption, so we started going to trade shows and building the site on in the back end. We even spent a few $100,000 on jewelry, and we were a few weeks away from launching the company. But I have a poodle Tylee, who's now 12 years old, and I'd go every couple of weeks to buy products from this store owner who knew me, and who I really trusted, and who was a pet lover like me. And I had this epiphany. I realized I'm so much more passionate about this category. So we sold the jewelry, luckily getting back most of our money, and started Chewy. Obviously, you'd heard of the terrible fate of .com high flyer Pets.com. Why didn't that dissuade you? The world was full of business models back then that didn't make sense. People weren't online, they were using dial-up, they weren't comfortable putting their credit cards online. But over time, so much changed, including the pets market had moved up into higher margin, higher retail price points. You could also suddenly ship 30-pound boxes from most of the country overnight, thanks to shipping density. You were living in Dania Beach, Florida, not exactly a tech hub at the time. Did you think about moving? I had family here growing up. I also knew it would be really expensive to build out customer service in a big city, so it ended up working out really well. But you're right, from a financial standpoint, South Florida is not a popular tech hub. We also had the fact that we were going head to head with Amazon, that I have no college education, and the demise of Pets.com. And so when we talked to VCs, it was like, we'll pass. Without outside help, how did you get started? We contacted a local distributor who worked with a third-party logistics company that was next to him. We started buying product the same day. Then we started marketing to cities and states near fulfillment centers, using all direct response marketing that we were able to optimize on the fly. We'd buy the inventory as we sold it, and we were doing almost everything ourselves. So if an order came in and we didn't have inventory, I'd go buy the product and ship it out from a local Kinko's. For the first couple of years, it was 3 guys in a call center. Ryan Cohen didn't go to college, he dropped out. When did that change? We hit an inflection point where 3 third-party logistic companies we were working with were getting overwhelmed. We'd give them weekly or monthly projections so they could plan ahead and have warehouse space, but they didn't fully believe our growth, and by the end of 2013, we had 3 PLs that couldn't scale anymore, so we had to bring fulfillment in-house. We didn't know anything about this, so we hired a bunch of people who were experts in fulfillment, and we flew to Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, to lease a 400,000 square foot space, and within 9 months or so, we became experts at doing fulfillment. It was risky. It was totally outside of our area of competence, but by August 2014, after breaking everything first, the center was humming along, and then we launched another in Reno. At that point, we went national. How would you describe your hiring process? A lot of it was intuitive. I believe in the Warren Buffett model of treating people with respect and being honest and transparent with them. A lot of these people would come from Amazon and Wayfair. I went home at night and reached out to them after finding them on LinkedIn. We'd jump on a call and we'd talk about this vision to build the largest pet retailer in the world, while focusing on delighting customers and being category experts. And all of my management team, they came from amazing companies and stable jobs, and they pulled their kids out of school to come to South Florida because they believed in me. I was grateful they took that leap of faith, but it was also a huge responsibility. So I was going to fight even harder. I wasn't going to let them down. Dude, Ryan Cohen's a gangster. I don't care what you say, what you think. Ryan Cohen's a gangster. You say VCs were interested. What happened exactly? Almost from the beginning, we reached out to investors, but I knew nothing about raising capital. I have no network. I come from a middle-class family. I don't have a rich uncle. We just started cold calling VCs, and I learned the hard way that's not how it works. I got turned down basically every single time until Larry Chang of Volition Capital invested, and it was not a competitive process. What convinced Larry to write you that first check? We'd reach out to Volition 6 to 9 months earlier and spoke to an associate who took down our information, and they followed up with us in late 2012. We'd given them our projections and we were crushing our numbers. Larry was going to Disneyland anyway with his family, so he decided to make a pit stop to meet us. I remember he was like, "Who is going to take this company to 100 million in sales?" And I said, "Me, who do you think?" I looked very young at the time, so I think I was easy to underestimate. I've been slightly aged now from Chewy, but he gave us that needed credibility. Then Greenspring Associates, their investors in Volition, came in to lead our Series B. Hold up. I'm like actually dying right now. Goodness, man. Being sick sucks. Alright. Did you want to take the company public, or were you hugely relieved when PetSmart came knocking? We were building a big company that inevitably was going to go public, especially in those later years. We become public company already. We built up our finance and accounting team. We had audited financials. We'd raised a lot of capital, 350 million. I just lost my spot. Oh, but we had a lot of discipline. We also had a lot of revenue. We went from 200 million in sales in 2014 to 3.5 billion in sales in 2018. We burned through 130 million, but that cash burn was going to new customer acquisition and future fulfillment centers. So when you got that call from PetSmart, it was very fast. From the time I had conversation with Raymond Spider, the executive chairman of PetSmart, to the time he gave us a term sheet and I was looking for an all-cash deal, the entire thing happened in 30 days, on our terms. We weren't going to go and open up a kimono unless we got comfortable, and we were comfortable with the entire transaction. You stayed on for a bit. Were you locked up? I wasn't locked up at all. I could have left the day after the deal. I stayed, but I felt like the teams were built and the systems and strategies were in place, and it felt like a fine-oiled machine. The business was at significant scale. I just felt like my job was done. I'd been at it for more than 7 years, going 24/7. I gave my life to this thing, but I have a 2-year-old today, and just being with my family and being able to return to civilian life was irresistible after a point. That's a pretty big bounce off GameStop after that sell-off. It's starting to get more volatile. I don't know if anyone's noticing that. GameStop's definitely starting to get more volatile. What's the rest of the market doing? Rest of the market's kind of flat from when we looked a second ago. But yeah, GameStop's interesting right now. I'm a Chewy customer, but I'm not even sure why, except that it's easy for me to reorder. Why do you think I'm a Chewy customer? Because Chewy is the best in the business. It has the best selection, competitive pricing, fast shipping, excellent customer service, and we know the product better than our competitors. If you need a weight loss product for your dog, we'll tell you which to buy. All Chewy does is sell pet products, and that's a big differentiator. E-commerce can feel like a series of faceless transactions. We wanted to recreate that feeling I used to enjoy at the pet store, shopping with a pet parent I trusted, and we did that at scale, which is hard, but we stayed focused. How are you feeling about the IPO? It feels like my baby is graduating from the college that I never went to. There are concerns over the fact that Chewy remains unprofitable. Do you worry that as a publicly traded company, Chewy might have to change, that it may need to charge for shipping, for example? It's not profitable. It's not profitable because it's continuing to execute on scale and market leadership. If you reduce your marketing and decide you don't want to grow as much, the company could have been profitable years ago. The underlying company is profitable. Holy shit. Bro, when was this article, bro? This is fire. June 12th, 2019? This is fire, bro. This is actually fire. That GameStop bounce, though. That's crazy. I told, bro, that's wild. That support is solid right there on 24. I mean, obviously you need to start climbing in 25 and 26, but every time it hits 24, bro, it bounces. Every time. It's crazy. When's the last time it hit 24? I mean, back here, basically. Yeah, 24 is a key level. It used to be key resistance. Now it's slightly becoming key support. It's I mean, technically, it's an old pivot. Like, if you go all the way back here, it's kind of like that 27.5 we've been talking about. Anytime it goes above this price, it tends to bid or sell off. But now it's kind of starting to turn into support, which is very positive. Very positive. Obviously, you know, if the rest of the market shits, it's probably not going to be good, but I don't know, the rest of the market doesn't look that bad either. Like, if it was truly bearish, we'd be down, 2% today or something. I would feel like the sells would be way bigger. And Nvidia's flat, if anyone cared. To be expected. I want to check the options on Nvidia, though, real quick, because I want to see how badly people got screwed over on that. Yeah, bad. Bad, dude. Oh my god, these were $600, and now they're only $200. Oh, man. Oh, man. The market absolutely clapped some fools. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny. That's funny. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Think you get a Roaring Kitty update soon? I don't know. It's not part of my conviction. So I'm not too worried about it. I don't really think about it. What about the fact that Amazon and Walmart are expanding their own pet product offerings? Amazon made us fight really hard. Obviously, they're a fierce competitor, but I don't think it was the category that made us successful. I think it was just delighting our customers. You focus on that, and you're going to do just fine. You're a young guy. Are you retiring? Right? Retirement is overrated. I'm lucky. I'm talking to a lot of different entrepreneurs in business and looking to corporate board opportunities. I'm going through that exploratory process. Would you partner again with Michael on a different e-commerce business or maybe a venture outfit? We're really close. It needs to be the right opportunity, obviously, and we need to be picky. But I have no plans to sit in retirement, that's for sure. I'm 33, and I'm competitive, and I like consumer businesses, and I like to win. Ryan Cohen is a gangster. We're only two up, bro. Ryan Cohen, man. Ryan Cohen. Straight gangster, bro. Straight up a gangster. Alright. This is an old article. Wait, is this? Yeah, this is an interview, I think. We're gonna watch a video for a sec. And I have some videos of Ryan Cohen, too, like old interviews. So we're gonna watch that for a second, because my throat is so clapped right now. So, yeah, we'll see what we got here. See what we got here. Let's watch this one, since we just read about the IPO.
Did you know that Amazon?
No, I didn't know about Amazon. I've never heard of it before. That's crazy.
CEO who organized the sale to PetSmart in 2017, Ryan Cohen. Ryan, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
So you're not a shareholder in Chewy.
No.
But I would imagine you have a lot of feelings about seeing this company that you built starting in 2011 go public today.
It's a very, very emotional day. It's humbling. It's the culmination of 8 years of sacrifice, dedication, lots of hard work. an amazing team. It was far from an overnight success, and see it today is just incredible. So I'm very proud.
One of the things that's been coming into focus in terms of this IPO is how much capital is being raised and how much of that capital is going to go back to paying down debt at PetSmart versus back towards operations at Chewy. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to exactly the capital structure, but what I will say is that it's a capital-light business and it requires very little to engender its growth. And so, the company has gone from $200 million in sales in 2014 to $3.5 billion in sales in 2018, and it's burned through about $140 million, all of which has gone into investing in new customer acquisition and future fulfillment centers. And so it really is a function of how quickly you scale the company. But at any point, we could have, ratcheted down the marketing spend and been profitable. But for us, the strategy has really always been about scale and market leadership and building a really big business. And the governor of growth has always been free cash flow. And so we've always been very disciplined about that.
You yourself had a nice exit a couple years ago, got some free cash. Are you investing in IPOs this year?
Not any yet.
Another question specifically about the pet business. Omnichannel is big right now, blending physical and digital retail. Given what's happening with premium brands.
Omnichannel. Omnichannel. I don't think it matters if you pause the video, but he sat on his money from the sale of Chewy for 1 year, then went into GME. I think that kind of tells you he will spend GME's cash on hand very soon. I mean, I kind of disagree. I don't think he's going to do anything with the cash. You know how I feel about it. 4% interest risk-free is a winner. A winner.
And treating pets like people. If you were doing that, would you do it in urban areas or would you do it kind of in the suburban strip malls where the Petcos and PetSmarts have been in the past?
I really think it's all about creating an experience for the customers. And so if you're going to, invest in physical stores, it really needs to be focused on delivering an experience where people want to bring their pets into the store. And so I think it depends on the category, but to the extent that retailers are focusing on creating an amazing in-store experience, then I think omnichannel strategy can make a lot of sense.
You sold for $3.3 and you got a $14 billion market cap today. Did you not sell for enough, or has there been enough growth since then to validate today's market cap?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we were, at the time, we were running a dual track process, and it felt like a fair deal to us at the time. It worked out really well for the team at Chewy. It worked out really well for the shareholders at Chewy, and I'm glad to see that it's working out well for PetSmart, so I'm very happy.
I love the story. Your original idea was jewelry.
Yes.
Right? And what switched you to pets, and are you glad you didn't go into online jewelry?
Well, yeah, I mean, we weren't very passionate about the space. I was at a neighborhood pet store one day with Tylee, my poodle, and it was an amazing experience. And so I had an epiphany that if I could really recreate that experience, but do it online and at scale, and think about all the small things we've been doing since day one, right? The handwritten holiday cards and the pet portraits and the flowers, and it's really bringing a face to e-commerce. And so we were able to differentiate ourselves and build a really big business. And the vision since the beginning is really to build the largest pet retailer in the world. And it's been an incredible journey.
A lot of folks like to point.
I just realized that Chewy was at $40 when if this is like actual IPO date, Chewy fucking was IPO'd at $40, and that makes sense why Chewy sold off when it hit $40. Just something to think about. Assuming this is IPO day, I don't know exactly if this is IPO day, but yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting.
To the ill-fated Pets.com in the late 90s, early aughts. I mean, that was the example out there, the biggest example out there, I think, when you were starting the company in 2011. Why'd you still move forward with this model?
I'm contrarian, and so I think that created really white space where you didn't have that many people going after the category, and so it created a big opportunity for us. Having said that, it was a low-margin business that required getting to scale in order to make the economics work.
How much does fast delivery matter in this category? Because you got heavy bags of pet food often. People know when they're getting close to the bottom of one. And for Chewy, this subscription delivery has been important. Does it really need to be that fast?
Yeah, I mean, I personally think so. I think within e-commerce today, it's really table stakes to perfect that flywheel of fast shipping, being competitively priced, and then having the selection. And we really differentiated ourselves by being the category experts and, you know, really bringing a face to e-commerce. And really, at the end of the day, we just happen to sell pet products. Frankly, I think, you know, if you're in the business of delighting your customers, I think that, you know, you could be very successful, and I think we would have been successful, frankly, in any category.
Talk about a little what you know about, say, my pet. Right?
Yeah.
You probably know how much he eats per day,
Yeah.
and thus when it's time to order more food, when his next checkup is due. Is that all wrapped up into various algorithms you have back home?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that, you know, we try to create an experience that's really frictionless. And so whether it's the one-page checkout or just all of those things, we don't want to inundate you. We figure if we deliver an amazing experience, you'll come back to us. And then we go and we do all of those small things that, you know, really create that wow experience. And you tell your friends and family, like, this is the best experience. This is where I need to shop.
So it's not a shower of notifications and taps on the shoulder.
Exactly.
Right? You're
Exactly.
looking for the consumer to touch back themselves.
Totally. Exactly.
I want to go back to the delivery piece of this for a minute, because one of the things I found fascinating in reading about the history of the company is the fact that you actually built out fulfillment centers.
Yeah.
A lot of e-commerce companies actually outsource to third-party logistics companies. It's been a big opportunity, obviously, for Amazon, XPO, UPS, FedEx, et cetera. Why did you go down that route, and how does that set up the company for future scale?
It really is hard to scale to, you know, the vision since day one was to build a multi-billion-dollar business. And so we weren't experts in fulfillment. In the beginning, we were using a 3PL. It wasn't scalable, and so we had to become experts. We had to make it our core competency, and we brought fulfillment in-house in early 2014, and we never looked back. And today, when you think about fulfillment at Chewy, it's, you know, world-class operations. We've got 7 fulfillment centers.
What part of this business is sensitive to the economy? Do people, I mean, they're not going to stop buying food for their pet, but do they buy more expensive food or maybe more treats when the economy is good and then scale back? How does that work?
I think we've really have the tailwinds of just the shift from offline to online, and then, you know, the humanization of pets and the, you know, the market moving up and average selling price moving up. And so, you know, if you look even during the Great Recession, the industry grew, and it's a $70 billion TAM today that's growing at, you know, roughly 3 to 5%. I think the last thing people typically are going to cut back on, even during a recession, is their pets. And I think what's even more durable is really the consumable part of the business, which makes up a big chunk of Chewy's revenue.
Ryan Cohen is so goated, bro. So goated. They ask dumb questions. I don't think any of those questions were dumb. I think it was very basic questions. I don't know. What's up, Matt Romano? We've been successful in any category. Facts. What's up, Hugh? Caitlin, what's up, Caitlin? How do you guys like that V shape on GameStop right there? Very interesting how that 24 is just continuing to show support. I mean, obviously it can come back and sell off, but you're getting very consistent bids on 24. The past couple days, at least. And if you go back through time, 24 has been a decently key level. 24. 24. What's up? Ads? Rip ads. Rip ads. Dropped kid off at the bus and missed the dip. That's okay. You wouldn't have bought it anyway. So, it's fine. It's all good. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, ads. Okay. I haven't checked the market. How's it looking? Is everyone still sobbing like babies about a bear market? Nah, it's just flat. Nvidia didn't even move. All the options that were $600 yesterday are now only $200, so everyone got fucked, which is hilarious, but oh, I think the market's flat overall. It was up a lot in pre-market. Oh no, it's bouncing back actually. It's looking kind of bullish. It's looking kind of bullish. Oh shit, bro. If this fucking goes bullish and hits all-time highs, we're gonna have a party, bro. We're gonna have a party and we're gonna celebrate in the tears of bears who think they're smart. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time when we celebrate the bear tears. that that makes me laugh, bro. It looks fucking bullish as fuck. But anyway, Ryan Cohen started a company that took on Amazon, sold it for $3 billion, and now he's thinking about what's next. When Ryan Cohen was launching online I mean, these articles are all going to say the same thing, so, you know, we're going to be repeating the same shit over and over again, but the point of this is to give you an idea of who Ryan Cohen is. Like, I've read most of this stuff, I already know, but I'd imagine a lot of you guys haven't read all this stuff. When Ryan Cohen was launching online pet retailer Chewy, he spent a lot of time thinking about how to compete against Amazon. Now, a decade later, after selling Chewy for $3.35 billion and exiting the company, Cohen is still thinking about the best way to beat Amazon. It's harder now, he says, but still possible. The best idea to bet on could be the one that everyone says can't possibly succeed. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Whenever there's a lot of skepticism, it usually means there's a lot of white space. In the case of Chewy, there was white space because no one wanted to invest in someone going head-to-head against Amazon. Since exiting Chewy in spring of 2018, following the 2017 sale of the company to PetSmart, Cohen has been taking his time figuring out what he wants to do post-Chewy. He has a checklist of questions a startup direct-to-consumer brand needs to be able to answer before it goes head-to-head with Amazon or other offline retailers. He's also been thinking a lot about the valuable business lessons he learned from his father, Ted Cohen, that helped him make Chewy a success. His father died suddenly in December at age 69. Cohen, now 34, was a 20-something college dropout when he co-founded Chewy in 2011 with Michael Day. Back then, Cohen used the 97 Jeff Bezos letter to Amazon shareholders as a roadmap for how to grow Chewy. Bezos' comments about the need to scale, to achieve market leadership, and to make bold bets became Chewy's playbook. We knew we needed to be number one or that we would fail, he said. If we were number 2 or 3, we wouldn't have a sustainable business. We needed to build an even larger pet business than Amazon or anyone else in retail. Chewy played by Amazon's rules for supply chain, logistics, and the convenience of shopping online, but added its differentiator, the old-fashioned customer service of a neighborhood pet store, for its winning strategy. At the end of the day, we were really connecting with customers and people are emotional beings, Cohen said. Chewy's handwritten holiday cards, pet portraits, and flowers for deceased pets showed customers that we are human, we get it, unlike Amazon. When PetSmart bought Chewy in 2017, it was the largest acquisition price paid to date for an e-commerce startup. PetSmart spun off Chewy in June in a successful IPO. Since leaving Chewy, Cohen has been looking at investments, both public and private, but hasn't yet seen or come up with a good idea as Chewy. Sometimes the best strategy is to just be patient and wait for that, he said. But he shared these thoughts about a new e-commerce idea might compete in an Amazon world. Is there... I don't even think this is an interview, but we'll finish it. Why not? Amazon has chinks in its armor. Its user interface is dated, and the shopping experience has become more difficult for the consumer, with a flood of third-party merchandise and sponsored ads pushing aside organic search results. Those are weaknesses a competitor can exploit, Cohen said. Amazon's advertising platform has been a game changer for Amazon in terms of driving profitability, Cohen said, but it does feel like a deviation in their strategy of being the most customer-obsessed retailer. When you search Amazon, the default search used to be best-selling product. Now the default search is really sponsored ads. Sell something the customer connects with emotionally. Chewy's genius was connecting with pet owners on their level, mirroring their obsessive devotion to their pets and recognizing they were pet parents, not owners. Cohen was an obsessed pet parent when he started Chewy. He saw how customers were responding to online shoe seller Zappos, and I thought, wow, if customers can go bananas for shoes online, imagine if we could do it for pet customers who are fanatical and obsessed with their pets like I am. Emotion is great, but you also need existing demand. An emotional connection and a differentiated niche isn't enough unless there is existing demand. In the pet space, there was demand, a $75 billion addressable market for consumable products that people needed to order repeatedly. There's a lot of startups where they're differentiated, but there's not really existing demand. Sure, you want a direct-to-customer relationship, but does the customer want one with you? Everyone is trying to build direct-to-consumer brands because it's easy to do and because the barriers to entry are such that anyone can create a widget and sell it direct to customers, Cohen said. But I think you need to be really mindful of whether or not it makes sense for the consumer, or whether you should sell on Amazon or for pet products on Chewy because it's the most convenient for the consumer. Everyone wants to have direct to customer relationship, but does the customer want to have one with you? Cohen's also been thinking about how the life and business lessons from his father that helped him succeed with Chewy, and how they are valuable lessons for anyone starting a business. His father, who died December at age 69, was an entrepreneur and glassware importer in Canada. He had an amazing business mind, Cohen said. Hearing Cohen talk about his father's influence provides insight into why Chewy did a better job than other startups and focusing on business fundamentals. While building Chewy, Cohen spoke to his father 2 or 3 hours each day while driving to and from the Chewy offices in Florida. He was this silent board member and full-time advisor who I was able to talk through every single issue with, whether it was our gross margins or any of the key operating metrics in Chewy. He knew our financials like the back of his hand, and he would ask me all the time how they're progressing. When you're scaling a company, everyone has their own invested interest. His only invested interest was seeing me succeed. His father taught him 3 key lessons that served Cohen well at Chewy. Watching every little doofus interview. This time last week, everyone was crying. I said bullish sucks an ass. It's bear hunting season. Seems like it. It seems bullish, but I don't know. I think it's still too early to say, but it's day by day, it's looking good. What an age to die. Holy shit, Bank of America is making their own meme coin crypto in the future for liquidity grab. That doesn't sound like real. That doesn't sound real. I don't know where you got that from. Be involved in every aspect of the business. He knew all of his numbers and every part of his business, and Cohen followed his example. I think that's what really allowed me to be successful as an entrepreneur, Cohen said. For the first 5 or 6 years of building the company, I was involved in every major supplier negotiation. I learned to be involved in every single aspect of the business, but especially where major expenses were involved from him. Empathy. His father, Cohen, said never considered himself better than the employees who unloaded his trucks or anyone who worked for him. When a truck would arrive at the warehouse, his father would take off his suit jacket and unload the pallets with the warehouse crew. I think this is just like repeating everything from the same article. I don't know. He put himself at the level as people doing the hardest work, Cohen said. That's where I learned the empathy. That's where I learned the humility. 2 important traits in a startup entrepreneur when they are trying to convince others to join them in a new company. Sell the customer the product that will make them the happiest. Cohen's father frequently used the example of 2 trucks of merchandise arriving at a warehouse. One truck will make you more money, but the other will make the customers happier. The answer, he said, is always pick the truck that will make the customer happier. Cohen said his father was never one to relax, and he always needed to be doing something to feel a sense of accomplishment. Cohen says he is the same way, and right now he is trying to figure out what the next something will be for him. I look at almost everything that comes to me, but I say no to 99.9% of it. That was true at Chewy too. in terms of just programming all of our executives that generally the best answer is no. As Warren Buffett says, the difference between successful and really successful people is really successful people say no all the time. But if you're a startup entrepreneur and Ryan Cohen wants some advice on how to go up against Amazon, you probably should say yes. Google it. They're trying to put it through legislation and make it happen. Maybe I'll look at it later. I don't really. We're dedicated to this right now, and I don't know. If they launch a crypto coin, good for them. It'll go to zero, like every crypto coin that anyone launches these days. What's up, Jay Crispy? Is this an interview? There's lots of interviews, but they're basically all the same. And I think I found all of them. I don't know. That V shape on GameStop's pretty nuts, though. That's pretty fucking bullish, if you ask me. Pretty bullish. That just for GameStop, like the rest of the market, whatever. Like that V shape's positive. If you know anything about price action. Chewy's co-founder and former CEO explains how the startup went from 0 to 8.7 billion public company. Ryan Cohen may no longer be Chewy's CEO, but he will always be the guy who made it into a multi-billion-dollar brand. The 33-year-old entrepreneur co-founded the online pet supply store with Michael Day in 2011, then sold it to PetSmart 6 years later for $3.5 billion. A deal billed as the largest e-commerce acquisition to date. Cohen stayed on as a CEO until March last year, when he says it became clear to him that his work there was complete. He had grown Chewy from 0 to more than $2.1 billion in sales, and turned the company into a well-known brand among pet lovers. In 2018, the year he left, Chewy booked $3.5 billion in revenue, according to the filings. On Friday, Cohen watched the company hit a new milestone. PetSmart, Chewy's new owner, took the company public at an $8.7 billion valuation. Shares soared 63% on opening price, increasing Chewy's market cap to more than $14 billion. Like many other unicorn IPOs this year, Chewy is still unprofitable. It also has a dual-class stock structure that ensures PetSmart will retain about 99% of the voting rights after its IPO. It's interesting because PetSmart's now selling shares of it, if you pay attention to Chewy at all. Chewy's rite of passage has lured Cohen back to the spotlight after spending most of his last year keeping a low profile, and he says focusing on himself and his family. And though he has no stake left in the company, and he did not ring the bell on the New York Stock Exchange, he was happy to see his baby make its public market debut. In an interview with Inc., he talked about the contributed to Chewy's success. Hold up. I feel like trash, dude. Alright, strapped for cash. I couldn't fund the business for the first few years, Cohen says, noting that more than 100 investors passed on the opportunity, and they were right. We're going head-to-head against Amazon. There was Pets.com. We know how that worked out, and selling 30-pound bags of pet food and shipping it across the country isn't the highest margin business, he adds. It also didn't help that Cohen was building out the company in Dania Beach, Florida, which is not the first place that comes to mind as a hub for tech startups. The initial lack of venture capital didn't stop him from growing the company, but it forced him to be disciplined. It wasn't growth at any cost, he says. Free cash flow was the governor of growth. Cohen says he focused on putting cash back into the business to fuel its growth and keeping expense in check. Doesn't that sound funny? All these people who think GameStop has to buy something. What does that sentence say? Cohen says he focused on putting cash back into the business to fuel its growth and keeping expenses in check. Weird. Anyway, the goal was not to be forced to sell or go public just to keep the lights on. It could have been profitable a long time ago, many years before, and ultimately it would have been a much smaller business, he adds. The co-founder claims that what made Chewy excel had little to do with the product or category, it was the execution. It was really just the team and the focus, the obsession over delighting customers. It could have been any product. Eventually, investors did bite. Chewy went on to raise venture capital, and quite a lot of it. In late 2013, Chewy raised a $15 million Series A. According to Crunchbase, by the time of its acquisition, the company had raised roughly $451 million, building a customer-obsessed business. Cohen credits his founding team as the most important hires, the ones that helped transform the idea into a full-fledged company. He says they made the ultimate sacrifice during the early days, intense days of Chewy, and it helped that no one had big egos. Early on, Cohen realized that the only way to compete against giants like Amazon was to make Chewy's customers the star. So the company adopted various customer service practices to show customers how much it valued their business. For instance, Chewy sends customers handwritten holiday cards, sketches of their pets, and flowers when their animals pass away. 24-hour customer service line promises to answer any call within 6 seconds, and yes, the customer is always right. I love making customers happy, Cohen says. When people shop at Chewy, they really understand we care about them, we care about their pets, and they want to tell all their friends and family. It's a simple business model that can be replicated in every industry, he says. I don't know too many businesses that ended up not being successful when they did a really good job at delighting their customers. Damn, son. Damn. Ryan Cohen, bro. Ryan Cohen. All right, we got to watch another video. My throat is so clapped right now. It's ridiculous. I might be dying. Fuck, dude. Dad. This is crazy, Dad. Oh, look. Why didn't I just go to the here? I forgot Ryan Cohen has a YouTube channel. I could have just been on his YouTube channel instead of searching everywhere for videos. Duh. What has Cohen done to satisfy gamers? That takes more time. But I don't know if gaming is the main focus, really. I'm not a gamer, so I couldn't tell you. Yeah, video. Here you go. Enjoy it. Watch it. Enjoy it.
Amazon's doing. Why are you doing well in the market? What's happening here?
Yeah, well, I think the world has changed a lot from the days of Pets.com till today. And so, the market back then was underpenetrated. People weren't shopping online. Today, e-commerce is a way of life. People were scared just to put their credit card information online. Then also you have the humanization of pets, and people have, moved up market. And so ASPs and the margin structure has moved up. And then you just have the shipping density, where shipping as a percent of revenue is a lot less today than it was in the past. And so we've really built a business where this is a category that focus is incredibly important. And so, we do all that flywheel of fast shipping, price, being competitive. That's all, basically table stakes in e-commerce. But then when it comes to being the category experts, right, you want to know what's the best weight loss foods, grain-free foods, you call us. We know the product better than anyone else. We're the best in the business.
When you started this, though, come on, you had to have the skeptics lined up around the door and not so many investors thinking, Ryan, you got to be kidding me. This isn't going to work.
We didn't have any investors. I mean, I went to Silicon Valley. It took me over 2 years to finance the business. Over 100 investors passed. Lots of no's, the demise of Pets.com, going head-to-head against Amazon in vertically integrated e-commerce. But we kept on scaling the business. It was just heads down, blocking, tackling, focusing on amazing execution. And I think everyone underestimated how well we would execute and how big of a business we could build.
You're still going up against Amazon.com.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is a confident man, people. Yes. So what? Because you know that they're looking at you and thinking, no, they're not taking any piece of our pet business.
Yeah, I mean, the vision for the company was really to replicate the experience I had in the neighborhood pet store, but do it online and do it at scale. And so, you know, the handwritten holiday cards from the beginning, the pet portraits, the flowers, doing all these things to really delight our customers and show our customers we're bringing a face to e-commerce. And within a category like pet, where customers are so fanatical, all of those small things just create this loyalty. And once customers shop at Chewy, they continue shopping at Chewy and they tell all their friends and family about this incredible experience.
But there are very low barriers to entry, and you know people are fickle about where they shop. If you just look at how many times people change their pet food, it's dizzying. Yeah. Do you worry at this point in time that, you know, yeah, the market looks like this year. What makes you think the market will be there next year?
I mean, it's just a game of scale within e-commerce. And so you need enough revenues to get to your fixed costs. You need enough velocity with your suppliers. You need enough fulfillment centers around the country. I mean, Chewy has 7 fulfillment centers, 11 million active customers, did $3.5 billion in revenue in 2018. So if you wanted to replicate that model, sure, with enough capital, it's possible, but it would require significantly more capital than we had invested into the business.
Okay, there are some crazy things you can buy on Chewy.com for people like me who have pets and spend way too much money on them. But we will continue to really track your development and also the IPO market, which has been extraordinary this week. Appreciate it, Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Fucking Ryan Cohen, bro. Due for a random 15-20% Green Day. Just a feeling. I mean, as long as you keep showing support at $24, that's really all that matters. Cohen done to satisfy gamers. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a gamer. I don't know. I think that's you're kind of like, you can't really compare GameStop to Chewy because Chewy was a startup. GameStop's already a established brand, so it's completely different. The point of this is to dive in the mind of Ryan Cohen. The Chewy doesn't matter necessarily. The haters act like he never brought Chewy public. He didn't. He sold it to PetSmart, and PetSmart took it public. Or say that's all he did. Well, he didn't take it public. PetSmart did. Even if it was true, Ryan Cohen is a big motherfucking deal. I mean, he's a smart man. But he didn't take Chewy public. He turned Chewy from 0 to 3.5 billion, sold it to PetSmart, and PetSmart has owned it since 2017 or 2018. Seems he took their store away and replaced their games with cards and dollies. And they still have games. Cheers! What's up, Roaring Kitty? Cheers! Capital K, good job. Just needs to bring that to GameStop. I mean, GameStop already has an established brand. It's, I think GameStop's a different story. I think GameStop needs to become profitable first. And the stock doing well is going to be the thing that brings more eyes to GameStop, if that makes sense. Like, if this stock doubles or triples, all eyes on GameStop, my friend. All eyes on GameStop. Don't die, drink something warm. I should probably make some, like, tea or something, but it's all good. All Ryan Cohen needs to do is send Gamer Girl bathwater with gamers' orders to make sticky customers. Definitely not. We could have went to the moon in June, but Ryan Cohen raised capital instead because he's focused on the long-term compounding growth, not a moment-in-time squeeze. I mean, you don't know what would have happened even if they didn't dilute. You can say that it would have went to the moon, but you don't know that. Nobody knows that. The roaring kitties in our chat has to be no, it's not a real roaring kitty. I wish. That'd be hilarious. What's up, Moose again? No dilution, we would have gone over 100 easy. You don't know that. You don't know that. You can say that, but you don't know that. What it's like to grow and sell a multi-billion-dollar company at age 32. 50-50, exactly. 50-50. This interview was conducted before Chewy.com announced on March 15th that Ryan Cohen would step down as CEO. Growing Chewy from a zero revenue to a multi-billion company and the largest acquisition in e-commerce history was an incredible ride, and Ryan Cohen, founder and CEO of Chewy, says he wouldn't change a thing. Wait, is this an interview? Okay, it is. Cool. Cohen hasn't done many interviews since the sale of Chewy last year for $3.3 billion to PetSmart. This was March 26, 2018. So keep that in mind. But earlier this year, he took the stage for a discussion with Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance Vice President David Coddington at the Florida Venture Capital Conference in Fort Lauderdale, sharing advice and war stories with a couple hundred investors and the entrepreneurs from around the state, and followed up with the Miami Herald. The Dania Beach-based pet supplies retailer is a homegrown success story with 7,000 employees nationwide, and as Cohen relayed the Chewy story, the surreal and mind-blowing journey was anything but easy. Cohen, who has always been entrepreneurial and has no college degree, said he started Chewy to replicate the same amazing customer experience of his neighborhood pet store. He's a pet parent of a poodle, but online. He used Zappos, the massive shoe e-tailer, as a model and inspiration. When he needed capital to grow, he approached more than 100 investors and they all passed, but I thought there was a chance we were onto something genius. I felt with scale, we will prove them wrong, Cohen said. When the sale to PetSmart was announced, some longtime customers expressed concern, and a couple distributors pulled out, but hypergrowth for the brand and for South Florida employment has continued. In February, Chewy opened a 100,000 square foot facility for its customer service team, which had outgrown space in its Dania Beach headquarters. In total, Chewy employs 1,500 in South Florida, with 1,000 in Hollywood. Chewy plans to hire 400 more customer service employees for the Chewy Hollywood this year. And where does Cohen see Chewy 5 years from now? This is a $65 billion industry that is growing at 2 to 3%. We're still scratching the surface. I think gaming is very similar to pets, like as far as the overall industry. I think gaming's like around 75 or 80 billion. I'm not really sure. Don't quote me on that. Cohen took questions from Coddington and the audience and followed up with the Miami Herald. Here's our excerpts from those conversations about what it takes to be an entrepreneur, how Chewy successfully scaled the business, and challenges along the way. What led you to entrepreneurship over a clear-cut career path? I've never been a clear-cut career path kind of person. I started my business when I was 14 or 15 building websites. My father was a business owner, so I saw what it was. I had it in my DNA from an early age. It was very clear early on that I would be my own boss. How did you raise your first outside capital for Chewy? I spoke to over 100 investors, and they all passed for one reason or another. At one point, I got so desperate, we took a trip to Sand Hill Road in Silicon Valley. I literally went door to door. That didn't work, but one of those 100 investors that passed made a visit later, and I remember it like yesterday. I was 25 at the time and looked like 15 years old. He followed up with us, was impressed with all our numbers, and ultimately he invested. As you grew Chewy, what were the biggest challenges? Hypergrowth. When you think of retailers that have scaled at this level, you can count them on one hand. So it was about making sure that we had the technology, the systems, the people in place, and all of that was scalable. The biggest single event happened in 2014. Up to then, we had a third party to handle our fulfillment, and they couldn't scale anymore. It was very clear at that point we had to bring it in-house. We brought in-house some amazing folks from our competitors, Amazon, and launched a 400,000 square foot building in Pennsylvania and went through that process. It was 3 or 4 months of pain. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. We worked through those problems, and later that year we launched our second building in Reno, Nevada. And that was literally like we had done this 1,000 times already. 2014 was a huge transformational year for us because we went from having no experience in fulfillment and operations and relying on a third-party party company to this becoming our core competency and becoming world-class in a short time. In order for us to scale a billion-dollar company, we needed to go through that, but it was very, very challenging. What's up, Kristen? No. GameStop should just continue to sell games and collectibles and video game related stuff, anime related stuff. It's very they literally, well, they don't need to do any of that. They don't need to sell anything but gaming related things. It's not Amazon, it's GameStop. Just like Chewy's not Amazon, Chewy is Chewy, and it sells pet products, and only pet products. The point of these businesses that compete with Amazon is that they are niche. Is this the roaring? What's up, Kristen? I don't know what Crunchyroll is, but probably not. That little Pokemon chat hat on the couch. Looks like it's creeping. It is Pokemon Day. What's up, Rex? Oh yeah, Rex. I found you missed it. I found a bunch of Paldea Evolved, and I opened like $300 worth of Pokemon cards the other day, and I didn't get the Magikarp, but I did get Raichu. And if I PSA that card and it's 10, it's like a $400 card, but I don't know if I'm gonna I'm probably gonna PSA it, but I just don't know if I should go spend like 2 racks on Paldea Evolved. It doesn't seem like a good idea. I was kind of hoping I would get the Magikarp the first pull and then do it. But the Raichu's good, I guess. I don't know. I guess I could go. I don't. It's hard to want to gamble on cards, but it's like at the same time, it's like you can't find cards anywhere. So if you pull that Magikarp and that's a PSA 10, you know, that's like $1,500 just that one card. It's crazy. But I was gonna ask you what you think about Paldea Evolved. I was gonna ask you if you think it would be better to like buy it and hold it, or would it be better to buy it and pull the cards? Because I just think there's a possibility they stop printing that, and it could be worth more in the future. But at the same time, there's not many valuable cards in that pack. What do you think? Look up Crunchyroll after this, maybe. I don't know what Crunchyroll is. You're asking the wrong person. You should be asking Jay Crispy, not me. What do you think distinguishes Chewy from its competitors? I think it's a category where focus is incredibly important. We carry 50,000 products, and you can call us 24 hours a day. We are there 24/7 to answer any of your questions. We're the pet experts, and I would say the second thing is really embedded in the Chewy culture. We are 100% customer obsessed. We want them to feel as though they would never dream of shopping anywhere else, and we take it a step further and add these human elements to it. The handwritten holiday cards, the pet portraits, it is all of these things that show our customers that we're human and we get it. We really care about them and we really care about their pets. Tell us more about card writing. It is a massive department. We have literally hundreds of card writers that work for us full time. We start writing the cards in January, and they go out right after Thanksgiving. Last year we sent out 5 million, and this year we are looking to break that record. Any advice to new entrepreneurs? You need to make sure you are in a place in the world that you are ready for this. Scaling a business is going to test you physically and emotionally. It's not for everyone. I have an 11-month-old now, and scaling a startup from inception to reality is taking a human being from infancy to adulthood in a very short period of time. It's going to get sick in the middle of the night, and you're going to be up all night taking care of it. It's going to make mistakes, and you will learn from it. It is a huge act of selflessness and dedication, and if you are ready for it, it is going to be crazy, crazy, crazy roller coaster, and it'll be the journey of a lifetime. Honestly, I don't know much about the Poke Market. The PSA Reddit sub have a lot of Poke Market pros that would provide the best advice. Alright, for sure. I'll have to look into that. He'll get to my comment at some point. I don't know what you said. Oh, anime streaming is Crunchyroll? Nah, I don't think they need that. How'd you go about building your management team? We use a special proprietary tool called LinkedIn, and we look for people with very relevant experience at companies we respect, and we shoot them a message. We handpick these people. They are the best, the Navy SEALs and management teams. How has Chewy.com succeeded when Pets.com failed? Pets.com failed when I was 15 years old, and a lot has changed. Today, people are more comfortable shopping online than in stores. I think the second thing is the humanization of pets is real. People are taking better care of their own health, and they want their pets healthier too. They also want products made in the US. I know that you are able to operate Chewy independently. Now that Chewy is a part of PetSmart, does it feel any different for you as an entrepreneur? Not much has changed. We're still staying laser focused on our business and growth strategy. The acquisition has in many ways helped accelerate the vision of building the best pet retailer on the planet. What can we expect from Chewy in 2018? A lot more growth. We just opened our 6th fulfillment center in Ocala and have our 7th one planned in Goodyear, Arizona. Our customer service team outgrew the space at our headquarters in Dania Beach, so we've opened a newly renovated 100,000 square foot customer service center in Hollywood. It's an exciting time for us as a company, and we're looking forward to continuing to grow and scale. What keeps you up at night? I'm obsessive about making sure we always deliver an amazing experience for our customers, so I'm always thinking about ways to delight them even more. Knowing what you know now, what might you have done differently? This path has been such an incredible journey, one that I could never have dreamed of, so I wouldn't change a thing. And that's it. CEO, and then it says, entrepreneurial success with no college degree, Cohen founded and grew Dania Beach-based Chewy.com from nothing to a 7,000 employee company with billions in revenue. Chewy was purchased by PetSmart in 2017. Okay, we all know that. Okay. Ryan Cohen. What's up, Elvis? Crunchyroll. Why would they need to buy this? This is like a Netflix type thing. I disagree. I disagree. Gaming, not movies. I mean, anime, I guess. But anime gaming would be more clutch, I feel like, than... I don't know. They already sell, like, manga and stuff, so... I don't think they need to get into videos. I'd much prefer them create an online marketplace for gaming rather than get into like a Netflix type thing. What did I missed here? Okay. Litecoin. Still catching up with 1P. Fully understand. Thinking about doing nice hash. If they have LTC pool. You gotta see it through. Elvis, what's up? I left? What do you mean I left? I'm right here. Cost to mine Bitcoin is 93k. Miners are losing money. Many are shifting over to Litecoin. That makes sense. Gme is like 90% of my investment. Leverage this as an alternative to Disney market. This could work, but more bullish on e-commerce and holding co. I mean, they just need to focus on the business they have now and making it profitable, and then you add stuff. or you just take advantage of all the cash you have and do nothing and collect hundreds of millions of dollars risk-free instead of trying to waste your time buying businesses that probably aren't even profitable. The founder of Chewy.com on finding the financing to achieve scale. Is this an interview? I think it's an interview. Looks like it. Like I said, it's just going to be repeating the same stuff over and over again. But most people assume that the high point of my professional career came on April 18th, 2017, when the owner of PetSmart paid $3.35 billion for Chewy.com, the pet retailer I had co-founded 6 years earlier. No doubt, that day was incredible. It represented the culmination of a dream and a tremendous amount of work. But believe it or not, another handshake, another deal mattered even more to me. That one happened on September 26, 2013. I had launched Chewy 2 years earlier with Michael Day, using our cash and small loans, but my vision was to build a large business. I knew that the significant capital would be required to finance the growth. We approached dozens of venture capital firms. I even flew out to Silicon Valley from South Florida headquarters and went door to door on Sand Hill Road, explaining how Chewy succeeded by delighting customers and running an ultra-efficient operation. But everyone turned us down. Larry Chang at Volition Capital was one of the people we pitched our company to. We first met him in 2012. He was en route to Disney World with his family and agreed to make a quick stop at our office. I remembered that he asked me, who's going to take this company to $100 million in sales? I was 26 and probably looked even younger, but I confidently answered I am, and he didn't invest. I think this is just literally a retyping of one of those articles or one of those interviews we just read. He followed up with us about 6 months later, though we'd beaten the sales projections that we'd previously given him, and he was impressed. A few days later, he signed off on a $15 million investment in Chewy. The satisfaction of that victory was even greater than the pride I felt following the eventual multi-billion-dollar sale. After 2 years of building Chewy and more than 100 conversations with venture capitalists that went nowhere, I'd finally found someone who believed in me and our business model. Larry had validated our idea. From that point on, the mission was larger. I was even more committed to making Chewy an industry leader because it was no longer just our money on the line. Larry had gone out on a limb for us. I felt that responsibility. I approach every subsequent round of financing, including PetSmart's acquisition, in a similar way, but under-promising and over-delivering on sales. Our mission was straightforward: to build a best-in-class business, or to build best-in-class, customer-obsessed pet retailer. We also wanted to leave everyone who'd backed us as a winner. An early pivot. I've been working since I was 13, when I started building websites for family members and local businesses. From there, I moved into affiliate marketing. I met Michael in an online chat room discussing website design and computer programming. We hit it off immediately and started talking about collaborating on a business. I'd always wanted to build an e-commerce company, so we settled on what we thought was a terrific idea in an industry ripe for disruption: online jewelry sales. We built the website, set up the delivery systems, bought the inventory, and even put a safe in the office to store it. But about a week before our scheduled launch, I had a revaluation. I was in a local pet store with my toy poodle, Tylee, asking the owner about the most helpful food I could buy for her. That's when it hit me. I was getting in the wrong business. I didn't care about jewelry, but like many dog and cat parents I knew, I was passionate about what I bought for Tylee. The pet industry was big and growing, moving from mass market to premium. It was clear that the opportunity was huge. So although we were only a week away from launching the jewelry business, we pivoted. We sold all the rings, necklaces, and bracelets in the safe and started learning everything we could about pet industry. We built a new website, we found a local distributor, and partnered with a third-party logistics company nearby. In June 2011, we launched. In just 3 months, we went from my epiphany at the pet store to running a pet supply business. We intended to build a best-in-class, customer-obsessed pet retailer. People sometimes ask if I worried about following in the footsteps of Pets.com. In 2000, one of the highest profile failures of the dot-com bubble, I didn't. For one thing, I was 15 when that company declared bankruptcy, so I wasn't very familiar with the story. Second, Pets.com existed at a time when most people had dial-up internet and weren't comfortable making purchases online. By the time we started, e-commerce was second nature for most consumers. I also got questions about Amazon, and of course, it was a real competitor, had an incredible infrastructure, established relationships with customers and suppliers, and endless capital. But I knew that other companies, including Zappos, later acquired by Amazon, and Wayfair, had found success in specific product categories. Their secret was offering a differentiated customer experience. I thought we could do something similar in the pet space. With limited resources, we served as our own C-suite. I was CEO, Michael was CTO, and my longtime friend Alan Attal was COO. Now this is new. We knew that superior customer service had to be one of our core competencies if we wanted to deliver the same experience I had at the neighborhood pet store. So our first priority was building a team to work the phones, live chat, and emails in our call center so that we could stop doing all that ourselves. From the outset, we reinvested all our cash from operations in the business, but eventually we needed the larger pools of money that VC firms offered. After months of searching, we finally found Larry and Volition. Scaling up. We closed the Series A financing round on October 24th, 2013, and I'll never forget the moment the money hit our bank account. Although we had signed the term sheet, part of me was still skeptical that it was all going to work out, but when I saw the transfer confirmation, it became real. With that money, we could invest in developing the systems, technology, and teams needed to scale up. We could also bring stocking and shipping in-house. We already recognized that if we wanted to create a multi-billion-dollar business, fulfillment had to become another core competency. Consultants had told us that it would take 1.5 years to build a warehouse from scratch, but with 300% growth year over year, we didn't have that much time. The logistics company handling fulfillment couldn't keep up. so the Chewy customer experience had begun to deteriorate. We needed more control and fast. We knew we had to make the transition within a few months. We started scouting potential sites in February of 2014, focusing on the northeastern United States because so much of the country's population lives there. The location we chose, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, would allow us to provide overnight delivery to customers in the densely populated Tri-State area of Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey. By that summer, we opened a 400,000 square foot facility full of bags and cans of dog food and cat food, carriers and cages, leashes, litter boxes, toys, and treats. Although we managed to get up and running in less than 6 months, it certainly wasn't easy. Everything that could go wrong did. We couldn't hire people to work in the warehouse fast enough. When we were finally staffed, the scanner guns stopped working, or the Wi-Fi or warehouse management system would go out. We were tackling issue after issue 24/7 until we worked out all the kinks. We also focused heavily on marketing. From day one, we invested almost exclusively in direct response ads, so every dollar spent could be tracked. No Pets.com style Super Bowl commercials for us. We expanded by investing in the team and processes to effectively acquire the right customers at the right cost. Our governor of growth was free cash flow. Our sales more than doubled from $205 million in 2014 to $423 million in 2015. Our new hires played a big role in scaling up the company. I realized early on that I'd need to use my time efficiently and focus on hiring. At first, recruiting was a challenge. Alan and I spent countless hours reaching out to candidates on LinkedIn, explaining how quickly the company was growing and describing what we intended to build, but 98% of them didn't bother to respond. Surprisingly, that turned out to be a useful filter. The 2% who did write back were true believers, team players, and business builders who were excited for the opportunity. They all had tremendous heart, fire in their bellies, and a will to win. We hired for passion. Many people quit stable jobs and relocated with their families from across the country to join us. It was a tremendous sacrifice that we never took lightly. Ultimately, we raised 6 rounds of financing totaling more than $350 million from T. Rowe Price, BlackRock, Greenspring, Lone Pine, Verlinvest, and the investment bank Allen and Company. And BlackRock. That's funny. The next level. Our revenue was $901 million in 2016 and growing 100% year over year. That got us thinking about an IPO for our next round of financing. We had about 7,000 employees and 6 warehouses, with plans to add another 2 in the next 12 months. From an operational and strategic perspective, the company was strong. As we prepped for the IPO, Petco, one of the biggest U.S. pet retailers, approached us about a merger. It couldn't meet our terms, so we shook hands and parted ways. In early 2017, PetSmart, Petco's primary brick-and-mortar rival, also reached out. I received an email from Raymond Spider, a partner and the chairman of BC Partners. BC Partners. Oh man, that's who's selling all the shares. The private equity group that had completed its acquisition of PetSmart in March 2015. He said he was interested in buying Chewy and wanted to talk. We had met previously but didn't know each other well. PetSmart was one of our top competitors, so we proceeded carefully. I explained that we were preparing for an IPO, so we expected a certain price in all cash, public-style deal. In view of the competitive dynamics, we weren't going to give away our proprietary information and start a lengthy due diligence process. I told Spider that if he wanted to make the acquisition, he would need to do it quickly. To his credit, he did. In April 2017, we signed an agreement to sell the company for $3.35 billion. It was the largest e-commerce acquisition in history. Oh shit. I wonder if GameStop's going to become the largest e-commerce acquisition in actual history. That could be interesting. Our investors were happy too. The early stage ones made huge gains. and the later stage ones earned significant money. Investing in Chewy has made a lot of careers, and I'm proud of that. Those investors put their trust in me and my vision, and I repaid them with returns. The same would be true for BC Partners and PetSmart. Chewy's revenues continue to rise post-acquisition, hitting $3.5 billion in 2018, while its losses narrowed to $267 million. In June of 2019, PetSmart spun Chewy off into a publicly traded company at a valuation near $9 billion, close to 3 times the sale price only 2 years before. I left the company in March of 2018. It wasn't an easy decision, but I felt I had done all I had to set out to do. The company was sound, the foundation strong, and the vision set. But I was no longer in full control, and I didn't want a boss. I'm a business builder, not a manager. My work was complete. When I think back to why raising the money to help grow the business was one of the best moments of my life, I realize it's because the journey was far more exciting than getting to the finish line. I relish the challenges of disrupting an entire industry and trying to delight customers to a degree that had never been achieved before. The excitement I felt from putting together a world-class team of employees and investors, succeeding against all odds, and building a multi-billion-dollar retail leader from nothing was unequivocally the greatest of my career. Oh, man. How's the stream doing? Usually people are in here when GameStop's going up. Not really. Just whatever, though. Don't really care. I was gonna look at something else. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch another video. I need a minute. What are you guys talking about in the chat? They could partner somehow, but GameStop doesn't need to be part of Crunchyroll taking over the anime world. GameStop doesn't need to do anything. They're already about to crush. They're on their way. I don't understand why people think they need to do anything. Getting my feet wet. I think over time it's an incredible move. Crypto's in fact on a 4-year pump cycle. I'm thinking starting soon. Small miner at home for fun to test and learn. I mean, should have been mining years ago, but hopefully it works out. Partnership would be cool. Start One Piece, it's worth it. I think GME should buy Nvidia when it crashes, unless bro, Nvidia is a multi-trillion-dollar company. GameStop's nothing. GameStop's a little baby company compared to that. Straw Hat Pirate. Sorry, series rigs cost $5K. Asking AI in regards to potential mining performance on the Nvidia GPUs. Sounds like everyone that backed GameStop will be a winner. I mean, who's backing GameStop? I don't even think they need capital. Does anyone else imagine Corey wrote these while he reads them? No, those are the words of Ryan Cohen. I imagine him with a toy poodle. There is a picture of him with a toy poodle. Kylie. I think it's one of the main images up here. Yeah, right here. There's this little poodle. At least I think that's Tylee. I don't know. I don't know what toy poodles look like, to be fair. But yeah, that's Ryan Cohen with his poodle. You got mail. GME dip is setting for another leg higher. Fear is a tool and it worked on a lot of people. Facts. So many bears, bro. So many bears. And not even on game. I mean, there's already negativity about GameStop, but so many bears on the overall market. It's funny. New high day. Can you take me higher? I get excited for you guys the other day when it was at 27. Oh, that's not exciting. When it goes back to 30, potentially 40, then it'll start to get a little bit exciting, but If it's sitting in the 20s, it's not exciting. At least it doesn't excite me. If all you ever did was buy high-quality stocks on the 200-week moving average, you'd beat the S&P 500 by a large margin over time. Is that a real Charlie Munger quote? I've never heard that one. So weird, Curve predicting a recession, but David Hunter predicting 7,500 SP target. He got 6,000 target correct when S&P 500 was 4,500. It's not going to go into recession. Yield curve only matters when the Fed's about to start cutting rates substantially, which isn't going to happen. So the yield curve honestly doesn't mean anything. And even with the yield curving, it could take like a couple years for that even to play out. Rip Charlie Munger, yep. 6,000, next stop 7,500. And also, people's price predictions are irrelevant because nobody knows what's going to happen. Soft landing hit, I believe, much like 95. Just my opinion on recession talk. Could be wrong, but it's how it seems. I mean, people have been talking about recession for, what, 2-3 years now? And it still hasn't happened. Lil Doofus says he's a businessman, builder, business boy, making multi-million businesses moves is all I got from that. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Video. Let's see. Didn't we watch this one? I think this is the one we already watched.
Ryan Cohen, the founder and former.
Huge testament to the team.
Oh no, this is different.
Cohen, the founder. Ryan Cohen, the founder.
What is this lady, bro? She has like no personality.
Ryan Cohen, the founder and former CEO of Chewy. Great to have you here with us.
Thank you for having me.
What an amazing day for you it must be right now.
Yes, I'm very proud.
To see. So what are the thoughts going through your head right now?
It's very emotional. I was, last night standing outside of the building looking at the beautiful Chewy banner next to the beautiful American flags, and yeah, it gives me goosebumps. It's amazing. I'm very proud. It's a huge testament to the team, all the hard work that's been done. This was far from an overnight success. Lots of heart, passion, sacrifice, and dedication, and so it's amazing to see the company go public. It's a special day.
Is it a company that you built up with the idea of it eventually being sold to a major behemoth like PetSmart, and what do they offer that Chewy wouldn't have been able to do on its own?
No, I mean, for us, we saw an opportunity to build a much larger business, and the vision, from the beginning was we want to be the largest pet retailer in the world. And so, as we scaled, we decided we had looked at going public, and it was public company ready. We ran a dual track process. We ultimately decided to work with PetSmart, and we think we picked the right partners.
It's fantastic because from the reports that we've been hearing, it was oversubscribed, and of course the IPO price was above what was expected. The opening price above it was, I mean, if you look at the past couple of consumer tech companies, higher than the IPO price. I mean, were you expecting this kind of demand from investors?
I mean, I'm gonna let the market decide what the price is, so I'm not gonna go there in terms of commenting on the price.
And so right now, stepping away from Chewy, what is next on your docket? Because clearly there was a lot of passion that went into building this company.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at lots of different things, talking to lots of different entrepreneurs, looking at different businesses, corporate boards.
A specific sector that you want to be in?
I like consumer. I would say that, consumer businesses are, probably my circle of competence, and so I think I understand those best. And I'll see, maybe I'll build another business.
And I mean, this is sort of in your bloodline, right? I mean, from your father, and I mean, kind of your history. So when you take a company, I mean, maybe you weren't there when it went public, but when you think about that, what do you do next? Do you want to build another company and take it public again, or at least sell it off or something like that?
I think going public is just a financing event, and so I like scale, I like disruption, and ultimately I love opportunities where we can delight a customer. And we just, when you think about Chewy's core competence, it really wasn't the product. This is a business where we're in the business of delighting customers. We happen to sell pet products, but I think that model would have been successful in a lot of different categories as well. So, that makes me happy, and that's fun.
Naturally on the street, investors will think about the closest company that they can relate a new entrant, a new market entrant to. And for many of them, it was Pets.com. How does Chewy avoid that same fate?
I think, the times have changed so much. The world has changed so much in 20 years. If you look at shipping density, if you look at the adoption of e-commerce back then, people were scared to use their, credit card information online. Today, e-commerce has become a way of life. And if you look at the actual pet space, it's a $70 billion addressable market. You've got the humanization of pets, and people are moving up market. And so the margin structure today makes sense. We've got positive order economics, and the world has changed. There's a lot of businesses back then that didn't make sense that make sense today.
We were seeing a lot different investment in the pet space back then. And even companies like Amazon that are now playing in this more so, Walmart. It seems that Chewy is doing something different than they're able to do, even though both of you have kind of deep data on your customers. How does the data make a difference in what you're offering to a lot of these return customers?
I would say really it's about focus and doing the basic things really well. And so when you think about e-commerce today, it's really table stakes, to ship quickly, be competitively priced, have a wide selection. But since the beginning, I was using the neighborhood pet store as my inspiration, right? And so they were, delivering this amazing experience, and I trusted their advice, and they were the experts in the category. And so we've been able to do that at Chewy online and at scale. And it's the handwritten holiday cards and the pet portraits and the flowers and all of these things to really show our customers we care. We are pet owners, we care about them, and we care about their pets. And I think this is a category where differentiation and being focused is really important.
You're only 33, so you have a lot more of your career ahead of you, and you talked about your beginnings, saying you were coming from a middle-class family, you didn't have a network, and VCs really didn't pick up the phone when you called. For other entrepreneurs who are maybe in that position now, what do you say to them?
Don't stop, just stay focused, continue executing. Don't take no for an answer. I could have stopped or changed my business plan after I got 20 or 30 no's. And, I found someone eventually who ultimately decided to invest in me. And, I am grateful for all of our investors. They've been so supportive all along. I'm grateful for all of the employees. There's just so much hard work and sacrifice and passion and dedication that made this possible. So I'm very lucky.
Another major segment of the market could be services as well. Would you like to see Chewy get into veterinary services, even partner closer with veterinary sciences that are out there?
I'm not going to comment. I think it's up to the management team to decide exactly, how they envision the growth of the company. I would say today where Chewy is, just within its core business, there's still a lot of runway, and it's a $70 billion TAM. There's so many different growth opportunities, whereas, services or international. And so I think the company has a lot of optionality as it looks towards its future.
How are you and your pet celebrating tonight?
Tylee actually, unfortunately, didn't come with me. I wanted to bring her, but she's a 5-pound teacup poodle. She's 12 years old. And
so she's been with you since the beginning?
Yes, she has. She's 12, and she was the inspiration. She was the one who I was bringing to the neighborhood pet store every few weeks. So she's the best.
Absolutely. Well, it's a true inspirational story for you, for your pets as well. And congratulations on this milestone.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys having me.
Absolutely. Ryan Cohen, who is the founder and former CEO of Chewy, joining.
That's interesting that they brought up the veterinarian thing, because Chewy's actually, I think they've opened like 3 or 4 veterinary clinics the past couple years. It's a very new part of Chewy's business, or PetSmart, whatever. Same shit. Just realized PetSmart is PetSmart and PetSmart. Totally missed that double entendre. I don't know how to say that word. Entendre? Reading Sleepy's slogan, having a double entendre late too. That one got me. Trust Sleepy for the rest of your life. Wait, what? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that one. Billions of dollars, best believe that pet getting extra treats. That's funny. Alright, I got like 5 more articles here. 6. Or interviews, I guess. I think these are all of them, though. And then they got some videos to watch. Is this even I think this is an interview. The rise of Chewy to prove the core value of any e-commerce product. Cohen explained how he and co-founder Michael Day created an online store that was offering something Amazon wasn't. Chewy, it's supposed to be a jewelry brand. This isn't an interview. I think this part. Maybe. All right. From 0 to more than 2.1 billion in sales, Cohen brought up an empire among pet lovers. In 2018, the year he left Chewy, continued to reach 3.5 billion in revenue. Today he shares the secret sauce for that soaring number. The founder recalls on the early days where the initial lack of capital did not stop him from growing, but forced him to be disciplined. It wasn't growth at any cost, he shared on Forbes interview. Oh, this is just okay. I don't know if I want to read this one. I do want to read this part though. I love making customers happy, Cohen says. When people shop at Chewy, they really understand we care about them, we care about their pets, and they want to tell all their friends and family. It's a simple model that can be okay, we've already read this, never mind. I don't know too many businesses that ended up not being successful when they did a really good job at delighting their customers. Look for negative comments each night on the company's website. Cohen admits to himself to be an obsessive, relentless, and contrarian leader, with all efforts just to improve the business, even if it's in the tiniest aspect. When customers shop with us, I want them to have the perfect experience. As hard work pays off, customers notice the love and value. Okay, this isn't an interview. This is just a guy quoting the interviews. I think this is an interview part though. Sweet stream idea, even if it's repeat things, the deep dive is entertaining. Yeah, I thought so. I mean, I've learned some stuff. I haven't read a lot of these. So it's very interesting. I mean, what inspired this was yesterday. How many people like were saying Ryan Cohen's kind of weird and like sus. That's what made me want to do this. Like, Ryan Cohen is just a normal guy. Just a normal guy. It's not like some FTX nonsense. Entrepreneur to entrepreneur, what are some valuable lessons I had learned? More from Cohen's journey through questions and answers, their real stories and experiences. What made you keep going when you kept hearing no? Back when he was wondering what... this isn't an interview. They like make it seem like it's an interview, but it's not. What is the most misunderstood thing about entrepreneurship? It's not all glamorous, waking up stressing out, convincing people to give you money, conducting nonstop interviews, make grand decisions. That all is not fun. Do not let the pictures or magazines mislead you. It's a constant stream of every problem. They say being an entrepreneur, you inherit that type A qualities of being competitive and loves to win, but the day-to-day will feel like you're losing. The founder claims even while seeing sales grew into billions, circumstances and emerging problems makes he always feels behind, whether that is the right mentality or not. That was what happened to him. Yeah, this isn't an interview, but whatever. What are the 3 pieces of advice you would give to an inspiring entrepreneur? Firstly, know how to say no to yourself. Cohen remembers back when he first started the business, he was so wired and constantly bombarded with new ideas and hoped to do the best for his brainchild. But when you are growing quickly, it's critical to stay focused, so sometimes no is necessary and is a must. There will be time for innovation and new ideas, yet in those early days when resources are limited, it's important to choose a handful of things and do them extremely well. That's the game changer. Secondly, your biggest risk would have been not taking risk. The risk is insourcing fulfillment. The risk of insourcing fulfillment, the risk of spending $3 million a month on TV ads, the risk of going head to head against Amazon and all that. These decisions were some of the most controversial and required him being comfortable betting against conventional wisdom, which are often contrary to the advice of his board. Last, this is an intimate story of Cohen and his dad. So Cohen's dad had a glassware importing business, and one day they were both talking about it. Was able to prosper from grandfather till now. Okay. See, this isn't an interview. This is him just quoting things. So, yeah, I'm not reading this one. Something critical that I learned from my dad and Warren Buffett was the ability to separate myself from the herd and think independently. Block out noise. Many people initially doubted Chewy would be able to ship 30-pound bags of pet food to customers and make any money. In the early years, few investors thought Chewy was a good idea. Cohen said, I struck out raising capital 100 times. Ignoring the skeptics as well as avoiding distractions and saying no to all but the best opportunities enabled Cohen to focus on the things most critical to Chewy's success: competitive prices, compelling products, fast shipping, and personalized customer service. Credit his dad. Learn how to build my company by watching him build his. The strongest business in the world, Cohen proclaimed, echoing Buffett's comment in February 2020, that Apple is probably the best business I know. Cohen also brushed off concerns about Apple's valuation, arguing that it's relatively cheap when rock bottom interest rates mean bonds are yielding close to zero. Cohen declined to comment on his Wells Fargo and GameStop investment. Sticky customers. Now it's just talking about Warren Buffett. Be greedy when others are fearful. Value doesn't move, but stock prices do, creating an opportunity if you have the right temperament to buy stuff on sale. Okay, so that was nothing, really. What is this? Oh, this is a former CEO tries to push GameStop to become the Amazon of the video game industry. That's not a Cohen interview, so I'm not going to read that. This one is, though. We've read this before, I think, but this is a good interview. This is probably the best one, honestly. But we'll read this one first, because I think this one's really short. Ryan Cohen at AGM was we ushered in a whole new era of GameStop. The 2021 GameStop annual shareholder meeting is officially concluded, blah, blah, blah. From 11 a.m. to 11:15 a.m., gaming retailers work confirmed. The gaming retailers board worked to confirm new nominees such as Larry Chang, first investor in Chewy and a mentor to Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen, now officially chairman of the board, gave a speech via Zoom to the crowd of over 200 shareholders. GME has transcribed the speech. We ushered in a whole new era of GameStop. On a personal note, I want you to know I'm humbled to be elected to your board and serve as your chairman. We have a lot of work in front of us, and it'll take time. We're trying to do something that nobody in the retail space has ever done, but we believe we're putting the right pieces in place and we have clear goals. Delighting customers and driving shareholder value for the long term. The management team and refresh board will remain totally focused on these goals at all times. We know some people want us to lay out a whole detailed plan today, but that's not going to happen. You won't find us talking a big game, making a bunch of lofty promises, or telegraphing our strategy to the competition. Oh, shit. Oh, You won't find us telegraphing our strategy to the competition. Huh. Sounds a little funny, doesn't it? All these Bitcoiners. We won't telegraph our strategy to the competition. Interesting. That's the philosophy we adopted at Chewy. Here are a few things we've done so far. Refreshed the board, added technology and retail experience to the leadership team, paid off all our long-term debt, and strengthened the balance sheet, and begun laying the foundation for long-term growth. Moving forward, we want you to judge GameStop based on our actions, not our words. Thank you, everyone, and as my dad would say, buckle up. All right. Chewy founder Ryan Cohen is now officially GameStop's CEO. This was posted on September 28th, 2023. After firing CEO Matthew Furlong and naming Chewy co-founder Ryan Cohen executive chairman back in June, GameStop has officially named Cohen their new president and CEO. And per an email obtained by Kotaku today, he's apparently looking to make some big cuts at the company, saying his mission is to operate hyper efficiency and profitability. That's completely different than Chewy. That's completely different than Chewy. Chewy was focused on hyper growth. GameStop is focused on hyper efficiency and profitability. See, this is you get some good stuff when you read stuff like this. Hyper efficiency and profitability. Extreme frugality is required, he said in an email to staffers today. Every expense of the company must be scrutinized under a microscope and all waste eliminated. The company has no use for delegators and money wasters. I expect everyone to treat company money like their own and lead by example. Cohen first joined GameStop back in 21, around the peak of the meme stock frenzy that became so publicized that it inspired dumb money, whatever. There's nothing besides that. But that's very interesting. Hyper efficiency and profitability. That's very interesting. All right. We'll watch another video, and then we'll read this one, which this is probably one of the best interviews, to be fair. Oh, this is going to be a good video, I think. I got a feeling.
Online pet retailer Chewy made its debut on the New York Stock Exchange about an hour ago. The company opened at $36 a share. It is now trading, as you can see, dramatically higher than what it priced at $22 a share. Are we going to pull up the Chewy?
It's up, what, 75% or so?
Yeah, it's up about 73% right now. Joining us is Chewy founder Ryan Cohen. Now, you sold the company to BC Partners to PetSmart, but this has got to be a wonderful day for you to watch what you created do so well.
Absolutely. No, it is so special. I am so proud of what we have accomplished. It's been an incredible 8 years, and so much went into this. So much sacrifice, dedication, an amazing team of people who, followed me and helped execute and, on that vision of building the largest pet retailer in the world. And it's just amazing to watch the success of it in the public markets.
To what do you attribute the success of the company, Ryan? I'm curious because just like there's a lot of competition online for selling everything, there's a lot of competition for selling pet products. What is it that makes Chewy an appealing proposition aside from an Amazon, which sells pet products alongside everything else?
Yeah, I would say that being focused on a category where the customers are so fanatical. And so, when it comes to e-commerce, it's table stakes when it comes to fast shipping, being competitively priced and having that selection. But then when you think what we do at Chewy in terms of creating those special experiences and the handwritten holiday cards and the pet portraits and the flowers, 24/7 customer service, and customers call us, they want to know what are the best grain-free foods, what are the best weight loss foods. You're talking to a pet parent, and our customers realize that we truly care. We care about them, and we care about their pets, and we're bringing a human element to e-commerce. And I think within this category, that's really important.
Hey Ryan, Kevin Mott here. What's next for Chewy? Are you going to look to get more customers? Are you going to look to become profitable by decreasing your delivery costs? Or are you going to look to dive deeper into the existing customers you have by selling them more pet product?
Yeah, I think that really is up to the management team at Chewy today. I think the company has outlined in the roadshow presentation different levers for growth. I would say just within the U.S. market, obviously, though, and Chewy's core business is still under-penetrated. There's 11 million customers. It makes up, roughly about 10% share. And so there's still lots of runway just within the U.S., just with, within its core business.
You talk about the runway, but I'm curious, and a former pet owner, because unfortunately our dog is no longer with us, but I still have the collar. So I totally get the emotional connection all of us have, and 85 million households have a pet. But when you talk about runway to grow this business, the company you created today already has over 50% of the online market for pet delivery and is losing huge amounts of money. I know we want them to succeed, but what do you see in what's going on right now that tells you they will?
Yeah, when you look at the company and you look at the short-term losses, our governor of growth has always been free cash flow. And so the company from 2014 to 2018 has gone from 200 million in sales to 3.5 billion in sales and has roughly burned through about 140 million bucks. And all of that money has been spent on new customer acquisition and opening up future fulfillment centers. And so at any point, we could have had a profitable business many years ago had we scaled down the marketing spend. But really, the strategy has been execute on scale and market leadership. And the vision has been, build the largest pet retailer in the world.
Ryan, what are you going to do now? Are you going to sit at home and count your proceeds, or are you figuring out what to do with those proceeds? Maybe what business you're going to invest them now?
No, I'm 33, and I've learned retirement sucks, and so I'm talking to lots of different businesses and entrepreneurs, and I'm figuring out what's next, and maybe I'll start another business. Who knows?
You just gave us a great headline. Retirement sucks.
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Ryan.
If you're 33, I think that's safe to say.
Too young to retire. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
We'll keep in touch and figure out what you're doing next. Appreciate it. Take care.
Totally. Thanks,
you. Ryan Cohen.
Retirement sucks. I agree. I've never understood the concept of retirement, personally. I think it'd be boring not to be doing anything. I like to hear what YouTubers Roaring Kitty likes in the GameStop space or other investors he likes to follow. Well, you can go to his Twitter and just follow the people he follows. That's probably the easiest way. But as far as YouTube, there's nobody who makes good videos, so everyone just is trying to sell a Discord or whatever. I like the videos where people actually go to the store and do things at the store. Anyone who talks about trading and all that, most of them have no fucking clue what they're even talking about, so it's kind of pointless. Secret weapon behind Chewy founder Ryan Cohen's success. Everything I know from empathy, the principles of making money, I learned from following in the footsteps of my late father, Ted Cohen. We spoke for hours every day. He was always and always will be my best friend, advisor, and biggest advocate. A successful glassware operator. I had to pause that. A successful glassware importer with an impeccable work ethic, my father never missed a day on the job. If he were here today, he'd be worried about the millions of unemployed and struggling businesses across the country. The warehouse workers, drivers, construction workers, and small business owners, those are the people he respected most. Looking back on his life and influence, the following 5 principles he showed me were critical to my success building Chewy and investing. Watch your expenses. Watch your expenses. Weird. Disciplined capital allocation is one of the most important skills for running a successful business. I think we got to read that one more time. Disciplined capital allocation is one of the most important skills for running a successful business. Thanks to my father, I had the privilege of learning this firsthand. He kept track of every expense, his power bills, daily gasoline prices that impacted transportation cost, the individual prices of hundreds of glassware products that he sold. My father also kept tabs on Chewy's metrics. He memorized the key performance indicators in both of our businesses. At Chewy, we had a maniacal discipline when it came to how we spent money. The company-wide culture of frugality came from his example. Free cash flow was our unwavering governor of growth. We grew Chewy from $200 million in sales in 2013 to $3.5 billion in 2018, while spending only $130 million in capital, all of which went to opening distribution centers across the country and acquiring new customers. Delight your customers. My father always repeated this quote from his own father. If you take a carload of this, you'll make money. But if you take a carload of that, you'll make less money. But you'll keep the customers. So take the carload of that. When we started Chewy in 2011, selling pet food online wasn't a novel idea. The field was crowded with competitors, including Amazon, but our mission was to delight customers in a more personal way. We believed combining the experience of the neighborhood pet store with the convenience of shopping online was a key differentiator. The focus was fast shipping, competitive pricing, and providing customers with a hyper-specialized experience. My father showed me how building lifelong relationships with customers was far more valuable than optimizing for short-term profits. Be the person others want to follow. My father led by example, but not in a deliberate way. It is who he was. He never patronized anyone. He admired blue-collar workers. I watched him roll up his sleeves and help his employees move shipments of glassware from trucks into the warehouse, then put his suit jacket back on, shirt drenched in sweat, and do administrative work. I've never seen anyone work harder. I was fortunate to find employees at Chewy who worked relentlessly to grow the company from a 3-person operation to a household brand with more than 10,000 employees. We didn't disrupt the pet industry by accident. Our team made huge sacrifices. We opened our first fulfillment center in early 2014, and everything from the warehouse management system to the Wi-Fi would constantly break down. The team worked 16 hours a day for weeks until our supply chain was humming. Everyone from the fulfillment staff to the directors and executives were committed to Chewy's success. You don't get that level of dedication by leading through fear. My father always said, you catch more bees with honey than vinegar. Take the long view. My father was never looking to make a quick buck. He had no interest in material possessions. Every year, through thick and thin, he invested his savings into the stock market. He believed the real money was made through time in the market, not timing the market. Weird. When I was 13, he gave me a chart comparing real estate to stock market returns since the 1920s. Real estate's annualized returns were around 4%, and the stock market was around 9%. It didn't take long for me to figure out which I preferred. I've been investing ever since. My father never invested in any fancy funds or paid management fees. He bought blue chip companies and held them forever. His 20-year annualized stock returns were over 10%. He never borrowed money or paid interest. As we scaled Chewy, many advised us to slow down and raise prices. We disagreed. Key to our success was obsessing over customers and market leadership. Over the long term, customers and profits intersect. What's up, KCR? I mean, yeah. And that's why I think, real estate's whatever. Not because of this interview, but the stock market's way better than real estate. Trust yourself. Entrepreneurs don't operate with a handbook. My father taught me how to be independent and trust my own moral compass. He encouraged me to separate myself from the herd and think critically. When I told him I had no desire to go to college, he shrugged. Whether he agreed with my decision or not, he supported me unconditionally. Letting me make my own decisions sowed the seeds for me to become an entrepreneur. The confidence to never compromise my vision of building Chewy into the largest pet retailer came from knowing if I failed, he would always love me. For 45 years, he was the first employee to open his office and the last one to leave. He showed me how perseverance and discipline ultimately paid off. Not only was his work ethic unmatched, so was his commitment to family. He gave me unconditional love and showed me how to be a father. Above all, he taught me that the best decisions come from heart, instincts, and empathy. I will forever be grateful. And I think that's all of them. I couldn't find any more. I took a lot of time last night trying to find every interview, but I couldn't find any more, so I think that's all of them. There's a few videos to watch still, though.
The online pet retailer Chewy had a pretty spectacular stock market debut, soaring more than 60% above its IPO price to $36 a share at one point. But since then, market enthusiasm has faded a little bit. Today, the stock is trading down more than 1% at $32.15 a share. I am joined now by the founder and former CEO of Chewy, Ryan Cohen. Ryan, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I know it's been a little over a year since you've stepped down as CEO.
Yes.
The stock, like I said, had a great start. It seems like some of that enthusiasm is fading. Do you think Wall Street's not getting the Chewy story right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't comment on the stock price, but what I will say is this is a business that's gone from $200 million to $3.5 billion in sales over the past 5 years. It's burned through roughly about $140 million in free cash flow, and it's continuing to grow. And so we have deferred profitability in the short term to maximize shareholder value over the long term.
How sustainable is that model?
I mean, the company really could have been profitable many years ago had we really ratcheted down marketing spend. And so we've made an intentional decision to really invest in scale and market leadership and build a much larger business.
Now, in the last earnings report, we saw that Chewy's growth rate was actually slashed in half year over year. Some investors are worried that perhaps the company's already peaked. As the founder of this company, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't comment specifically on that. What I will say is that it's a $70 billion TAM. Chewy's a $3.5 billion business, and I think we've really sowed the seeds and created a foundation that's very scalable and capable of being a much larger business. So it'll really be up to the management team to decide how quickly they decide to scale, but it's it's early days in terms of its overall online penetration.
There's been some talk out there, I know you've seen it, comparing Chewy to Pets.com, really the poster child of the tech bubble back in 2000. There are some similarities, not profitable yet, holding off on profits as it tries to beef up volume. Other than that, though, is that a fair comparison, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is an absolute crazy comparison. I think there's really nothing in common between those two businesses. You look at Pets.com, that was a business at the time it went public, was doing $6 million in sales. Its product cost was $13 million. Chewy is doing about $3.5 billion in sales, and it's burned through roughly $140 million of free cash flow. So comparing a $6 million to $3.5 billion business, one with strong underlying profitability, really is not a fair comparison.
It is a crowded space, though. How do you differentiate, right? I mean, everybody's out there looking for the best price. It seems like lots of places, Amazon, the least of which, is able to offer convenience as well.
Yeah, I would say that, the strategy from the beginning is really replicating the experience I had in the neighborhood pet store, but doing it online and doing it at scale. And so, doing those small things like the handwritten holiday cards and the flowers and the pet portraits, really showing our customers we care about them, we care about them, we care about their pets, and we never want them to dream of shopping anywhere else for their pet products. And so pet customers are fanatical. That's the ecosystem that we've built. That's really the foundation and the soul of the company. And being focused on this category is a huge differentiator against some of our other competitors.
You founded this company in 2011 at the age of 26. You said you went to 100 different investors. They all said no.
Yeah.
Thank goodness you stuck to it. What's your number one piece of advice for entrepreneurs watching this right now?
don't give up. I mean, I wasn't going to take no for an answer. And so finally I found someone that was willing to invest in me. But I could have stopped after 20 or 30 and, reworked my business plan or gone home. But that really wasn't, my MO. I was determined to build the largest pet retailer in the world. And I wasn't going to stop until I found someone that was going to invest. And so just keep on going. Eventually you'll find someone.
Stick to a narrative. I mean, I think he's just telling his truth. Okay, so we watched all those. What else do I got here? Oh yeah, you got the 23 annual shareholder meeting, which is very similar to the 24 one. It's literally the exact same thing. It's almost like it's the same exact script.
Briefly, my father always told me, talk is cheap, actions speak louder than words. My responsibility is making sure GameStop is run by managers who treat company money like their own. In corporate America, the people in charge, the professional directors and management teams, are not aligned with shareholders. They are always the recipient of stock grants. However, they rarely purchase company shares with their own savings. There's a big difference between risk-free compensation for showing up and putting a meaningful amount of your own money at risk. As a result, money is wasted, work is delegated, and a lot of time is spent managing to short-term expectations and pandering to Wall Street. I like people who roll up their sleeves and do real work. People guided by principles, not robots who seek to rest and vest. In corporate America, there's no shortage of overpaid executives, bad capital allocation and chronic waste, and serial delegators. As much as this behavior is both predictable and reprehensible, it is precisely what creates opportunities. Thank you for being a shareholder.
Thank you for being a shareholder. All right, what else we got here? We got the 40-minute long DD interview. I don't know if YouTube is gonna clap me for watching that, but I think we're gonna watch it because honestly, I'm kind of clapped and I don't really feel like talking, so enjoy.
I thought it was a great idea.
Okay.
Got the full setup there. Fax machine, computer.
Welcome to GME interview with the one, the only Ryan Cohen. I'm Joe Fonicello, your host for the next hour. Ryan serves as the chairman of GameStop and the manager of RC Ventures. Ryan, this is your first public appearance in over 2 years and the only time you've sat down with anyone for an extended interview like this. Why have you remained so quiet despite the attention?
Well, first of all, thank you for hosting me. I've been incredibly impressed with the level of diligence that GME has done for GameStop and for the community. And I couldn't think of a more appropriate channel to have this conversation with. Secondly, in terms of why haven't I done anything up until now, I haven't had time. I've been focused on work. So sorry for my dog in the background. But I haven't had time. I haven't had time to play. I've been focused on work. So it's taken up all of my time.
Before everything with GameStop, you are the founder and CEO of Chewy at the age of 25. Can you talk about what building Chewy meant to you and what you learned from that experience?
Can you hear the dog in the background?
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's a real dog, by the way. It's not just sound effects.
Yeah.
What did I learn from Chewy? Chewy was hard. We built Chewy in Florida. It was very hard to raise capital. We were a bunch of nobodies. It's like 3 states basically account for like 75% of venture capital: New York, California, and Massachusetts. So raising capital was really difficult at Chewy. Attracting talent was very difficult at Chewy, especially being in Florida. The talent pool was pretty limited. And we were selling 30-pound bags of pet food online. And so that wasn't very popular either against the backdrop of pets.com. So first, everyone said pets, you can't make the unit economics work selling 30-pound bags of pet food. And then once we had positive unit economics, everyone said that Amazon was going to crush us. And neither of those things were true. But it was very, very tough. It's a low margin business. Part of the secret sauce was just how we structured it. We had negative working capital. We took the business from like 200 million to 3.5 billion. We burned through less than 150 million of cash, even though we accumulated significant losses. We turned our inventory over faster than our payment terms. But granted, going head to head against Amazon, selling 30-pound bags of pet food in the mail, tough business.
Yeah.
GameStop, on the other hand, in many ways, Chewy was like a new construction. We built the business from the ground up, knew the business inside and out. GameStop is different. We inherited a bunch of legacy everything and underinvestment across the entire business, people, the entire technology stack, just decades of neglect. And so it's hard to turn around a brick and mortar retailer that's under the kind of pressure that GameStop was and continues to be under. But that was also part of the attraction going into GameStop, was that a transformation the likes of GameStop was really unprecedented, and I was motivated by that. And similarly, selling 30-pound bags of pet food in the mail was also very unpopular, and we figured it out. So, yeah, I like tough things. I don't like to make my life easy for whatever reason.
You've made yourself into a pretty prolific activist investor. Is RC Ventures evaluating other opportunities in this market, and what do you look for?
I'm always looking for opportunities. What do I look for? Yeah, and of course, I mean it's definitely a better environment and market to allocate capital today than it's been, in a very, very long time, at least in the past decade. So I like consumer businesses. That's my core competency, and I like simple businesses.
How big is RC Ventures?
You're looking at RC Ventures team.
So why did you invest in GameStop?
I invested in GameStop because I thought it was cheap. I thought the intrinsic value of the business was worth more than the price that I paid. There was a tremendous amount of skepticism around GameStop. And those are the things that I like. I like looking at things where no one is looking at them. Those are usually some of the best opportunities. And I'd say the opposite of that is IPOs, where, the animal spirits are out and everyone's kind of standing in line trying to give them money. GameStop was on the opposite end of that. No one was interested in investing in GameStop at the time that I made the investment. It was hugely unpopular, and those are the things that attract my attention. I'm contrarian by nature, and so it was a pretty contrarian investment at the time.
Yeah, there are some contrarians online. What did you know about the enthusiasm from some retail investors over GameStop on digital communities like Wall Street Bets?
I learned about, I'd say I only really noticed it when I filed my 13D. I lost my 13D virginity in August of 2020. So I was a late bloomer. And that's when I noticed retail activity. And then when I filed subsequent amendments, I noticed it. But it was something that snowballed over time, and it was impossible to predict, frankly. So obviously we know what happened. We know what happened afterwards in January, but I learned about it really when everyone else learned about it.
Yeah, last we spoke, you referred to the events of January 2021 as one of the most fascinating things that has happened in the history of financial markets. And it was life-changing for us retail investors. What was it like for you?
When I decided to join the board, personally, I made a long-term commitment to be at the company for an extended period of time. And so there was a lot of deliberations, or I'd say board drama, going on after I joined the board that really had nothing to do with the volatility in the markets, and had everything to do just with the transformation and everything going on at the company. And so we changed the composition of the board. We got rid of the entire board. We got rid of all the professional directors. We changed up the entire management team, and so I was focused on making all of the changes at the company, and that consumed all of my time.
Do you think what happened then could ever happen again?
I don't know. I mean, that's hard to predict what's going to happen in financial markets. Anything.
Oh, what did he just say? What did he just say? I didn't quite hear that. Did he just say it's hard to predict what's going to happen in financial markets? That's weird. That's odd.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
When you think about the attention GameStop's received since then, how has that impacted the company's transformation?
It's great branding. I mean, there's no amount of money that can get the kind of branding that we got from GameStop. So, it made the company world renowned. It brought a lot of attention to the company, and I mean, I think it was hugely beneficial for the brand.
Yeah, I remember when that happened, we made a post on GME saying this is the great opportunity to rebrand all the stores across the globe to GameStop, because that was just free marketing, for everyone to know the GameStop name. And you did end up changing Canada over to GameStop. So founding a company poses a different set of challenges than transforming a legacy business. How are Chewy and GameStop different or alike?
They're both contrarian, selling, there was all the comparisons with Chewy to Pets.com and then GameStop to Blockbuster. It was harder to raise capital at Chewy. It was, every time we raised capital, we basically had one option. When we were hiring was very difficult. We were unknown quantity in Florida. I'd say at GameStop, we've been able to raise capital. We're fortunate that we were able to do 2 ATMs. It's been easier to hire, being in the public markets and having that level of visibility. But in terms of the actual business, the business is more challenged at GameStop. Even if you look at the cohorts and the customer retention at Chewy, selling consumables online, we had really sticky customers, and at GameStop, it's completely different. You don't have sticky customers. So, we had a payback period and a certain lifetime value, whereas at GameStop, you got to make back your money right away when you spend money on customer acquisition. So it's definitely a different dynamic. Having said that, though, if you look at GameStop and the brand, and the store base and the strategic assets of the company, the size of the customer database, there's a lot of strategic, and just the revenue base, frankly. I mean, we needed to build that revenue base at Chewy. No one had ever heard of it. It was literally customer by customer. Whereas with GameStop, it's a known quantity already, and we've got a business and a foundation to build off of. But having said that, it's a foundation that was underinvested in for a very long time, and we've been working really hard to restore and rebuild that foundation.
So when George Shorman stepped down, there were a lot of speculation whether or not you would become CEO. You were CEO at Chewy. Why not at GameStop? Jim and Alan served as your CFO and COO, so we thought you were putting the Chewy team back together since they were placed on the GameStop board.
After Chewy almost killed me, so I didn't want to put myself in the same position in terms of just the level of sacrifice that's required to be the CEO. Having already done that is something that I didn't want to put myself in the same position. So I put myself in a position where I can be involved strategically, but not putting myself in a position where, once I'm CEO, with Chewy, and I guess this is just my work ethic and the way that I am. If I'm the CEO, I'll basically work myself to death, and I can't control myself. I'm an extremist, so I didn't want to put myself in the same position. I learned my lesson after Chewy, and then I have to control myself. I'm my own worst enemy.
You've hired and fired a lot of people. GMEDD tracks these hires, and on Yahoo Finance, I held up a stack of over 400 resumes to show it. What do you look for in talent?
Will, a really, really strong work ethic, someone who is very, very, very hungry. And so will is embedded into you at a very, very young age. Skills you can acquire.
What's up, Shadow? Why is it odd? It's odd because a bunch of people think they're smart and that they can predict the market, and a multi-billionaire says it's impossible to predict it. That's why it's odd.
And you can learn. So I look for someone who's got a chip on their shoulder, someone who comes from a broken family, someone who was bullied as a kid, someone who's an immigrant and really has had to fight and is just incredibly hungry. Those are the kind of people that I like, and it's hard to find, and it's getting much harder to find. But those are the kind of people that I'm attracted to.
Today, you've become a hero to retail investors, and the pundits like Jim Cramer can't get your name out of their mouths. What has it been like becoming such a public figure?
I think I'm the same when I was 7, 17, 27, 37, 37 today. I haven't really changed. I'm still a kid, still pretty immature. I have a pretty strange, dark sense of humor, and I don't plan on changing. So, yeah.
What do you think of the mainstream media and the talking heads in the finance world?
I'd say there's some publications and there's some pieces that are great and accurate, and there's some that are whiffed together in a few hours and aren't diligenced very thoroughly. So at least now with the internet, there's a lot more competition for the mainstream media, and there's a lot more avenues to get your story out. GME is a really good example of that, and so it's hard to speak in generalities.
So yeah, instead of going on CNBC and Bloomberg, you have a lot of fun on Twitter, and your tweets are often analyzed for a deeper meaning. I'm going to show you a few of your tweets, and I'd like you to explain what was going through your head when you tweeted it. So we're going to start with your ice cream cone tweet. On February 24th, 2021, you tweeted a McDonald's soft serve cone. This was your first tweet on the board of GameStop. Can I take a stab actually at the meaning of this? I just want to see if I got it right.
Go for it.
Volition Capital's website says Chewy's first board meeting included a trip to McDonald's for soft serve. Is that
True.
right? True. So then what's the meaning of the frog?
It's $1.42. Well, this was before all the crazy inflation, but $1.42 for like 150 or 200 calorie ice cream, which is like the best ice cream in town as far as I'm concerned. And I had McDonald's ice cream, so my tweets are just me being me, and it's a good deal for a great treat. So that's the meaning.
So here on April 20th, 2021.
We could have picked something else. Just preparing a drink.
For our audio only viewers, it's a bear shaking a mixed drink. And you have nothing to say besides that's just a fun tweet?
No comment. No comment.
Okay. May 28th, 2021. Ryan Cohen, RIP dumbass.
I mean, I told you I have a really dark sense of humor, and I can be very self-deprecating at times. So I figured that might end up being ultimately my tombstone. So I wanted to see what it would look like.
All right, what's next? Let's see. So June 3rd, 2021, Sears being torn down. What's up with that?
That could be GameStop. That could be GameStop.
That's why you shared it with the skull emoji.
I think there's a lot of similarity. There's a lot of potential similarities.
Can't stop, won't stop. And you're sitting on the toilet with a fax machine, or is that a phone and a computer?
That's a very efficient setup, by the way, and I do my best work on the toilet. So that's not my actual toilet, but I thought it was a great idea.
Okay.
Got the full setup there: fax machine, computer.
October 26th, we have a sumo wrestler being pushed by a much smaller man. What's up with this one?
I mean, that kind of feels what it is to that's kind of what the sentiment sometimes feels like at GameStop.
Yeah, that was my interpretation as well. Thought you're like taking on the big man.
Yeah. David versus Goliath.
Exactly. All right, what's next? MGGA, October 31st, 2021.
Well, you tell me.
I responded to this on the GMEDD account. Make GameStop great again. That was my prediction.
Sounds about right.
All right, I love it. What's next? Why waste money on college when Wikipedia is free? January 27th, 2022, with a link to a certain sex position on Wikipedia.
Well, I can't believe that image was on Wikipedia to begin with. And secondly, I can't believe the amount of money that people spend on college tuition when you can basically find everything. You can learn everything you need to learn online. So I believe that. Why? I don't know why you'd end up racking all kinds of being in debt for the rest of your life when you can learn everything online yourself.
Fair enough.
Odd. Weird. What's up, Shadow? Why is today a big day? Trying to wing myself. Are you actually? I mean, I'm proud of you if you're actually trying. It's not odd, it's pretty obvious. Obviously, it's not pretty obvious because everyone thinks they can predict the market. So it must not be pretty obvious. I'm already having a bad time. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Ryan Kitty mentioned if Ryan Cohen is not a doofus, then GME can transform and grow the business. Hence little doofus. Yeah, that's a running joke for the past few days. Little doofus going hard. Bro, I'm telling you, someone needs to make the meme of Ryan Cohen with rainbow hair and face tats, bro. That's gonna bang on Twitter. If you want to go, if you want a viral post on Twitter, that'll bang. That'll actually bang.
And I thought the picture, I thought the image on Wikipedia.
Oh yeah, I paused this because I think it's funny that he talks about this in this interview because I think college is a waste of time and money as well, unless you can go for free. But it is like one of the easiest ways to increase your income, but ultimately it is kind of a waste for a majority of people.
Wikipedia was slightly entertaining.
Yeah, I think you got in trouble with this one on Twitter. I think this was censored a lot of the time. When I tried to view the tweet, it'd be like,
yeah, you censor. Yeah, you censor. I don't.
I
Think
censored it on the preview here.
If it's on Wiki, yeah, but it's on Wikipedia.
February 22nd, 2022. A pair of shorts.
What do you think?
It has to be about short selling.
I mean, I'm not a fan of short sellers. And
why didn't you put an X?
I've shared that sentiment before.
I think there's a lot of benefits of college, but like I said, for a majority of people, it's a waste. Like, there's only a small minority that are actually going to benefit from it. I think. I could be wrong, but that's what I believe.
I don't know.
And I mean, if you can go for free, that's epic.
I'll give you my Twitter account, and then you can make the post.
You don't spend hours thinking about these, making sure it's at this exact certain time or anything like that?
No.
All right.
No.
You know what happens when I eat too much fruit? April 4th, 2022.
What happens when you eat? First of all, I love fruit. But when you have too much fruit, you got to be careful. You have to control yourself. So I ate too much fruit that night.
Is it not so bad though, because that's where you get your best work done, sitting on the toilet?
And it's healthy. It's healthy.
That's fair. Arlington, Virginia. It's a photo of you in a GameStop store. May 12th, 2021.
I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
I think there was an article that came out that claimed you were ghost shopping. Is that what you do?
I mean, I'm always kind of, when I go into the stores, ghost shopping, checking out the place, seeing what the inventory.
And you don't get recognized?
Yeah. More recently, I have. It's harder to do.
Okay. Now, when I wrote about this on our website, I noted what was in your hand, and we spent a lot of time trying to figure out. We thought it was a scooter, an electric scooter.
Yes, it was. Not an electric scooter, though, but it was a scooter. Just a non-electric scooter.
Do you do that a lot? Do you ride a normal scooter around?
No, it wasn't mine, actually. It was my son's.
All right. That's fair. So we got that one right. These are the kind of things we look at.
Every detail matters.
Yeah, of course. People were looking at the way the games were set up on the rack. People thought maybe there was a message there.
Yeah.
There wasn't one, right? No message in the games?
No, there wasn't, no.
Wall Street charges lofty fees, doesn't risk its own money, consistently underperforms, and wins regardless of how the economy does. Meanwhile, Main Street faces inflation and a growing wealth gap. What's the solution? This is a tweet of yours, June 27th, 2022.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I don't know what the solution is. I'm not I don't understand all these management fees and why, people give their money to, they've got the cocktail parties and stuff like that. And, I understand there's a certain allure by going and investing in a certain fund, but, whether it's mutual funds or private equity or venture capital, I mean, a lot of these structures are set up where it's heads I win, tails you lose. Like, they make money regardless of whether they outperform the S&P 500. And so I don't really understand that concept. And I think that anyone that's managing money, there shouldn't be ulterior motives. And so I'm not really a fan of management fees. I think it's misaligned with investors, and there's clearly also unprecedented inflation and a growing wealth gap, and it's complicated in terms of what the solution is, because this has been going on for a long time.
I'm sick of seeing failed executives make millions in risk-free compensation while shareholders are left holding the bag. And then
I don't even think that's like the issue with college. I think the issue with college is getting in, over $100,000 of debt, and then you don't even get a job that like pays any more than if you would have been working this whole time. I don't think it has anything to do with motivation, or at least my opinion has nothing to do with motivation or anything like that. But I get what you're saying.
asked, so how do you change it? And you say directors should comprise of owners who bought shares with their own money.
Yeah, I think that's the simple and most effective solution. You've got a boardroom full of owners that are risking their own capital. You tend to think differently when it's very, very different when something is given to you and it's risk-free compensation, and regardless of how the business does, you end up making money, versus you actually bought shares with your own money and you serve on a board. And so you spend a lot more time on the actual business and business risks and how the business is going to allocate capital, as opposed to everything in the name of corporate governance and hiring compensation consultants and overpaying executives. People behave differently when they're risking their own capital. So that's what I think the solution is.
In April, you welcomed Elon Musk to the world of activism when he took note of the Twitter board owning almost no shares of the company. How do you feel about that?
I think that's par for the course. I mean, that's most public companies. It's like it's like less than 10% of CEOs ever even buy shares in the open market. So I mean, there's very few insider transactions. You've got directors and executives that are serving on boards, and they're very well-to-do. And I always wonder, what are they doing with their money? Like, they're working at the company, they're serving on the board of the company, but then they put their money into something else, and that doesn't make very much sense to me. But again, that's the way things are right now. That's the way things have always been. That's corporate America, and it's frustrating.
You've stated that you think your Twitter is being suppressed. Do you think that changes under Musk's leadership?
I hope so. I think he's aware of the issues, and um, again, I mean that's just my theory, and I don't know why, and I don't know for sure whether it actually is or not. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of changes now at Twitter. When you go from having a bunch of professional directors and just all the bureaucracy that comes with being a public, and most public companies have a tremendous amount of bureaucracy versus being a private company. I mean, you can be much more nimble and make changes a lot more efficiently.
I don't know if I should try and say this one in reverse, but it's November 14th, 2021. Our decoding was that it was "I have a small wee wee" written backwards.
I think that's pretty funny.
Is it true?
I don't know. It depends who you ask.
It's subjective. Okay.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
General Zhao's chicken is the official spelling, May 3rd, 2022.
I didn't think it was actually spelled like that. I was actually very surprised when I discovered that that's how General Tao is actually spelled.
And so you tweeted it?
My Twitter is full of all kinds of words of wisdom, as you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
I actually went from having a bunch of
thought...
high-priced consultants managing my Twitter to managing it myself. All the other tweets up until now were high-priced consultants. And I thought some of their content was incredibly inappropriate, so I let them go. I'm like, where are they coming up with this stuff? I have a small wee backwards. Like, come on.
So
do better.
With this, I thought maybe you won an argument with somebody and you were like boasting about it. Like you argue with someone how to spell it, and then like you were right, so you wanted to tweet about it and show it to them. That wasn't it. You just found out how to spell it.
No. It was just one of those things where it was just this epiphany, and I was just like, wow, I can't believe it's spelled like that.
Fair markets are free markets, May 12th, 2022.
I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Good use of taxpayer money is the government cracking down on hedge fund short sellers, May 15th, 2022.
Well, I think it's interesting that if you're long, you have to disclose those positions. But if you're short, you don't have to. And so, I think that it should be the same rules that applies to short sellers as people that have, that are long certain positions. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think ultimately that's probably what's going to happen. But, there's not really much of a difference between being long or short a position, but the disclosure requirements are completely different.
Nobody sane can defend today's compensation for the corporate power brokers, most of which is risk-free. How did we get here? June 21st, 2022.
I think we got here when we started loading up professional directors in corporate America, and they started being responsible for shareholder money without risking their own. And, going and hiring compensation consultants and surrounding themselves with expensive lawyers and other consultants, and they don't care about the money. So they're going and they're overpaying for talent. They're overpaying ultimately for everything because it's not their money. What do they give a crap? So that's how we got here. Is you've got a bunch of professional directors serving on boards of most of these public companies, and ultimately I think the solution is you got to have people in the boardroom that are risking their own capital, and then they're going to act a lot more sensibly. But that's not the direction that we seem to be heading in. We seem to be heading in the opposite direction, and I think that I think that directors and officers should, if they're responsible for shareholder money, they should be risking their own money, and they should be buying shares with their own money. And you don't see enough of that. You see very little of that. So. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
In general, when an executive gets paid millions of dollars and leaves a company in shambles, they should be forced to return the money. July 5th, 2022.
Yeah, I grew up. I saw my father wake up at 4:30 in the morning, go jogging. He was at the office by 6. He opened the door for his employees. He left at 6. He never took a sick day, go to work even when he had a 102 fever or food poisoning. And so he worked his butt off, and there was no free lunch in life. If the business did well, he made money. If it didn't, then he had some years where he lost money. In corporate America, somehow, you've got these executives that are making millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars. They can drive the business to the ground, and most of their compensation is risk-free. And they don't work very hard, frankly, either. I mean, they're going and they're basically preparing PowerPoint presentations and doing conference calls. And so, corporate America is littered with risk-free compensation and overpaid executives, and it's deeply, deeply disturbing to see what's going on and the level of wealth inequality in this country. So, building Chewy, I was risking my own capital. I didn't take a salary for a very long time, and the salary that I took was really, really, really small. It wasn't millions or tens of millions of dollars. So, as an entrepreneur, as someone who grew up seeing a level of work ethic that's that's really unmatched, I don't understand what's going on in corporate America. It's a whole other world. It's like Looney Tunes, some kind of fantasy land or sick dream or whatever, but it doesn't make any sense to me. You can lose a lot of money and still make a lot of money. You can lose shareholder money and still make a lot of money, and it happens all the time.
April 13th, 2022, Ryan Cohen by day, Warren Icahn by night. And then also recently you shared a photo with Carl Icahn.
I think there's a lot to learn from Carl. I mean, he is the OG activist, and he's been doing it for a heck of a long time. And so, when it comes to investing, I learned a lot from my father. I pretty much learned everything from my father. He was the one who introduced me to investing. And then I kind of have a hybrid approach. I'm, willing to go activist and I'm ready to go activist if the opportunity is right. But if I could sit on my hands and invest in a great business with a competent management team, the way that Warren Buffett does it, and let your capital compound for you, then I'm pretty agnostic in terms of what the approach is, whether it's activism or passive investing. And so, anyway, that was just me. Being me.
Can you share why you met with Carl?
I don't want to get into the details of the conversation.
Politics is the gentle art of getting votes from the poor and campaign funds from the rich by promising to protect each from the other. The hell with the left and the right. Stop dividing the people.
You want to know my comments to this? I mean, I think that's what's happening. It's become very popular in politics on both sides of the aisle to divide the people. And I think that the job of a politician, a good politician, and I'm not a fan of politicians, all politicians, but I think the job of an elected official is to bring the country together, and that doesn't seem to be happening. It's become very popular to divide everyone. So, I'm not a fan of the left, and I'm not a fan of the right. I don't like it.
Do you consider yourself a libertarian?
Yeah. Generally speaking, the larger and more powerful the government is, the less freedom people have. And so, I'm in favor of the people having more freedom. I think that the greatest advances in society come from the private markets. And, I think that ultimately is capitalism. And if you look at the level of innovation in this country, from the likes of the technology companies, as an example, I mean, that's an American phenomenon. And so I think in general, I'm in favor of, more freedom for people.
This is actually the last tweet we'll be talking about. So thanks for being such a good sport. Moving on. For a long time, e-commerce was said to kill off retail stores. Now e-commerce giants like Amazon are getting into brick and mortar stores. What are your thoughts on the future of brick and mortar?
I think if you look at e-commerce penetration as a percent of retail, it's still underpenetrated, and I think that just generally, I'd rather be an e-commerce company than a brick and mortar retailer. So,
are you a gamer or did you game as a kid?
I gamed as a kid, lots of Call of Duty, all the EA Sports game, well, hockey and baseball.
Perfect. I was just going to ask you what you played, so it's good to know. I was a Call of Duty kid myself. I'd like to talk some more about investing in the current economy, which is much different than the start of the year. How has your investment outlook and management philosophy changed as the world exits the zero interest rate policy regime?
Interest rates, higher interest rates are a game changer. And so it changes everything. It's changed how we allocate capital at GameStop. And that's not just GameStop specific. It's every single business. I mean, it's as simple as before you had 0% interest rates. And so there really was no discount rate. And the difference between long-term cash flows and short-term cash flows, really, there wasn't much of a difference. Now you have a real discount rate. You've got the 10-year treasury north of 4%. And so the value of short-term cash flows is much greater than long-term cash flows. And as a result, there's, at GameStop, we're targeting higher returns, and we're focused much more on short-term profitability as a result. And so
I don't have anything to say. I just hope you guys listen to that part.
We're cutting expenses aggressively, and we're going to continue to cut expenses aggressively and have much more of an emphasis on short-term profitability. And so it's pretty simple. Interest rates are like gravity, and you've got a higher hurdle rate and effectively a much higher discount rate. And so it's a focus on profitability.
To what extent do you think Chewy benefited from zero interest rates?
It did. I mean, we raised $350 million, and we would have taken a similar approach. We targeted a certain lifetime value and payback period at Chewy, and that was under a 0% interest rate environment. And so we would have been, our marketing spend was efficient, but we would have been even more selective in terms of how many customers we acquired and targeting a shorter payback period and higher returns on invested capital ultimately. And that likely would have translated into lower revenue growth. But ultimately you allocate capital differently when interest rates are higher. You're targeting higher returns.
So how has becoming chairman of GameStop changed your views on capital markets?
I mean, it's given me firsthand experience in terms of just the public markets per se. But there's more red tape and bureaucracy to work through as a public company than a private company. But at the end of the day, whether I'm serving on a board or whether I'm an actual executive or whether I'm investing in a business, I mean, it's capital allocation. And more involved, you're more involved as an executive as opposed to, there's not much of a decision you can make other than buying and selling versus being a passive investor. But ultimately, it's all just capital allocation.
You disclosed a 9.8% stake in Bed Bath & Beyond in March of this year and urged the board to adjust the company's strategy. In August, you sold that position. Why?
I have a standstill with the company, so I have to be careful what I say. So I'll speak more in generalities. My views of the business clearly changed, and I was highly critical of the strategy and the strategy in the letter that I put out. In general, it's rare to see a company go from aggressively repurchasing shares to losing a lot of money. And so, when I saw that and I saw the results, my views changed of the business, and ultimately I sold.
You've shared before that everything you know, you learned by following in the footsteps of your father, Ted Cohen. What would you say to him if he was still with us?
A lot. I spoke to my father a few hours a day, so I don't even know where I would start. He would get a kick out of watching everything that's going on. Uh, so what would I say to him? What would I say to him about what? We'd have a lot to talk about. It'd be a very, very long discussion, and I really wouldn't know where to start.
You have a very strong fan base. What final remarks would you like to leave them with?
I have a very similar sense of humor, and so I get a kick out of seeing some of the content that gets posted online. It's good. It's very, 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 very good. And some of the content that gets posted online, it's a lot of work goes into it, and it's hilarious. So it's right up my alley in terms of that kind of sense of humor. The more provocative, the better. I told you I got a really dark sense of humor, and so after, if it's a long, stressful day, there's nothing better than seeing some of the content that gets posted online. The memes, me being a cross dresser.
Yeah.
In some of those, I don't know, I look pretty good in some of those. I like and retweet a few of those. So I don't even recognize myself. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I'd say you really do show a lot of attention to the face swaps. People put your face on a beautiful woman, and
You've noticed.
I have noticed.
You've noticed. No, I look good. I look good. And I'm trying to be humble.
Yeah.
But like some of them are good. So I need to give them a double take, but it's right up my alley. It's right up my alley.
All right, Ryan, it's been an honor to speak with you. Thank you for your time. We hope to hear from you again soon. Cheers.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the work that you do for the company. It's it's an honor to be here.
Oh, man. That was fun. I haven't watched that interview in a while. Now I have 2 documentaries we could watch. But I don't know. I during that interview, I was finding a bunch of articles. So I got a bunch of articles, too. We got plenty to do. I just don't know what I want to do. Because I'm pretty fucking cooked right now. Pretty cooked. I'm just sick. Like, I think I blew my nose like 50 times during that interview. I don't know. Every time I got up during that interview, that's what I went and did, was go blow my nose. So, yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day. Nah, I haven't smoked in a while. I don't even remember the last time, honestly. I also haven't smoked in a while. Bro, it's been like an hour. Let me know when you get a few days in, my friend. Let me know when you get a few days in. He's doing coke. Nah. That shit's trash. It doesn't even get you high. Ask that little shit Shadow why he blocked me. He doesn't know how to unblock you. I don't think he can view your profile. I don't even know how you like block someone. Oh, because you have him blocked. The one thing I did take away from that article that I like never even realized was when they talked about interest rates, and then he followed it up by saying GameStop's trying to profit in the short term, and that perfectly aligns with everything I talk about when it comes to GameStop, and I think that's very interesting. He winked when shorts were brought up. What is that? Was all I saw. That's funny. I didn't notice that. Oh man, I'm dead. What's Kev's YouTube name? I have no clue. Kev8343. I'm exposing you, Kev. Get exposed, son. Glad he missed my day. Shorts never closed. Oh yeah, and he talked about how like shorts don't have to disclose their positions in the same way longs do. I don't really know enough about that to speak on it, but kind of interesting. So maybe shorts did never close. Or maybe there is potentially a lot of shorts still stuck in the stock. I don't know. That's why I have that theory that, like, if there truly is shorts stuck in this stock, they're not just going to close the position. They're going to day trade their way out of this. And they're going to fuck everyone along the way who, like, focuses on short-term price action and stuff like that. Or anyone who just FOMOs into the stock because of, you know, like that Bitcoin article a couple weeks ago or whatever. Like, that's how shorts are going to get out of this. And maybe as their options expire, you'll see moves like you saw in May and June. Possibly. That's illegal. They can't do that. That's market manipulation. They can day trade their way out of it. That would be the best way to get out of it. Don't know how to unblock. I have no clue. I have no clue. What's this one? 200%. I don't want to watch this one. There is like a 40-minute documentary though. The Making of the Meme King.
March is a pretty interesting figure.
Should we watch this? It's another 40-minute long article or doc. This is a documentary. This isn't even an interview. I've never seen it before. It just looks like it could be kind of interesting. Click his profile, Google account, people, and sharing. Might as well. I've never seen this. Me either. Let me see if there's any of these articles that would be interesting to read real quick. Why I feel like okay to read it. What's that? Fans is more in lost 100 stores. This is just talking about store closures. That reminds me, let's check the store closure list real quick. See if they've updated it. Nope. Nope. Oh yeah, I want to read this art. Oh, this is long. Maybe I don't want to read this right now. I want to read these 2 articles before we do the video. You want to watch the video? I want to read those 2 articles first, though. And then we'll watch the video. I want to read this one, too. Read a few articles first. YouTube passes 1 billion monthly active podcast viewers. It sometimes feels like everybody and their dog has a podcast, but why not jump on the trend when the interest in this type of content has grown for years? Video platform YouTube may not seem like the most obvious choice for tuning into an audio-driven format, but the company has actually become a major player for podcast consumption. Today, YouTube announced that as of January 25, it has surpassed 1 billion monthly active viewers of podcasts. People aren't just playing YouTube podcasts in their headphones. People aren't just playing YouTube podcasts to their headphones either. The company's year-end review showed that more than 400 million hours of podcast content was played on living room devices during 24. Data from Edison Research found that YouTube was the most used platform for nearly a third of weekly podcast listeners aged 13 and up. That's pretty epic. Pretty epic. Alright, streamer catfish by fake Pokimane spends thousands on relationship. Twitch streamer Shelbo has claimed that he engaged to L-Main Pokimane. Ennies. Is that her name? I-Main Ennies? Is that really her name? That's a weird name. And has spent thousands of dollars on a supposed relationship. Some content creators love to show off their relationships on streams and videos for fans. They don't mind viewers getting involved in their banter and conversations. However, there are plenty of others who'd rather keep it quiet. Pokimane is the one who falls into the latter of that half. In the latter half of that, while she has briefly discussed her dating life on stream, including using apps such as Raya, Ennies otherwise keeps things private. Twitch streamer Shelbo99, who is part of OTK's top streamer show, has claimed that the pair are engaged. However, it appears to be a catfish scenario. Sheldo99 claims he's in a long-term relationship with Pokimane. Me and Pokimane have been dating for 4 months now. Today is our 4-month anniversary, and we're definitely celebrating today, he said in February 26th stream. I know she says she is single on social media, but guys, she is not single, she's taken. Streamer also claimed that the pair are engaged and would be meeting up to discuss things in the near future, yet he doesn't have her address. We'll be getting married soon, very soon. We'll definitely stream it and let you guys know when it's happening and everything, he further claimed. What?
Alright guys, so here's the tea, here's this thing that's going on.
I wonder if this is like a legit story or not. Additionally, he revealed that he spent almost $500 to travel to California to look for I-Main at the last minute. I ended up homeless for about 12 days, no money, no shelter, no anything. I'm sitting in and out of hospitals trying to make sure I have somewhere to sleep at night, he added, saying he spent weeks in one hospital before moving into transition housing. Shelbo reveals Catfish account messaged him. This all follows him being direct messaged on X by a Pokimane LOL1 account back in October, after he tweeted the actual Pokimane about marriage. She asked me for $70, I blocked her, and then I thought maybe this is her, so I unblocked her and started talking to her again, he continued. She asked me for $70, I gave it to her, and basically guys, I've been giving her money ever since. Shelbo added that he spent $1,500 to access a secret link, so the pair could communicate further. He revealed that he sent an additional $4,000 to the account later on. You might say, oh, are you rich or something? But absolutely not. The streamer said, but I use what I have. Shelbo also noted that he is not currently working. The fake social media accounts that add numbers to their handles to make it look like the person they're impersonating have been prevalent for quite some time. Well, that's ridiculous if that's real. And then backlash over Smash Bros. Controversial celebration leads to gun threat. The Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Pros wild pop-off is sparking backlash from the community and even gun threats. On February 23rd, Wario and Steve, main Laurent Crepe Sally Vorberger, emerged victorious at Gamescom LAN CGN Open in Cologne, Germany. During his dominant tournament run, the French prodigy took on his fellow countryman Arda Reflo Imrek and picked up the win, prompting a controversial celebration from the upstart. After taking Reflo's last stock, Crepe Sally slammed the desk hard with his controller, which turned the Nintendo Switch off. He then began flipping off his he began beating off his opponents. He then began flipping off his beaten opponent before jumping triumphantly into the air. While Smash players are no stranger to overdoing it with their pop-offs, this rubbed some players the wrong way, and the backlash even had one fan making gun threats. Smash Bros. Big win sparks gun threats. Footage of Crepe Sally's win began circulating on X, sparking a debate over whether or not such a celebration should be allowed. When Smash commentator TK Breezy shared the video, one fan called the celebration assault, prompting further debate. I think this is just a really obnoxious pop-off that deserves at most a warning, TK Breezy suggested. At this grown age, why give a warning for disorderly conduct? He's lucky he ain't did that to the wrong person, because if it was me, I'm punching the shit out of him. Another fan goes. This response drew its own backlash with concerns that someone would attack Crepe Sally over his celebration. Wanting to punch someone because of that makes you way more psycho than anyone there. Because I'm actually crazy. If you went to school with me, you'll know the amount of fights, blah, blah, blah. As arguments continued, Elo Smash followed this up by posting a video of a gun and threatened the individual he was exchanging words with. Let me find out where your bitch ass lives, he mocked, and issued a warning, accusing him of showing a fake gun. Stand in front of you if you truly believe it's fake. This gun threat started going viral, amassing 500k views in under a day, and even getting the attention of Crepe Sally himself, who couldn't believe his celebration caused so much drama. My face when I see the origin of the confusion, wow, he said. It's not clear if Elo Smash is the alt account of anyone of note in the community, or if they actually attend tournaments. As such, he hasn't received any discipline or bans from events at the time of writing. Since the first time controversy has erupted at a Smash event, back in 23, a Daisy player assaulted his opponent after getting knocked out of a tournament. I mean, that wasn't even that bad. I don't know. That wasn't even that bad, but whatever. On to the video then. What's up, Roaring Kitty? The Roaring Kitty. Make any good memes lately? What do sober people do all day? They do the same thing that you do when you're high, except it doesn't change your perception on life. So it's literally the same thing. It's all perception. It's all perception. But we'll watch this now.
Emerged as a pretty interesting figure.
We made fortunes thanks to him.
What do you think that Ryan Cohen is doing?
I have no idea.
Ryan Cohen is a man of mystery. I've never met him. I don't believe I've ever even heard him speak.
He doesn't like to show any more cards than he has to.
He's a contrarian, independent thinking, independent-minded leader.
30-something entrepreneur who essentially took Amazon on successfully and built out Chewy to the great company that is today.
Somebody without a college degree can become the chairman of a public company of the scale of GameStop.
Came upon newfound fame by being the meme stock king, by being the Pied Piper of Wall Street.
And the biggest winner is Ryan Cohen.
Ryan Cohen saw dollar signs instead of doom.
Where's Ryan Cohen when I need him?
He's accumulated fans in almost like a cult-like.
You know what's funny is Ryan Cohen never even sold in the 21 squeeze, so it's very interesting.
Following.
My understanding is the Reddit community generally loves Ryan Cohen, hence the moniker Papa Cohen.
You'll see these guys reacting to these tweets like they're secret codes. In terms of him being a meme lord, I don't know. If I was Ryan Cohen, I wouldn't want that to be my claim to fame.
Ryan Cohen's stake in Bed Bath & Beyond, he's now cashed out of his entire position.
Bed Bath & Beyond shares cratering 40%.
Should you expect the SEC to get involved?
Seems like Ryan Cohen is kind of using people to make money.
Every story needs a hero or a villain. Ryan very much filled that role.
People know Ryan Cohen now probably because of his role in the GameStop run-up.
His investment of $76 million, now worth over $2 billion.
But before all of this, he was an entrepreneur. Ryan Cohen, though, himself is a little bit of an enigma.
He's very, very mysterious. You know, I've spoken to him and I'll ask him where he is and he won't tell me.
He really just stays out of the press and he does his thing.
There's times where he's open and likes to make noise like you see on Twitter, and there's times in which he really withdraws.
I think mysterious and elusive are spot on. So let people fill in the blanks and make their own assumptions.
He grew up here in Montreal. His past shows that he thought a bit differently right from the beginning of adulthood.
I started my first business when I was 13 or 14 years old, building websites online.
Whenever Ryan talks about his early years, the first thing that he brings up is his relationship with his father. A lot of Ryan's work ethic, he would say, came from his dad. And so when Ryan launched Chewy, instead of going to college, his father was a huge sounding board for him, and it was really a point of bonding for them.
I think I've known early on that I wanted to run my own show and build my own business.
Chewy is everything to understanding Ryan Cohen. It's an e-commerce company that sells everything from 35-pound bags of dog food to collars and chew toys. Blake Day is the co-founder. They met in high school in a chat room, and that's how they connected. He and Blake Day were going to actually start an online jewelry company and decided to switch gears.
I was shopping one day for Tylee, my teacup poodle, and I realized this was a category that I was much more passionate about. Within a few weeks, we were selling pet product online, and the rest is history.
I knew it was called MrChewy.com, and every time that you told people where you were working, they were like, is it the granola bar? Like, is that what And I'm like, no, it's pet food. You know, the one thing I forgot was treats. Queso. So I started at Chewy in 2013. I was just about to graduate from Penn State, and it happened that a family friend worked in a warehouse, and he said, hey, look, your son should contact this company. They're growing really quickly. They're still very small. Next thing you know, I'm in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania in a warehouse. There's just these pallets of dog food, cat food, you know, you name it. There's pet supplies everywhere. I just had this gut feeling that it was going to be something huge.
I met with Ryan and Blake in our first meeting down in South Florida. Did I think I was sitting in the presence of a generational entrepreneur? Not yet, to be honest. I'm Larry Chang. I invest in emerging software and internet companies. I thought it was very impressive how they had scaled. Everyone said, stay away from this category. Don't invest in it. It's not going to work.
People thought Chewy was the next Pets.com, and where was Pets.com? It was bankrupt.
Now that you can get whatever you want at Pets.com.
It was a victim of the dot-com bubble. But also the economics of a business like that were very difficult. I mean, you think about a 35-pound bag of dog food. What kind of margins are you going to make shipping 35 pounds of dog food in the mail to somebody?
What made Chewy possible is that consumers changed their purchasing habits. It's called the humanization of pets, which is we started to buy higher grade products, more meat-based products, more domestically sourced products. And the price of pet food has climbed over time. And so you can't ship a 25-pound bag of dog food that costs $70 economically.
He basically said to all the naysayers out there, you know, I know this has been tried before, but I think I can do it this time around.
Ryan was having a lot of trouble getting investors. He was knocking on doors, he was sending emails, he was just getting rejection after rejection after rejection.
The more I was told no, the more I was motivated to prove everyone who I felt was almost betting against me that they were wrong.
It was so critical for us to get that investment. There were times where I was convinced that I was going to walk into the office and there was going to be a sign on the door that said, go home for the day.
Ryan did a good job of not projecting that, and he negotiated quite effectively. We invested $15 million in Chewy's Series A round. We were the sole investor in that round.
That's what ended up allowing us to bring fulfillment in-house, allowed us to have control over the entire customer experience from start to finish.
He told me he read every single review every night. Ryan kind of threw all the conventional protocols out and said, let's just start with the answer. The answer is we need to have customers who love us.
So for Chewy, customer service is 24/7, 365. My birthday, your birthday, Christmas, it did not matter. You are there.
You know, it was okay to cry over the phone with a customer who had lost their pet. That's not an easy thing to go through.
Ryan would send handwritten thank you cards around the holidays to customers. The logic was, let's do everything we can to wow the customer, and we'll have them for life.
Typically, when you call a customer service line, you're tossed around to 6 or 7 different people. With Chewy, it was as simple as talking to one person, being like, hey, like my food didn't get here, and I need food for my dog, or I came in.
That's one area GameStop lacks in, like extremely bad, is customer service. Their customer service is trash, like absolute trash. When you go in the store, it's not that bad, but if you've ever tried to call GameStop, it's terrible. It's bad. And I agree with 6ix9ine as well. There's no point in selling when you could get a large leveraged, low interest loan on your portfolio. I agree with that.
And the bag is broken or the box was damaged. We would then process a refund or process a replacement, thinking like, did a lot of refunds. And I'm like, how are we making money? We just keep giving people their money back.
Ryan recognized that. He said, I'm okay with losing money as long as we're growing, because if we're growing, we can just keep reinvesting that capital into additional growth, into additional marketing. We can keep going out of our way for the customers.
One of the things we became famous for was sending portraits, paintings of pets if we got their picture.
I painted mostly dogs and cats for Chewy, but I've also painted horses, fish, reptiles, birds, hamsters. What else? Axolotl, I think. That's the weirdest one I've ever painted. Chewy reached out to me back in 2014. They had come across my website and sent me an email, and that's how we got started. I painted over 4,000 pet portraits for Chewy.
If you're someone who cares about your pet, then those things made a difference. And that is what really got Chewy stratospheric.
There's an aspect of Ryan, if you get to know him, which is utterly paranoid about competition. We didn't want to alert anyone.
What's up, One Trade? Chewy's Chewy might be one of the best companies in the world. You know, maybe not the biggest, but possibly one of the best.
Especially Amazon, that the company was doing so well. The PR strategy at Chewy was to not do PR. We wanted to stay below the radar until we had north of $1 billion in revenue.
It was just an incredible business. We built a machine. We built a machine.
Ultimately, when PetSmart reached out to us, Ryan essentially told them, you have to hit this price under these terms, and you have 30 days to do it. Otherwise, I'm not spending time on this. And I remember at that time thinking, Ryan, you probably just killed the deal, but that's okay.
Well, it could be the biggest e-commerce deal ever. PetSmart agreeing to buy Chewy.com.
So we sold the business for north of $3 billion, which was wildly successful.
When Chewy got sold to PetSmart, that put Ryan Cohen on the map.
It was like, oh my God, wow, like we really did make history with this.
So Ryan will not confirm this publicly, but many people say he took home $1 billion in cash from the deal. The $1 billion payday ended up being a pretty important turning point, I think, in his life.
Ryan worked every day and night. I'm literally saying he didn't take a break, and I think he needed a break.
It's a doggy! The latest high-profile IPO making its trading debut today. Online pet retailer Chewy coming public on the New York Stock Exchange.
On IPO day, that was a really cool experience.
I remember he called me, and I think he said he had lived the American dream.
Ryan and I are standing there on the exchange floor, just kind of soaking it all in. And I was like, Ryan, you're the co-founder, you're the founder of this company. Like, you're the one they want to talk to.
Chewy's co-founder and former CEO who organized the sale to PetSmart in 2017, Ryan Cohen. So you're not a shareholder in Chewy.
No.
But I would imagine you have a lot of feelings about seeing this company that you built starting in 2011 go public today.
It's a very, very emotional day.
You sold for $3.3 and you got a $14 billion market cap today. Did you not sell for enough?
It felt like a fair deal to us at the time. It worked out.
If you wind back and you say to Ryan, would you have sold the company knowing everything that you know? Would you have made the same decision today? I suspect that that would be a hard question for him to answer.
What's Ryan Cohen focusing on? What's next?
Well, retirement, I would say, is overrated, so that has...
But he should be perfectly fine because he was a billionaire at that time, and he went on to do very interesting things with that $1 billion.
A wild day for GameStop. New high score, the stock jumping as high as $159 a share.
January 2021 will live in history as a month GameStop went nuts.
This is a good ass documentary. I like it. Who's 11? Does anyone know who this guy is? I didn't see this guy's name. Is this Michael Day? I didn't see this guy's name. I don't know who this is.
35-pound bags of dog food to collars and chew toys. Blake Day is the co-founder.
Oh, Blake Day. Okay. Blake Day. Maybe that's Michael Day. I don't know. Anyway, back to where we were at.
January 2021 will live in history as a month GameStop went nuts.
GameStop.
On the network, we were just nonstop GameStop updates because it was jaw-dropping. It's whipping up that momentum. And Ryan Cohen was able to do that in spades.
He bought around 10% of the company. He added more to his position just last month.
You heard from cousins that you hadn't heard from in 50 years. Everybody was trying to get any information they could to validate and to substantiate why in the world is this stock going up and should I go ahead and get into it? My name is Shannon Phillips. I was at GameStop for 17 years. So GameStop in its prime was purely focused on hardcore gamers. We jokingly, internally referred to as we were in the crack house business.
I didn't hear who this dude's name is. Who is this?
I was at GameStop for 17 years. So GameStop in its prime was that going up to heard from in 50 years. Everyone was purely focused on hardcore gamers. We jokingly, internally referred to as we were in the crack house business. Because, I mean, we literally had, a store in every strip center. We would have midnight launch parties for big games.
1 minute left for the game to come out. Just 1 minute.
Bro, that's some nostalgia. That's some nostalgia right there, bro. How many people in here have gone to like a GameStop midnight release, bro? I remember doing that for like every Call of Duty that came out.
Actually remember I saw this huge line and the cab driver goes, "Oh yeah, that's a GameStop. The Elder Scrolls just came out and my son's in that line right now."
Just 1 minute left.
I'm a research analyst. GameStop is one of the retailers that I cover. By 2013, the hard drives were over a terabyte and game files were maybe 50 gigabytes. So you could download 20 games to your hard drive, and consumers started downloading. And that was kind of the beginning of the end for GameStop.
The CEO changed several times. It just kind of spiraled from there.
So when Ryan Cohen arrived, this was a wounded company. I mean, this was a company that was really down and out. People didn't have much hope for this one.
Ryan himself, having built an e-commerce business, saw a great opportunity in the e-commerce space.
I think he saw the fundamentals of the business, the ability to generate cash, and he said, let's try and modernize this thing and see what happens.
Cohen, who owns nearly 10% of GameStop, said the company's business model is outdated.
He then, around November of 20, wrote a letter to the board, and that was disclosed, telling them that their strategy was flawed and that he had great ideas.
My favorite part was this all caps, italicized, underlined sentence that says something to the effect of GameStop's challenges stem from the intransigence of management. So basically he's saying you guys are all incompetent because you missed the boat on digital spending.
I could tell from the letter that, he didn't have access to all the internal data. So I wasn't as optimistic as some of the other coworkers. And again, one of those, first thoughts was, Ryan, this is a different market. You cannot digitally download dog food.
That company being pushed to conduct a strategic review by activist investor Ryan Cohen, the founder of Chewy. Cohen.
An activist investor is somebody who buys a stake in the company and agitates for change at that company. In this particular case, change was for moving away from bricks and mortar, for embracing e-commerce, making the business more efficient by shutting down stores.
Our firm represented Ryan in his active investment in GameStop. He's someone that's putting, his own capital at stake and basically putting his money where his mouth is.
To have someone make a significant investment in the company just necessarily suggests that someone believes that this company can be successful. My name's Mark Robinson. I'm the general counsel and corporate secretary of GameStop. I think people welcomed and were excited about the idea of what Ryan could bring.
January 2021 was when Ryan Cohen was appointed to the board. Not just him and two Chewy colleagues.
And everything changed, really almost overnight.
There was one board member, and his view was, listen, be careful what you wish for here. You may not want this person on the board, and I was shocked to hear that.
My understanding, he was a little bit of a troublemaker in high school, a personality trait that seems to have carried into the boardroom.
He said in the past that he likes to deal with people who will, actually do things, not just collect paychecks. And so he really could not identify with any of these managers or board of directors. And I think people saw that he meant business, and that if he could apply just some of that Chewy magic to GameStop, that could mean a big difference in the stock.
GameStop up another 20% after a near 60% surge yesterday. At one point...
At the same time, folks on Reddit started posting about how they thought GameStop might be severely undervalued, and all bought a ton of GameStop, and they sent the price skyrocketing.
What the heck?
That's not accurate, but maybe.
Is going on with GameStop.
390% gains on a year-to-date basis. GameStop shares creating more than $3 billion in wealth.
One of the craziest things that I've covered is the meme stock phenomenon. I don't know if there's a real definition for meme stock, but this is the way I view a meme stock. A stock that, by conventional fundamental analysis, doesn't have many growth prospects. And for some reason, the Reddit community gets a hold of this and believes somehow that they can turn that stock around just by momentum of them being in it.
FOMO, fear of.
I just don't agree with that, dude. I just can't agree with that. I don't think that's how it works, but yeah, I don't know.
Missing out is what drives meme stocks higher.
Ryan Cohen is the poster child for the meme stock phenomenon. He is the meme stock king because of his role at GameStop.
So Ryan's in uncharted territory as a deeply operational activist investor who also sort of is that first generation of having harnessed the power of social community paired together.
I think he capitalized on that as an opportunity. I think he kind of viewed that as his debut, really as kind of more of an activist investor versus just, an ex-CEO.
Ryan became chairman of GameStop in June of 2021. And not surprisingly, the reaction was extremely positive.
We had an in-person meeting. We tried to get the news out that Ryan would not be there. We had individuals coming in bass boats and were drinking at 8 in the morning, waiting to get into our shareholder meeting.
Holy shit. Bass boats and they were drinking. That's hilarious, dude. This guy's got a space helmet on. I love this guy. I mean, I don't have over $70,000 invested in the company for no reason,
It was something I won't forget. Before 2021, we would typically have 2 to 3 shareholders show up at the meeting. I believe that our attendance was over 400 that day.
These people tend to believe that Ryan Cohen is the savior of the little guy.
He is the god figure of the meme stock community.
His followers refer to him as Papa Cohen.
He's very much become this sort of messiah figure.
Why did Ryan become the face of the meme stock phenomenon? You would have to ask the people on Reddit who made him that.
I invested in GME because I saw the craze that was happening. It was all over Reddit at the time.
The meme stock crowd, the Reddit crowd.
I want to see how old is this documentary. This was posted. Oh, this isn't the same. This isn't the same account. Let me check something real quick. Because I don't feel like people like Ryan Cohen as much as they did back then. I mean, this is the preview. The preview of this was posted June 2nd, 23, so year and a half ago. I think it's a much smaller percentage of people that actually appreciate Ryan Cohen and what he's doing than it was back then. I think a lot of people only liked Ryan Cohen because they made money on the stock. And nowadays, like, a lot of people don't see the vision. I think a lot of people don't believe. They're just hoping for another stock squeeze. Really. I think that's what a lot of people are hoping for. I don't think anyone... I mean, obviously, there's people that see the long-term value, but I would argue most people are just trying to hit a squeeze again. I think he's relatively unknown to most people. I mean, probably. But GameStop's not. GameStop's definitely not. Everyone knows what GameStop is.
Basically said we're going to all work together to buy the stock and thereby drive the price up.
The price went from the single digits to hitting the high 400s at some point. And my understanding was that part of that was driven by news that Ryan Cohen had taken a stake in GameStop and had joined its board.
This movement loves hanging on to.
See, and I also don't, I mean, there is that part, but it's also, shorts closed, or some shorts closed, whatever. People started buying up the stock, and nobody was willing to short it from, that one thing we read a while ago. Like, it's not just people banding together and buying it that made the stock go so high. It's the fact that nobody was willing to short it.
A figurehead. And I think he was the figurehead. He was sort of the anti-Wall Street.
Knowing Ryan, it is actually a good choice. He is challenging convention. He will buck traditional wisdom. He will go after giants.
It felt like we were all trying to fight the big corporate group.
I disagree with that. It's not about him being a hero or a genius. It's about GameStop turning around. It's about a company that was losing hundreds of millions of dollars and on the verge of bankruptcy to now becoming profitable with a large cash stack and many other positive things that could potentially happen. Ryan Cohen's part of it, he's the head of it, but that's not it. Ryan Cohen could be the greatest CEO in the world, but if GameStop was still losing hundreds of millions of dollars, I wouldn't care about it.
Read. My name is Brandon. I've been on Reddit, I believe, for 6 years. I did not know what I was doing when I started investing. Ryan Cohen, I had started to learn about him through the GameStop communities, and I started buying more GameStop because I liked what I had heard. He was a regular guy that became a billionaire. Well, why can't I do that too?
He was supposed to be this great businessman who would make GameStop very profitable.
He came across that he was on the side of retail investors.
I think at the core of the GameStop movement, it was basically stick it to the man.
When I was originally a part of these communities, that was a big part of the sentiment. It wasn't just a bunch of people trying to get rich, and that's how I felt at the time.
They make a lot of memes about Ryan Cohen.
My name is Evan, and I've been on Reddit for over 10 years.
They love to have him as God, as the Messiah.
He's played this role of being a central actor in the meme stock world.
Basically, any kind of meme that shows him as the good guy.
People are creating these memes. They're looking for a story to tell. They're looking for something to direct investors.
Free promotion, baby. Free promotion. Some of these companies spend hundreds of millions, if not billions, on promotion and advertising. GameStop doesn't have to spend a single dollar.
Attention to
people who don't necessarily have a hero or an inspiration. I think
this is Tom Burkholder, not the other dude I said. Why did it take so long to show his name?
he's just kind of paradoxical in that he's a regular guy who's super successful, who's turned the tables, and people want to be a part of that.
There's a sense in which people were attached to him in a way that defies sort of ordinary investing logic.
Here's a pretty typical post talking about how Ryan Cohen is going to lead you to the promised land.
Bitcoin and GameStop aren't even in the same realm. And I don't know what you meant by common theme with investments, but you go and look through SEC filings and find a company that was losing hundreds of millions of dollars and then that is now about to make hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a very rare thing.
He's developed very much a cult following on Reddit. In their eyes, he can do no wrong.
His followers have concluded that he's a genius and they're going to keep the stock propped up at a very high price.
Buckle up, let's go.
Ryan Cohen is a guy who likes to play it close to the vest. He might, put out the mandatory filing. He might do a cryptic tweet, but that's about it. What he's up to is anybody's guess.
His tweets are another example of the ways in which retail investors are looking at what I would say are non-traditional forms of information to make their investment decisions.
Welcome to GMEDD's interview with the one, the only Ryan Cohen.
Ryan Cohen did an interview with a group called GMEDD.com.
So GameStop due diligence. And I think that he went there because it was a friendly audience.
What's up with this one?
They actually went through all these tweets, and the guy asked him, what do these mean?
February 22nd, 2022, a pair of shorts.
What do you think?
Has to be about short selling.
He would post all sorts of vague nonsense, really. And all of these people thought that he was talking to them in code.
I see the crazy conspiracy theories, so I'll kind of go through Reddit and I'll go through Twitter. I'm like, oh, they think this is going to happen.
They think their deity is communicating with them, telling them not to give up the fight, and that one day they will still be billionaires because he is on their side.
They concoct.
Yeah, but you're comparing a $1 trillion asset to GameStop that's barely 10 billion. Not even close to the same thing.
This broad, wide-ranging plan that he has when it's not clear that those plans always exist.
He posted a GIF from the movie Ted, and it was the teddy bear, taking a bong hit. The stock went straight up on that. Like, what was that? He showed a soft serve ice cream from McDonald's, and the stock went straight up. So I'll give him credit that he's a meme master.
Ryan and I are both on Twitter. We're very different on Twitter. I've talked to Ryan about how people look at our tweets, and I think we wish people wouldn't scrutinize them. We'd rather people just take the tweets at face value and not impute some sort of ulterior meaning in any of them.
It doesn't seem like it really matters what he says. It seems like the people that are his diehard followers are going to think that he's always talking in code and always trying to communicate with them.
I think social media feeds a conversation. Things go viral, and that's just as true of investing ideas as it is of any other theory. The difference with investing is that real money is at stake, and maybe an individual's livelihood is at stake.
This shows how sad the whole thing can be. It shows someone a month ago talking about how much they're investing, and then 8 days ago they're asking if anyone has $5 so they can buy ramen noodles. This is someone who needs to be selling those shares just to survive, but they won't because they believe they'll become a billionaire.
People said we will not sell our shares if the price won't look like a phone number. They basically went all in to the point of catastrophe for many.
I'm just scrolling Reddit posts right now. A lot of these people who are posting saying they're willing to hold for the rest of their lives. I'm pretty sure at this point they want to give RC their paychecks directly. No matter what he does, these guys follow him and they turn anything he does into bullish sentiment.
I originally would bet for Ryan Cohen because I believed he was a man of the people and was going to take these companies somewhere. My feelings about all this started to change when Ryan Cohen, in my opinion, rug pulled Bed Bath & Beyond.
We turn now to the end.
Whoa. That guy needs to chill. Rug pulled Bed Bath & Beyond? That is that's not accurate. That is not accurate at all. This video shit. This video is just fine. I don't know what you mean. It's been pretty, the first 10-20% of it's good. It is getting worse and worse, but it's because nobody understands the story of GameStop, so how can they talk about it? They can only do so much. Both don't have to pay for advertising is all I'm saying. Yeah, but Bitcoin's not a company. It's just an asset. It's not the same thing. I get what you're saying, but it's not even close to the same thing.
Of an era, another popular retailer going out of business, Bed Bath & Beyond.
Closing sales will kick off today. That's going to impact more than 300 stores.
This is a good store. We're all going to miss it.
Everybody knows Bed Bath & Beyond. It's the company that sends you a 20% off coupon every month. It sells everything from bed sheets, pots and pans, blenders, hence the name Bed Bath & Beyond.
The story of Bed Bath & Beyond is very much the story of American retailer. You got big, and then all of a sudden e-commerce came and changed the game entirely, and it couldn't pivot or respond fast enough.
You got to watch what's happening. I don't even know how to describe it. Shares of Bed Bath & Beyond are up 74%.
To infinity and beyond. Bed Bath shares soaring as a big name takes a stake.
In March of 2022, Ryan Cohen disclosed a substantial stake in Bed Bath & Beyond.
When it happened, I thought, oh, here Ryan goes again. He's picking the most challenged retail companies and seeking to create change.
He's calling for Bed Bath & Beyond to update its turnaround plan and explore a sale or spinoff of its bye-bye baby business.
It was this notion that Ryan Cohen was going to go back into another company and try to turn it around, that this guy with a magic touch, this guy who had legions of retail investors following his every move would go in. That really ignited the stock.
If retail investors were following his every move, they would have known that he sold and they wouldn't have got clapped. The only reason people got clapped on Bed Bath & Beyond is because they follow kids on Twitter and Reddit. If they actually followed Ryan Cohen, they would have been just fine.
They bought into the belief that this was going to skyrocket, they'll become rich.
Bed Bath & Beyond has reached a settlement with investor Ryan Cohen. 3 new directors will be appointed to Bed Bath's board.
And he pushed for changes. The problem is the business itself at Bed Bath was just struggling. While at GameStop, I think Ryan found himself a little bit more time in kind of committing with a turnaround plan. He didn't have that luxury at Bed Bath.
Bed Bath & Beyond getting hammered after the retailer posted a big, unexpected quarterly loss.
In August of 2022, that's when the story gets really, really interesting.
The stock was extremely volatile, and for some reason it went down and back up.
And I just had a feeling that something was going to happen with it, so I bought into it at around 5. Then in August, it started to climb.
Also want to draw your attention to Bed Bath & Beyond. There was a filing out yesterday.
Ryan made these filings in part because the share count of the company changed.
Because Bed Bath & Beyond had bought back stock, Ryan's stake in the retailer went from 9.8% to more than 10%.
So in those cases, when your stake changes in a company, you have to refile to the SEC. What was interesting about this filing was that basically there was not much new information, but it did put back out there his position of these far out of the money calls. Call options are basically a bet that the stock is going to go higher to a certain price by a certain date.
Traders who maybe hadn't been paying attention the first time around or didn't really know what those filings meant saw that, and they got incredibly excited. And they said, oh my God, Ryan Cohen thinks the shares at Bed Bath & Beyond are going to quadruple. So do I. And they dove in.
Check out shares of Bed Bath & Beyond rallying as much as 70%.
To me, this feels like a big fugazi, as the kids say.
It's real. I mean,
but yeah, exactly.
We were trying to figure things out in real time. You're looking through it, you're comparing it with past filings, and that's when we realized that there was not really much new information in that amended filing. It was sort of a race to just try and figure this out because we were seeing the stock run. And so we wanted to find some answers. And what we later learned a couple days later in another filing is that Ryan Cohen sold his entire stake, every share.
That's not something small. We're talking over $140 million. That is a non-trivial amount of volume to get sold.
I mean, 140 is a lot, but it's not that crazy.
I was not paying attention to Bed Bath & Beyond at all until his trades came through. A trade of that size, it's only natural that sort of raise red flags.
Shares getting crushed right now, down 40%.
Such a gut punch, but what you saw was like all these people were just left with shares that had just crashed.
Ryan Cohen's investment in Bed Bath & Beyond probably lost a lot of retail traders' money, but it turned out very well for him. He walked away with around $60 million in cash in his pocket. And that's not because he turned the business around or because he brought some clear change. It's because retail traders followed him in and then he sold out. And that raised questions.
All I can say is that once Ryan became aware of the obligation to make the filing, he made the filing. And I think that at the time he had not decided whether he was going to increase his position or decrease his position.
I think it's a good example, though, like if Ryan enters a situation and can't influence or make the changes that he would want, he didn't stay in it. I think people have to appreciate that that's always a possibility.
So in the days after we learned that Cohen dumped his entire stake, we also learned that the company was going to go through this massive restructuring.
And then it came out.
See, he dumped his stake, and it dropped 40%, but it still went back up to the price he sold at. So I think that's, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if people were actually following him, they wouldn't have got fucked over. Unless they just immediately sold when he sold, I guess, which is possible. But I would argue that that's not what made the stock move.
Out that some suppliers weren't getting paid. 2 weeks after that, they announced horrible quarterly performance.
Bed Bath & Beyond announcing plans to lay off about 1/5 of its workforce and close about 150 stores.
It made people wonder what Ryan Cohen knew about the company and what it was planning to do when he sold that stake. Did he know that the company was going to go this route?
His fund basically placed 3 board members onto the board. It strains credulity to believe that the board members wouldn't be aware of what was going on at the firm. And so then you start to wonder, well, what's the connection between the board members and Ryan Cohen? And so not only did the trade show up on our radar screen because of the size of the trade, but also because it was made by an individual who was intimately connected with the company.
The directors that were actually inside the boardroom, they're not beholden to Ryan, they're independent directors, and Ryan had no influence or control over, the decisions that they would make.
We do have some sad news from over the weekend with Bed Bath & Beyond.
So the story took a really tragic turn. News that the CFO of Bed Bath & Beyond,
Police say 52-year-old Gustavo Arnal
plunged to his death from the Jenga building in Tribeca.
His death came just days after the struggling chain announced that it was closing stores and slashing jobs.
This is a guy who had been in business at Fortune 500 companies for a long time, long track record.
It was an incredibly stressful time for the companies, the employees, the board, executives, everyone.
And Bed Bath & Beyond stock taking another hit.
Is there a case for the SEC to look into here?
Oh, I definitely think so.
When you're investigating an activist investor, it's typically a very challenging investigation because you are trying to prove that there is an intent to manipulate the market by that person. So you see, there's a whole laundry list of potential securities violations that can happen in the context of being an activist investor. But as far as I could tell, what happened in Bed Bath & Beyond is one day he liked the company and the next day he didn't.
In my opinion,
the dude jumped out of a window. He didn't get killed.
Ryan Cohen likely did not do anything illegal. But do we want to live in a world where retail investors look to these social media leaders and are heavily influenced by them? Or do we want to live in a world where regulators try to protect those retail investors?
But from a moral standpoint, it seems a little shady. The problem with Ryan Cohen is that people believe in him and believe he's there to support them, and then he goes and does stuff like that.
Ryan Cohen saw dollar signs instead of doom. The e-commerce entrepreneur sought a total transformation of GameStop and found his way into the boardroom.
What can I tell you about where GameStop is heading? I can't tell you where GameStop is heading. It's not that I don't know, but I think that's best told by Ryan.
Ryan is the chairman of GameStop, and he runs the...
It's not that I don't know. Fucking Larry, bro. It's not that I don't know.
place like he owns it. He's used to operating as the guy in charge, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Ryan Cohen and the GameStop board, they haven't offered forward guidance at an earnings call for 2 years now. They're not really telling anyone what's going on with it.
On typical Wall Street calls, you've got the CFO coming on, talking about the results, taking questions from the analyst communities, really sort of inviting investors into the company. But here, they're operating behind a wall, not even a veil. It's more like a wall.
Now, ask yourself, why would GameStop do an earnings call and not take questions? And the answer is because Ryan Cohen doesn't want anybody challenging him.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Anybody challenging him? I don't know about all that.
When Ryan came in, whether it's trust issues or whether or not he just wanted to, recreate the old good times we had with Chewy, he went out and grabbed all those employees and brought them in.
He thinks that his views are right. He has his people that he trusts. But other than that, he's not going to try to appease anyone.
The impression that we got was, okay, if you're pre-Ryan Cohen, you're a complete idiot. If there had just been one smart person in the company, that person would have ascended to the top and would have ran the company, and the stock would have never been worth $4.
Turning around any company is not like flipping a switch. It's like moving a large ship that's got tremendous momentum and trying to shift it into a different direction. It takes time, and those efforts are happening.
One of the first things that I noticed when I joined GameStop was that we were opening up new warehouses, and they were big warehouses. It was kind of taking from the same playbook that Chewy had, where the goal was to build this e-commerce distribution network.
The company announcing it's leased a 530,000 square foot fulfillment center in Reno, Nevada, and also leasing a customer care center in.
He was really aggressive about making, changes to the way that the e-commerce business operates and where it operates.
Why are we opening up additional warehouses? We have 5.6 million square feet of store footprint for us to have our product close to customers and for them to be able to buy it in any way that they want.
Well, initially, Ryan's agenda was to get rid of a lot of the bricks and mortar store, streamline the company, make an e-commerce first company. And I think he tried to do that. Along the way, he tried a lot of sort of out of the box things.
The NFT marketplace idea, I don't think that GameStop has any competitive advantage in that. Zero. I don't think he has any ideas that are fresh and new and different that will allow GameStop to thrive.
I think the passage of time will see who's right. The critic who probably hasn't put up their own money is not an investor in GameStop. It just is just that, just a critic. It's so much harder to be an author.
Damn, that guy just called you guys out, bro. The person who doesn't have their money in GameStop is just a critic, bro. Can we listen to that one more time? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I appreciate this guy.
I think the passage of time will see who's right. The critic who probably hasn't put up their own money is not an investor in GameStop. It just is just that, just a critic. It's so much harder to be an author, and that's what Ryan is.
I think if Ryan's goal was to make this an e-commerce company, the plan didn't work. It's today still primarily a bricks and mortar company. It's not much different from the company he originally inherited, minus.
Kev, you're a crypto fanboy. You just need to quiet. You're a little crypto fanboy.
The fact that, all the management changed and the board changed.
I think the results speak for themselves, honestly. We just had our first profitable quarter in some time.
GameStop shares are soaring. The company reported a quarterly profit for the first time in 2 years.
We have a ton of cash on the balance sheet. I think the board is working well.
They cut costs. It shut stores. It became profitable that way. Revenues went down, so their sales were down. So yes, it was profitable, but how it gets to profitability is very important too.
I think that Ryan's biggest doubters absolutely question whether or not he is a one-hit wonder, and that will be the big question for Ryan, whether or not he can identify himself as a real investor with a clear vision how to run and turn around a company.
What is Wall Street buzzing about today? Activist investor Ryan Cohen and his latest target, Nordstrom.
I don't think he's a one-hit wonder. I don't think he's failed in any way. I think he's just taking risks.
What is Wall Street buzzing about? Ryan Cohen's latest target.
Ryan's popularity, particularly with retail investors, it's created some strange phenomena, that we don't see elsewhere.
Shares of Nordstrom surging more than 20% today, and this is as activist investor and meme stock master Ryan Cohen secures a, quote, sizable stake in the company.
The stock popped in after-hours trading, just on a Wall Street Journal report that Ryan was involved in the stock.
I think Ryan is grappling with who he is. Is he an activist investor? Is he an entrepreneur? Of those categories, what ilk is he?
Alibaba on the move after news that activist investor Ryan Cohen has built a stake in the Chinese tech giant. The stake was worth hundreds of millions of dollars at a company with a $300 billion market cap.
Alibaba is a massive company, and Ryan had a small stake.
Cohen is pushing for the company to boost its share repurchase program, according.
Nobody takes on a Chinese company because the Chinese government plays a role there. So people were scratching their heads. What does Ryan Cohen think he can accomplish here?
We haven't seen people like Ryan really articulate a thesis for what they're doing.
You see Ryan really kind of taking a page from the Elon Musk playbook of like, oh, Twitter is a pretty powerful weapon. My tweets can move shares. Why don't I use that tool now that I have it?
Regulators, prosecutors, enforcement, we're all in the dark. Scholars, we are learning ourselves. We're watching the market evolve. Do your job. We need people to say, these are the rules and these are what the rules should be.
The real danger here is that when you follow an activist investor is when they change their minds, you're going to be left with nothing because everybody's going to run away from that.
That's wrong. That's wrong. Look at Chewy. Chewy's done nothing but go up since Roaring Kitty sold out. 100% not accurate.
That kind of risk is not a risk that I'd be willing to take if I were an investor, or certainly the SEC would not recommend that you take those kinds of risks.
I should have realized that this was all too good to be true. If I could speak to these meme stock Reddit communities, that you guys really need to be careful. If you don't trust the people on Wall Street, these billionaires.
It said this guy's title is investor. You need to be careful.
Why are you trusting another billionaire that's not really seemingly being very forward?
I think that there is a want on Wall Street to think of the good guys and the bad guys. And I think that we don't know enough about Ryan Cohen to know where he fits in.
He has the capacity to be wildly successful if, in fact, the way you generate returns is by zigging when everyone else is zagging.
He is a strong force. He's getting companies to listen to him. You may want to think of him as a joke because he tweets inappropriate tweets, but he has people who are following him.
They will always remember Ryan Cohen as the guy who got GameStop above $400 a share. I mean, it's hard to forget that.
Regardless of what happens in the future, he has turned the markets upside down. He's done unprecedented things.
At every point in the journey of knowing Ryan, what normal people would do is not what he did.
The next big question, though, for Ryan Cohen is, when he does get involved as an activist, will he have success as an activist? Not just make money from his investment, but can he enact change?
All right. It wasn't bad. You didn't like that documentary? I thought that was pretty good. Of course there's going to be inaccuracies. Nobody knows what they're talking about when it comes to GameStop. So I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. Should roast Polt-it. Nah, I don't care about anyone who talks about GameStop and isn't an actual investor. They should keep GameStop out of their mouth. I want to look at Nordstrom's financials. Obviously, I probably wouldn't buy this. It's kind of the same play as GameStop, but I don't think I've ever looked at this. Oh, wow. It's literally the same thing as GameStop. What the hell? Not as much cash, but the cash flows are very similar. I mean, that's a 10Q, actually. We gotta go to a 10K. I thought that was a 10K for a minute. Not bad. Not good, not bad. They spent 300 million on something. Probably share repurchases, I'd imagine. Most likely. But they also increased their assets by $1 billion. I think they just added more merchandise, possibly. Or more property. 3 billion in property. Oh yeah, they added merchandise. That's what it is. Interesting. Nordstrom got bought out. I didn't know that. They got bought out. Sometime end of last year in December, they got bought out. Interesting. I didn't know about that. What's that? Nordstrom buyout. Nordstrom has been acquired by Nordstrom family in Liverpool. Nordstrom today announced it had signed a definitive agreement under which Eric Pete, Jamie Nordstrom, and other members of the Nordstrom family and El Porto de Liverpool will acquire all of the outstanding common shares of Nordstrom not already beneficially owned by the Nordstrom family in Liverpool in an all-cash transaction valued at approximately $6.25 billion on an enterprise basis. Following the close of the transaction, the Nordstrom family will have a majority ownership stake in the company. Under the terms of the agreement, Nordstrom common shareholders will receive $24.25 in cash for each share of Nordstrom common stock they hold. The merger consideration represents a premium of approximately 42% to the company's unaffected closing common stock price on March 18, 24, last trading day prior to media speculation regarding a potential transaction. In addition, the board intends to authorize a special dividend of up to 0.25% based on Nordstrom cash on hand, immediately prior to the contingent of the closed transaction. Okay. I'm going to read about that later. I'll read about that later. They hate Ryan Cohen. He's right-leaning tweets. Yep. They're a bunch of blind followers. You may not be one, but they are there. Yeah, like I said, like I was saying earlier, it's not the same as it was 4 years ago. Nowhere near the same. Most people don't believe in this stock anymore. They think it was just a one-time event. Anyone who's actually invested in this stock is a very small minority of people. Even the people who talk about it aren't invested in this stock. They just talk about it because they can get clicks. Or impressions, whatever. Maybe there is, but to me it's funny how dumb mainstream media is and the stories they tell. Yep, I agree. It makes people get the wrong perception about GameStop. I love it, Ryan Cohen speaking up. I think there's always an argument for both sides. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, I want to read this. All right. Everything announced at Pokemon Presents Day 2025, whatever. Everything announced, Pokemon Concierge, whatever. I want to read this. Pokemon Presents has finally landed, bring tons of exciting announcements as part of the Pokemon Day celebrations. From the Pokemon Presents was initially leaked, tons of players have been hyped for its upcoming announcement. Pokemon Go, TCG Pocket, and of course the upcoming mainline game, Legend Z to A. Big hot topics among the community. So has Pokemon Presents given players all that and more. Here's everything they announced. Pokemon Concierge is a stop-motion animation film. I don't need to read about that one. Pokemon Go Tour, Unova Global dates announced. Pokemon Go's Unova Global Tour will be taking place on March 1st and 2nd and will be free to all players. During the event, legendary Pokemon Black Kyurem and White Kyurem will be arriving in raid battles. On top of this, trainers will have the chance to encounter Victini and Shiny Melita. I don't know how to say these names. As well as a Pokemon Go promo code, Tornova. Ugh. I should not be reading right now. Pokemon Masters EX 5.5 year celebration. Pokemon Masters EX will also see a 5.5 year celebration, introducing May Champion and Shiny Primal, Kyogre and Brendan Champion and Shiny Primal Gordon. I don't know what Pokemon Masters EX is. Brendan will appear from Sunday, March 2nd, and May will appear from February 28th. Pokemon Sleep will be seeing Cresselia and Dacre coming to the game soon, though no release date was given. Pokemon Unite received a brand new look at Suicune, Alolan Raichu, and Alcremie arriving into the game soon. Suicune will be coming on March 1st, Alolan Raichu in April, and Alcremie will be coming soon. Remote Stadium. A new type of battle will be appearing to Remote Stadium called First to 500. In it, you'll be able to use AOS technology to gain special effects when you score a certain number of points. There'll also be an updated map to enjoy. I don't know what any of this stuff is, unless it's all like Pokemon Go related stuff. I don't know what any of that stuff is. Shut the stream down? Nah. That's lame. Watch Magnus? Nah. I haven't been watching like anything on YouTube. I've been skating a lot actually. But chess is legit. I got into it for a little bit. It's just you gotta grind if you want to get good at chess. Pokemon TCG also got some new features, including a look at Mega Lucario EX and Mega Gardevoir EX, with the announcement that Mega Evolutions are coming in 25. No new information was announced for the game outside of this. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet will see some mass outbreaks of red, green, and blue colored Pokemon from February 28th to March 20th. It'll also see 3 Terra raids, including Meowscarda from February 28th, March 6th, Skeledirge from March 7th to March 13th, and Quackavole from March 14th to March 20th. Pokemon Champions coming to the Switch and phones. Pokemon Champions was revealed to be in development for the Nintendo Switch and mobile, with a trailer for the game being shown during the present. The game will be focused on the Pokemon battles many know and love, and will let you battle players from around the world. The game will be planned by Game Freak and connect with Pokemon Home. Pokemon Legends Z to A. During Pokemon Presents, we got a brand new trailer for Pokemon Legends Z to A, the upcoming mainline game, including a view of the game starters, Chikorita, Tepeg, and Totodile. You'll be able to traverse the rooftops of Lumos, fight fellow trainers, and even battle Mega Pokemon, who are confirmed to arrive in the game. We also got a look at the game characters, including your allies, Urbane and Tawny, AZ, Floette, Jet, and Vinny. On top of this, we got a glimpse at Wild Zones, a habitat in which the Pokemon can thrive, and likely the best place to catch Pokemon during the game. There's also battling we haven't seen in previous titles, with moves having different effects, and players being able to move around during a fight to include timing and tactical positioning. Mega Evolutions were also revealed, allowing your Pokemon to gain in power. Lastly, it was revealed the game would be coming in late 25. So it looks like they're probably going to bring Mega Evolutions into the card game, and that's going to change the meta of the card game if that happens. That'll be interesting. Meta confirms Instagram's issue that's flooding users with violent and sexual reels. Meta has admitted to CNBC that Instagram is experiencing an error that's flooding user accounts with reel videos that aren't typically surfaced by its algorithm. We're fixing an error that caused some users to see content in their Instagram Reels feed that should not have been recommended, the company told news organizations. We apologize for the mistake. Users have taken to social media platforms to ask other people whether they've also been recently flooded with reels that contain violent or sexual themes. One user on Reddit said the reels pages was inundated with school shootings and murder. Yep. Yeah, Instagram's crazy, bro. Others said they're getting back-to-back gore videos such as stabbings, beheadings, castration, nudity, uncensored prawn, straight up Jesus Christ. Some said they would still see similar videos even if they enabled their sensitive content control. Social media algorithms are designed to show you videos and other content similar to ones you usually watch, read, like, or interact with. In this case, though, Instagram has been showing graphic videos even to those who haven't been interacting with similar reels, and sometimes even after the user has taken the time to click not interested on the reel. The Meta spokesperson didn't tell CNBC what exactly the error was, but some of the videos people have reported seeing shouldn't have been on Instagram in the first place, based on the company's own policies to protect users. Remove the most graphic content and add warning labels to other graphic content, so that people are aware it may be sensitive or disturbing before they click through. Company's policy reads Meta's rules also state that it removes real photographs and videos of nudity and sexual activity. And yet, dude, Instagram's like bad. Like way bad. I don't have it, but I know people that scroll Instagram and it's pretty filth. I don't know why I'm going to read this article. It just seemed kind of interesting. Jenna Marbles spotted for the first time in years doing what she loves most. And begging paparazzi to leave her alone. Jenna Murray, famously known as Jenna Marbles, was one of YouTube's first major stars. However, shortly after creating her channel in 2010, Murray created content that critics deemed racially offensive, which included a controversial impression of rapper Nicki Minaj. Marbles continued to make content until 2020, when Knightsons began speaking out against her past videos. After receiving backlash from her 20 million YouTube subscribers, Murray issued an apology and stepped away from being a content creator. For now, I just can't exist on this channel. I think I'm just going to move on from this channel for now, Murray said in June 2020 YouTube video. I don't know how long it's going to be. I just want to make sure things I'm putting in the world aren't hurting anyone. So I need to be done with this channel for now or forever. Though the YouTuber has been MIA from the internet, where she once thrived as a comedian, Murray was pictured for one of the first times in 5 years on February 21st, 25. On that Friday, Murray was seen walking her dog with her husband and fellow YouTuber Julian Solomita as she strolled down her neighborhood in LA. Murray wore black sweatpants with red checkered flannel. Despite her millions of fans going without content from their favorite creator for years, when photographs of Murray walking her dog appeared online, they rallied behind her, saying it wasn't fair for paparazzi to follow a retired YouTuber. This is so invasive. Stop this. Jen is off limits. Man, this is not how I want to see her. I want to see her win, and if she wants to be seen. Though Murray hasn't created content in years, her rare public appearance is no indication of whether or not she'll return to the spotlight. She is far from the only big YouTuber to step away from the internet. YouTube star Corey Kenshin famously left the platform for a year and a half before making his long-awaited comeback in 24. Yeah, it's only 12:30. We got through those Ryan Cohen things pretty quick. I thought it was gonna take all day, but we still got over an hour left. Mr. Beast aims to raise hundreds of millions for major projects after Beast Games. Over the last few years, Mr. Beast has risen up to become YouTube's most subscribed to channel. He's given away millions to competitors in his videos, as well as splashing out for his friends and different content creators. In the last few months, Donaldson has ventured away from YouTube temporarily for his Beast Game series with Amazon Prime Video. The Squid Game-inspired series saw participants compete in different games and tasked for the chance to win $10 million. Since the finale has aired, the YouTube star has been dishing out a few insights about it all. That includes the fact that he lost tens of millions of dollars making the show become a reality. Well, according to Bloomberg, he's now looking to recoup some of that money and expand his business empire even further with a brand new round of funding. As per the report, Donaldson is looking to raise capital, a couple $100 million, in a round of investment that would value his empire at $5 billion. Yes, billion. Different financial firms and wealthy individuals have already spoken about investing, with apparently Mr. Beast wanting to expand both his packaged goods and media business. That would mean further backing for both Feastables and Lunchly. Scaling up on Feastables is something that Donaldson has spoken about a few times. He wants to solve a problem with the American companies not ethically sourcing cocoa. I'm probably like 1,000 hours deep into solving this so far, and I want over the next decade change how cocoa is sourced in America, because how it is now is unacceptable. It was also something he touched on when speaking to Dexerto for the Clickbaited podcast, as well as his ambition to own a League of Legends franchise. Beast guy? Nah, that's someone from Mr. Beast. Chris. Yeah, I was gonna look up that clickbaited. Hey look, CopyZilla uploaded a video. Damn, this only has 16K views, bro? That's actually insane. That's not very many views for a Mr. Beast interview. I wonder if we can watch a CopyZilla video without getting clapped. Do we try it? I mean, I want to watch it, so we're going to do it.
A little over 30 days ago, Trump launched his meme coin and ushered in a promise of less regulation for crypto. So how's that going? Well, the crypto markets are down almost $1 trillion, and everything is much lower. Now, there's some reason for that, you know, could be explained by macro factors. I want to make the case, though, today that opening up the floodgates to scams and crime actually is not a good idea in hindsight. Believe it or not, retail investors do not enjoy being scammed and conned. Now you have the president's son saying, buy the dips. And Michael Saylor saying, volatility is a gift to the faithful, which sounds like some weird cult thing. Now, I'm not telling you guys you should or shouldn't, you know, suddenly believe in crypto. I'm just making the simple case. In securities, in equities, in whatever industry you're in, scams, believe it or not, are bad net overall. People keep saying like, oh, we need to deregulate all this stuff. All these SEC people have been fired. All these FBI agents have been reassigned. You know, oh, we don't want anyone on crypto cases. That's sort of been the attitude of this administration so far, is that we're just going to let everyone do whatever they want and sort it out in the wash. But it's not been going well. I mean, it's only been like 30 days and it's been a disaster. So I called this out like a month ago. Onboarding millions into crypto with scams and grifts is a terrible idea in hindsight. And that was because the Trump meme coin had just launched. And I saw that it had gotten sniped. Those guys had made over $100 million. But I was worried for the retail investors because this coin promised nothing, right? It's just a total Ponzi nothing where the president owns 80% and is going to sell on you when his tokens unlock. And now you look at the price. Look at this. It's $13 right now, right? In order to have captured any value, if you were holding this coin, you would have had to buy within the first basically 2 hours of launch. You understand that? Anytime after that, if you're still holding, you probably lost money. That is the successful coin of this whole season, by the way. That's the most success, is almost everyone got rinsed and lost money. You take a look at Melania coin. Even worse. Obviously, we have now figured out that Hayden Davis sniped this coin, was selling this coin. You know, there was insider trading going on. But another coin where, look, oh, we should deregulate. They're just collectibles now. What's the problem? You know, we're onboarding people into crypto. That's what people kept telling me. Oh, we're onboarding. Don't worry. We're onboarding. And it's like, okay, yeah, but into what? Into losing money? Oh, I got onboarded into crypto. Yeah, okay, so what happened? Well, I lost all my money, but at least I'm into crypto. At least I understand crypto now. That's the logic of this space. And look, there's some people who are upset that I'm going to talk about this. They're going to go, you're convenient timing, right? But the thing is, if I talk about this when things are good, people are going to tell me, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You know, look at how high the market is. Everything's going great. These cons are fine. But you have to go and assess after the fact, right? You obviously have to take a moratorium after things have gone wrong and say, okay, well, what could we have done different? And the answer is basically not launched a bunch of Ponzi's where insiders, devs, and people in the know benefit, KOLs, key opinion leader, whatever. So that's Jailstool, by the way, I just showed you. That's the Dave Portnoy coin. He got into crypto. He also launched Greed coin. That went very well. Then you have Ryan coin. This is Ryan Garcia, the boxer. Now, why do you think people launch these coins? This is almost identical to the Trump launch. It's directly because Trump gave the green light to everyone and was like, hey, it's meme coin season. It's fine. Now this is all perfectly legal. You can do this without fear of consequence. So it's exactly what Ryan did. The website is now down. And everyone who bought basically lost money. Shocker, shocker. Same thing with Enron coin. We also know Hayden Davis was involved in that as well.
Bruh, CoffeeZilla has been talking about crypto scams for fucking ever. I don't know where. I don't know. I don't understand you typing about that. How do you not know about CoffeeZilla? You're in crypto.
Another huge scam, which was sniped. Then you have Libra token. Another great coin from the Argentinian president. We all know how that went. I hope you're getting the point, which is that, look, we deregulated, right? And what happened? Just a bunch of people got scammed. Like, it wasn't like, oh, the innovation was incredible. It's like, what are we innovating on? How to scam more from people? I just hope that all these, look, because every time this happens, everybody says, look, you're ignoring the utility in this space. It's like, okay. But when the utility, so like, I guess that's like the apps that are getting built, right? The future of finance. I guess that's like some of these centralized exchanges, for example, some of these DeFi apps. But when those very people do not call out these scams, these frauds, when it's happening, and they only do it in hindsight, it's a problem. Like, for example, Coinbase, something that pissed me off, is and Coinbase, Kraken, all the major exchanges listed Trump coin almost immediately. Even though anyone could have seen with a brain that this coin was not going to do well because it was built on nothing, right? It's just built on zero promises, zero utility. There's nothing, right? There's nothing. It's vaporware. These exchanges, the builders in the space, are happy to sell it to retail investors to print money, right? And then when everything goes wrong, it's, oh, dang, who could have seen this coming, bro? Who could have, I wish we had known. It's like, yeah, everyone knew this was going to happen. So that's kind of why I'm mad is it's like, okay, yes, you could say there are people who are building like products, but those people are also also benefiting from all these scams and grifts, right? Like Meteora, this launch pad on Solana, you could say, well, they're not running the scams. Yeah, they're benefiting. They're happy to take your money. The casinos are happy to take your money. And then they go, oh, well, you know, we got to get these bad actors out of the space. It's like, well, say that when it's happening. Right? This also happened with Steve coin, Steve will do it coin. That was tweeted about. We have this coin, which I will not say. This is the Atom 22 coin, which I guess was the ultimate top signal. But I think it's just worth reflecting on the fact that this was sort of entirely predictable when you deregulate an industry already known for having tons of scams and fraud. It's like, if we need anything, it's the opposite. We need actually more people getting like justice for committing these crimes, or what should be crimes, right? We're deregulating it. We're making it so these aren't crimes. And predictably, there was an explosion of scams and grifts when we deregulated it. And it's just bad. Even if you're completely in favor of crypto, you should be against this stuff. And so, yeah, I just feel like this is a really basic thing. And with the president's son tweeting buy the dips, I think it's worth reflecting where the dip came from. Yes, there are macro events and stuff like that, but I think a big part of it is people are sick of getting scammed. And until that stops and is cleaned up and people face consequences, you are going to continually face a populace that is incredibly skeptical of your products, and with good reason, because the guy who's leading policy on this, Donald Trump, has a coin that is vaporware and rinsed a bunch of people who onboarded, right? There was tons of people, according to Moonshot, their platform payment provider, who they said they were brand new to crypto. So, okay, you onboarded them, then they lost money. What do you think their attitude towards scams is going to be? All right, that's basically what I want to say. Just a little rant about that. And hope we learn, but I don't think we will.
The narrative wasn't about, I think you took that very wrong. The point of CoffeeZilla's channel is to bring awareness to these things, and that's it. I don't know why you, I don't understand how you got that narrative when it's just bringing awareness to everything that's going on. I bet you didn't know Ryan Garcia posted a coin because I didn't. I bet you didn't know Dave Portnoy did because I didn't. I knew he did. I knew he was a part of the Libra, but I didn't know he launched a coin. And I didn't know Eric Trump was tweeting buy the dip. That's the point of it, is to bring awareness. Has nothing, you know? I don't know how you got that, came to that conclusion when that's not even what it's about. there wasn't an explosion since Trump, and he knows that. He specifically said the Trump coin was the biggest launch of the year. That's all he said, and that's accurate. And I think he actually said it was the best performing coin of the year. I don't know. I'm not going to go rewatch the video, but the whole point is to just bring awareness, and that's it. Since Trump, there was an explosion in scams. I mean, there was. And there's been a lot of scams too. But Libra was one of the biggest ones. I bet 90% were well before Trump. Well, you don't even know, so I don't know why you're... I don't even know why you're saying anything. You don't even know. But whatever. Doesn't matter. Trump's proposed gold card visa comes with a hidden tax break for the wealthy. President Donald Trump proposed $5 million gold card for U.S. residency. Would be one of the most expensive in the world. Yet it also includes a tax loophole that would give the new card holders a lucrative benefit not available to American citizens. Trump this week announced the creation of a new investment visa that gives the overseas wealthy permanent residents and a path to citizenship in return for $5 million. Attorneys who advise the wealthy on migration and investment visas say demand is already strong. The introduction of the Gold Card Visa program represents a unique opportunity for high net worth individuals looking to secure U.S. residence with a pathway to citizenship, said Dominic Volek, head of private clients at Henley & Partners. The U.S. remains the undisputed leader in private wealth creation and accumulation. Why are you always arguing with Kev83? Because he just has weird opinions, and I don't agree with most of them. So of course I'm going to argue with him, and he doesn't agree with anything I say. So yeah. Volek and others who cater to global rich say they've already fielded calls from clients wanting to purchase a Trump gold card. Approximately 135,000 of world's millionaires are projected to migrate to a country in 25. I think it's going to sell like crazy, Trump said at his first cabinet press conference Wednesday. It's a bargain. While the details remain unclear, the proposal would radically change the U.S. residency path for the global rich, who currently have to navigate a patchwork of programs with tight restrictions to stay in the country. It'd also mark a major potential tax change for the global rich living in the U.S., carving out a new loophole for the gold cards. Currently, U.S. citizens, permanent residents, and green card holders are required to pay income tax on their U.S. earnings, as well as any income they earn overseas, including in their home country. U.S. tax on worldwide income has traditionally made U.S. residency or citizenship far less attractive for the global rich, who have businesses spread across the world and often sheltered in tax havens. Trump said gold card holders would not be subject to taxes on their overseas income. Provision means the gold card residents will be able to purchase a tax benefit not available to U.S. citizens. Advisors say they're waiting on clear directives, since the program could create dual classes of taxpayers among the American wealthy. Yet the international income carve-out makes it far more attractive to the world's ultra-wealthy. This would be a big departure in tax treatment. There are many wealthy individuals who are invested in U.S. companies or have families here that do not become permanent residents because they don't want tax consequences. The tax loophole is one reason the government can charge a premium for the gold card. At $5 million, the program would be among the most expensive in the world. Volek said Singapore's global investor program requires an investment of SG 10 million, or about US 7.5 million. New Zealand's most extensive programs requires an investment of up to NZ 10 million, or about US 5.7 million. Most investment visa programs around the world cost less than $1 million. You think I don't know shit about crypto? That's crazy. That's a bold claim. About 100 countries offer some type of investment visa program, with about 60 jurisdictions actively promoting their programs. According to Henley, roughly 30 programs dominate the $20 billion a year investment migration business, with Malta, the UAE, Portugal, Italy, and several jurisdictions in the Caribbean being the most popular. At Wednesday's press conference, Trump and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said the U.S. Gold Card would replace the current investment visa program called EB-5, which offers green cards to those who invest at least $900,000 or $1.8 million, depending on the area and project. The EB-5 program been plagued by delays and a history of fraud and abuse. The program was renewed by Congress in 2022, with major changes that required the investments to be channeled to more rural, poor areas into infrastructure projects. When it comes to applicants, China has been far and away the largest source of those seeking EB-5 visas, with Taiwan, Vietnam, and India also ranking high. The U.S. issued just over 12,000 EB-5 visas last year, with 2/3 going to Chinese nationals, according to the State Department. The wealthy Chinese are also the dominant users of investment visa programs around the world, including Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. While Trump said the U.S. could sell millions of gold cards, a million gold cards, attorney says the likely demand is a fraction of that total, perhaps thousands, but not hundreds of thousands. There are about 424,000 people in the world worth 30 million or more, with 148,000 of them in the U.S., leaving about 277,000 overseas ultra-wealthy who could reasonably afford the program. Yet only a small fraction of them would likely apply to live in the U.S. Last year, U.S. had a net inflow of about 3,800 millionaires, according to Henley. Hundreds of thousands sounds high. There may be business that would pay to bring in top talent, like research scientists, that they want to bring here and not be subject to quotas. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, it's not really about like individual millionaires. It's about businesses. One big draw of the new program is tax benefits. Historically, permanent residents in the U.S. have to pay income tax on their U.S. earnings, as well as any income they earn overseas, including in their home country. The U.S. tax on worldwide income makes it far less attractive for the global rich, who have businesses spread across the world and often sheltered in tax havens. Trump said he expects the biggest demand will be from companies, especially in tech like Apple, seeking to hire top college graduates in the U.S. who come from India, China, or other countries but can't get proper visas. You know very little, to be fair. Probably more than I do know very little, but it's also because I don't really care about crypto. It's just a chart. It's no different than it's not really much different than the stock market, really. It's just a chart. The mechanics are the same. Anything I've looked, it's all the same, literally. Any chart that has liquidity, it all performs the same. Some are more volatile than others. The only reason why GameStop's so like is really, I mean, GameStop's really not different. Like the chart, it performs the same. I'm able to predict it just the same as I would the SPY or anything else. It's just the long-term perspective of the company. At the end of the day, the stock and the company don't really correlate. But over time it might. I was talking the tech and stuff. Yeah, that part I don't really get. Because to me, it doesn't really have much value. Except maybe your like top 5, 10 coins. And maybe some of the gaming coins. Maybe some of the AI coins. Like, I understand those. Not really the AI coins. I don't really understand the AI coins. But I do understand the gaming coins. Those kind of make sense. And as far as Bitcoin, it's just, isn't it just basically digital gold? That's like the only way I look at it. And that's where it like gets its value from. We talked about this the other day. If there wasn't like a, if they could just mine it forever, it wouldn't have any value, I don't think. Well, I mean, I guess they can mine it forever, but eventually it's going to be like completely worthless to mine it. We'd argue on the sky color. The sky is orange. The sky is green, baby. The sky is green. But instead of blowing up on each other and never talking again, they just come back and continue to argue every day. That's love and respect. Facts. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. On God, you should be able to have a nice argument. What's up, Caitlin and Shadow? I mentioned blue, you'd start talking about thunderstorms. I'd be like, hey, what about when the sun sets? It's not blue when the sun's setting. What do you mean it's blue? I know you do it on purpose. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm genuinely, like, confused. What's up, Kristen? You just called me Caitlin? Nah, you guys all came in here at the same time. You, Shadow, and Caitlin literally just got here. Same. Damn, apparently Hugh just got here too. That's crazy. He's gonna kill me. You just grinding 24/7 on the grind all the time. On the grind all the time. What's the volume these days? 3.3? I feel like that's low. Pretty low. Some tariff news. Trump says Mexico, Canada tariffs will start March 4th, plus additional 10% on China. President Trump on Thursday said he proposed on Mexico and Canada will go into effect March 4th and that China will be charged an additional 10% tariff on the same date. The sweeping 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada had been paused on February 3rd for 1 month. But the Trump administration has recently sown confusion about whether they would go back into effect when the delays expired. In a Truth Social post Thursday morning, I gotta sneeze, but it won't sneeze. Oh man, that was a weird feeling. Trump clarified they would. He said without providing evidence that illicit drugs are still pouring into the country from Mexico and Canada at very high and unacceptable levels, despite pledges from both U.S. neighbors to boost their efforts to police their border. We cannot allow this scourge to continue to harm the U.S., and therefore until it stops or seriously limited, the proposed tariffs scheduled to go into effect on March 4th will indeed go into effect. He also announced that China, which already faces 10% U.S. tariffs on products, will likely be charged an additional 10%. April 2nd reciprocal tariff date will remain in full force in effect. A White House official confirmed to CNBC later Thursday morning that the new duties on Beijing mean U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports will total 20%. Dow Jones, blah, blah, blah. President Post contradicted a timeline laid out, whatever. I don't think there's anything else here. Trump in that meeting extended by saying that we're going to deal with Mexico and Canada, presumably at the same time we deal with everything else. The president has made tariffs a core piece of his second-term agenda, touting them as a purported revenue source and wielding them as threats against the other countries. In addition to the tariff on China, Mexico, and Canada, Trump has ordered global 25% tariffs on imports of steel and aluminum, which are set to take effect on March 12th. On February 13th, Trump signed a presidential memorandum on his plan to impose reciprocal tariffs on foreign nations that have duties on U.S. imports. In addition for the tit-for-tat tariffs, Trump's plan would treat certain other policies, such as the use of value-added taxes, as unfair trade practices that warrant tariffs in response. Okay. Stalking me. Just finished Shameless. Only got 3.5 hours of sleep last night. Portal 2, lost sense of time. Damn. Damn, I haven't gotten into a game like that in a long time. Must be a good ass game. I bet we'd fight, maybe. Or there'd just be a lot of yelling. Look at that light. Oh yeah, yeah. The window's really bright. It's probably a nice day outside and I'm sitting inside. I don't know. 45 degrees, that's not bad. Huh. Start fighting the yawn. I feel like yawning. Yawn? Yawn? Yawn! Truck you whipping. Done reading chat. Does saying yawn actually make people yawn? I thought you had to like actually yawn to make someone yawn. I didn't know just typing it in a chat made people yawn. That's new to me. Caitlin's gone. We can say whatever we want about her. She's so cool and purty. Made me yawn. Just try not to yawn. Like, really try. I mean, I think I did yawn. Like, but it wasn't from reading that. I think I was yawning before I even read that. I don't know. I've been yawning all day, though. Holy shit, man. These are some long-ass articles, man. Oh, you have to make an account to read that whole article. I almost yawned. But I'm like dead. I'm ready to go to sleep, bro. Straight up. We need another Ryan Cohen thing. But there are no more. There's no more Ryan Cohen things. We could watch Roaring Kitty. But that's, I don't know. I don't know if we should watch Roaring Kitty. That's a streamception right there. A stream within a stream. Dreamception. I'm fucking dead, bruh. A kind of empathy. I could see that. It being like a psychological thing. I have a dream to get Roaring Kitty and Ryan Cohen together one day and to interview them. Oh, that'd be sick. Hopefully that happens here. Hopefully that happens here, bro. That would be so sick, bro. And what if we run out of sandwiches? I'd be very sad. I like Sammy's. There are sandwiches? Oh yeah, Richies don't eat sandwiches. Richies eat at restaurants. They don't eat sandwiches. When was the last time you ate a sandwich, 6ix9ine? When was the last time? Bro, I just barely thought about this. Like, have you ever gone to 6ix9ine? Have you gone to Tacos El Gordo and had their moolah, bro? That shit is top tier. That's some top tier moolahs. So good. It's like right across the street from Resorts World. Probably when I was 16 on a construction site in the summer. Yeah, that's a long ass time, bro. I eat sandwiches all the time. That shit's gas. Live off chicken broth? I remember you saying that yesterday. I don't know how you'd be able to do that. I've always hated food. Huge waste of time to worry about that. I'm odd though. That's fair. That's fair. I think for me, like, eating good food's one of the joys in life. I thought that was today. It might have been. I thought it was yesterday. Boomers have brown bread sandwich. What? Brown bread? Then a white bread one for dessert. 6ix9ine eating oysters all day. He just shoves his face full of caviar. Like, man, I'm feeling hungry. Just gets a spoonful of caviar. All these poors eating their sandwiches, while I am over here eating caviar. The poors. Why do the poors eating sandwiches? I remember Corey saying you need carbs and fats, yeah. Kitty. Like the healthy bread? I don't know. I've never heard anyone call it brown bread. Are you talking like wheat bread or like... That's the only thing I can think of. We don't call it brown bread though. That would be racist. Rye bread. True. There is rye bread. I forgot about that. That is rye bread. blend a salad and eat it? Interesting. That sounds disgusting. Bread at Outback Steakhead. Pumpernickel bread? I don't know. Is pumpernickel brown? I don't know. I mean bread, not bread. Bread? You got bread? Or do you got like bread? You got the bread you eat, or you got the bread you spend on bread? How's the market doing? Is it crashing yet? Oh, it's actually down a lot. That's not good. That's not good. I mean, it's good that GameStop's holding up, but... Talking about racism, do you watch Family Guy? I haven't watched Family Guy in a long time, but Family Guy is hilarious. Yep, you gotta see a bid on these indexes, or that's officially bearish. Well, I mean, you gotta go down to, like, 5,800 to be, like, truly officially bearish, but that's, pretty ugly if you don't get a bid here on the SPY. And the NASDAQ's approaching lows. The NASDAQ's about to become bearish. And the Dow still looks somewhat okay. There's just a lot of selling pressure on there. And then the Russell looks like trash, so that's cool. That's cool. And also the dollar's up. So it's about time you got a dollar move with the indexes. VIX is climbing. Oil got a bounce off that 68. And gold futures are falling, which is interesting. But yeah, the market is not looking good. I kind of like it. Brown meal. I just remember 1 year ago where the cop pulls someone over and pulls out the color chart. Oh yeah, I've seen that episode. I've seen that episode. That's a mess. What's up, Muma? Driving while black. A DWB. Oh, that's funny. Driving while black. That's fucked up. That's actually fucked. A DWB, huh? Meg is my spirit animal? Meg sucks. Although there is one episode where she is a badass. I forget what episode it is, but there is like a couple, or maybe actually a couple episodes, but one specifically where she's actually pretty legit. Y'all ain't never had a black friend if you never heard or seen it get a DWP? Nah, I don't have black friends. I think you're my only black friend, to be honest. Hot Meg episode is the best. Oh yeah, that one's alright. That one's alright. Stewie. Stewie. I haven't watched Family Guy in so long. I like South Park more. Family Guy is just random. American Dad's funny. They have some good ass episodes. Go down the shitter. I mean, it's at the same price it opened at. What do you mean? Oh no, never mind. But it's only like 40 cents lower. I wouldn't call this the shitter. If it has another down 5% day, then yeah, I would agree. But you really haven't moved at all. And the day started out going to $24 and then back to 25. Never seen Brickleberry? I've heard of it, but never watched it. Roger's the main character. I like Steve. Steve's funny. Pretty much I really like the Christmas episodes of American Dad. Those are probably the best ones. I liked South Park a lot more before it turned into topical humor style, since they can pump out episodes in a few days. Yeah, early South Park's definitely better. But there's some good new episodes too. Duncanville? Never heard of it. Big into musicals, so I took her out to Book of Mormon on Broadway for Christmas. It was nice finding a common ground. Shit was funny for a musical. The Book of Mormon? Really? Paradise PD? Nah. Never heard of that. Brickleberry is probably like reading weird chat. Well, then I definitely don't want to watch it. I was gonna bring your mom to that, Hugh G. Good to know she already has seen it. Get after it. Ugh. Only 2 seasons. Hamilton. NYC MILF. Let's go. Your loss. I don't even really be watching shows. Like, I mean, especially lately, I try not to be, like, anywhere near a computer once the stream ends. I would love to have a black 19-year-old stepfather. Well, I mean, it won't last very long. Once he runs out of milk or cigarettes, you'll never see him again. Oh, shit. I can last more than a few minutes. How dare you assume? It's time for me to hit the dusty old trail. Muma doesn't even smoke cigarettes. I gotta go get cigarettes real quick. Sorry, son. I'll be back soon. Got somewhere else to be. I got shit to do. I mean, an hour is a good bonding time. It's a good amount of bonding time. Chafing time? Damn, Nvidia's down a lot. Not really a lot, but it's down a decent amount. 22 people. Didn't know you're famous like that. I didn't know either. 22 is actually kind of a lot. It's a good amount. I want to see what the options on Nvidia are at. I want to see if anyone on the puts actually made money. I imagine not. Yeah, nobody on the puts made money. Well, maybe. Maybe the people that had 130s broke even, or 129s. Assuming they held. I'd imagine most didn't hold. I remember when there were 6 people here last week. There's at least always like 10 to 15, but I do remember that when it was like, you know, literally like 4 people here for a minute. That was funny. I think it was like 6, 9, and Hugh, and I guess you, and that's it. I can't remember. There's like nobody here. Oh, and you? It's a interesting group. I don't know if I can remember. I barely remember. These streams kind of blend together. I don't really focus on the views and stuff like that. That's when we were going every single kitty tweet or Reddit. We haven't done the tweets yet. I don't think I'll do the tweets. That sounds like a... yeah, YouTube's not gonna let me do that. I would love to do that, but YouTube would not allow that. But yeah, the rest of the market's down a lot, so of course GameStop's gonna go with it. It's actually pretty surprising GameStop's not down like, like 3% or something. It's holding up decent. And Chewy's up, which is also surprising. It was up a lot more earlier. A lot of resistance at those IPO prices. Damn, XRT is down a lot. I remember when this thing was at 80. You almost filled the gap on XRT, though. So as long as it doesn't break $70, if it fills the gap and then starts climbing again, that would be dope. Because XRT is bullish. We'll see what happens, though. No expectations here. What's XRT do? It's a retail ETF, so pretty much any retail. It's basically like the S&P 500, but with retail companies like GameStop, Chewy, Walmart, Amazon, Nordstrom, like anything retail. It's just a basket of retail stocks. AutoZone, maybe. It might be in there. It probably is. Gambling on earnings, that's blasphemy. It's usually the better, like, if you're going to gamble on earnings, you're almost better off, like, waiting for the earnings and going next day. Because then at least the premiums are usually cheap. But obviously gambling on earnings isn't recommended. Few days vacay. Please no, don't leave Costco. I love his last Reddit comment is replying to someone who said, "You've been sitting on that cash for a while. You should buy more GME." And he just replied, "Maybe I will." Then doubles down weeks later. Yep. Boss. Boss. Like a boss. Don't trust your sentiments. XRT is back on Reg Show. I heard on CNBC this morning must be making more FTDs than the doohickey machine they've on Wall Street. I don't know. XRT just keeps track of how all the retail companies are doing. Just like every sector has their own ETF. Chips have SMH. Software companies like Apple, Microsoft have XLK, I believe. I don't know. I don't know all of them on the top of my head. I have them, though. XLPs, like dividend-type stocks. Consumer discretionary. IYTs, like transportation. IYTs, transportation. Like they have so many of them. What is XLK? I can't find it. I think XLK is the software. I can't find it on this list. I don't know where it went. Anyway. But yeah. I don't understand why people talk about XRT in like relation with shorts and stuff like that when literally every sector has an ETF like that. Buying more shares before earnings. Nice. Other than GME, what would your next favorite stock, like company? Chewy. Chewy for sure, but Chewy's up a lot. I had 1,100 shares of Chewy. And then I sold them for GameStop like an idiot when Roaring Kitty sold his Chewy position, which was not a good idea. Because Chewy was literally the perfect hedge for GameStop. Anytime GameStop has gone down, Chewy goes up. Even though they're both retail, they're basically the same company. It's just, yeah. Chewy was the perfect hedge for GameStop, and I fucked it up. Which is to be expected, you know. To be expected. After Chewy, S&P 500 probably. I would say that's the next best choice. After those two, I would have no, like, I would be value investing and just trying to find, like, undervalued stocks that the market's mispricing. Which is what's going to happen. You know, if GameStop hits, when, whatever, if it works out, that's what this stream's going to turn into, is like a value investing stream. We're just going to be researching companies all the time, and yeah. That's why I made that spreadsheet. Planning for the future. And it all depends on GameStop, I guess. I'm sure I'll be buying a lot of S&P 500 too, though. I don't know. I don't know exactly. Who knows? Maybe I'll never sell GameStop. Maybe it'll just... Who knows? I don't know what's gonna happen. This thing might go fucking to $12 or something. Who knows? Denny's is better than IHOP. I wouldn't eat at either of those places. I could make breakfast in my house. But I don't even eat breakfast. Cheers! Cheers, Roaring Kitty. Cheers! Got any hopium for my tinfoil crack pipe past that shit? I mean, this price we're at right now is where a lot of the most volume has been traded. So it'll be very interesting if it actually starts selling off even more from here. This should be very key support that should hold. But anything's possible here, obviously. 50-50, right? You talk about Chewy missed gains. You should see some of the cryptos I've sold that went crazy. I don't really care about the gains necessarily. I care about how solid of a hedge it was for GameStop and how perfect it was. It was just the perfect setup for, you know, to have yeah, just a hedge, honestly, and be able to like sell shares of Chewy on the way up and buy more GameStop instead of doing what I did. The gains don't really matter to me. It's just, and Chewy's just an amazing company. I think Chewy's gonna, like, I say this a lot, I think Chewy's gonna be $100 stock one day. I don't know when, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I do believe it's gonna be $100 stock one day. I mean, it's already been there. It was $100 stock with $4 billion in revenue and not profitable. Now it's I don't know the exact revenue, but I think the revenue's like 3x that. And it's profitable. Yeah. 11 billion in revenue. It's definitely going to 100 one day. One day. One day. 2 a.m. drunk meal. I see you've learned 2 things from my stream. Cheers. Cheers. Having Roaring Kitty in the chat's funny. If only it was the real Roaring Kitty. If only it was real. What's up, Kristen? How do I get a few mil from you? Perhaps you can start a non-profit organization with my wife. That's what she's been working on. It's the 6ix9ine Fund. Roaring Kitty will tweet in first week of March. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Ryan Cohen's gonna buy more shares. Trust me, bro. I talked to him. Me and Ryan Cohen are best friends. I'll try anyway. Honestly, I'd rather interview Ryan Cohen than Roaring Kitty, I think. Maybe a bold claim, but I think Ryan Cohen would be very interesting to talk to. I mean, of course Roaring Kitty would be interesting to talk to, but Ryan Cohen's just a funny guy. I'll get him. Hell yeah. Maybe I'll send a letter to the board, since I'm a bigger shareholder than Strive. What about Trump? Nah. I don't want to talk to a scammer. Roaring Kitty tweet coming this Sunday evening. Trust me, bro. Send Ryan Cohen a tweet. He's always responding to random accounts. Nah. I'm good. I don't want to post anything on Twitter, ever. I'm gonna have 0 followers, 0 posts for life. Matthew, what's up, Matthew? How you doing, my friend? Hopefully staying away from the casino. Hopefully. Gotta stay away from that huff and puff machine. I'll log into my old Twitter account to follow you. Oh, thank you. I'm not gonna post anything on Twitter though. Went to the casino yesterday. No. Hopefully you got some gold hats, bro. Hopefully you got some gold hats or a gold buzzsaw. I feel like a changed man. Losing will do that to you. Losing will do that to you. Suddenly it's not as fun anymore once you lose. Losing isn't very fun. No, it is not. Y'all know you're addicted if you start liking the losing. Ah, fuck. I must be addicted to GameStop then. Oh no. I'm addicted to GameStop. No. No. I'm addicted to GameStop. Cashed out 741 and I ran. Nice. And I ran. I ran so far away. I just ran. I ran all night and day. Approaching 4 million volume. Matt Pat? Who's Matt Pat? Played Huff and Puff an hour and got 3 to 4 bonuses, so I got up. Let's go. Let's go. That's a rare occurrence, bro. 3 or 4 bonuses? That's crazy. And that's a lot of bonuses for Huff and Puff. GME ain't gonna lose. Could be a slow year though, I reckon. Yeah, especially with the market crashing. Can't really expect it to go up if the market's going bearish. I gotta stop calling it a crash, because it's not a crash. It's bearish. It's a bear market forming. It's not a crash. Price disassembly. Yeah, but it's not rapid though. If it was rapid, it would be a crash. But it's not rapid. You're only, I mean, you're like barely down. I mean, the Nasdaq's down a lot, and the Russell's down quite a bit. But the Dow and the S&P are like barely even down. AMD's down. Yeah, I'm sure. It's getting clapped after Nvidia too. Host of Game Theory on YouTube. He's retired now. Oh, okay. I think I know what Game Theory is. Then tried some random machine, press play a few times, and plus 152 on a 70-cent bet. Let's go. That's fire. I've been putting decoy parking tickets on my truck while parking illegally. Haven't come out to 2 tickets yet, suckers. That's genius. GME staying in tune with broader markets, just waiting for it to finish. Yeah, I don't know. I'm committed. I'm committed, bro. Whether it goes to 30, whether it goes to 10, like I'm committed. There's no getting out of it now. Someone press the button. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Press the button. It would be funny if they did an offering though, huh? If they've been doing an offering this whole time. I think 6ix9ine said that the other day. I want to say yesterday, but it would be hilarious if they've been doing an offering this whole time. That would be amazing, actually. I'd be very excited about that. Just raise another like 2-3 billion real quick. say fuck Bitcoin, then they have like 7 billion on 4% interest, and they're making 300 million a year. That'd be sick. That would be sick. You know, game theory. Yeah, I think so. That was like an old YouTube channel. No parking tickets in the Outback. Thought he lived in Wisconsin? What? Matthew's Canadian. Well, he's not Canadian, but he lives in Canada. Not saying anything bad. You should be committed. These things take time. True. My company used to call them parking passes instead of tickets. You get a ticket every now and then, and that's just the price you pay to be able to park wherever you want. That's how I feel about speeding. It's just a speeding pass, you know? It's just my, it's the price I pay to speed a little bit, you know? Get to where I'm going a little faster. I'm just kidding, obviously. I barely ever drive anywhere these days. And we got way too many tickets. Now if I get a ticket, it comes out of my pay, so I gotta be slick. That's what I meant. Oh. Maple syrup, eh? Ryan Cohen, he said he's a contrarian libertarian. I reckon he holds loads of Bitcoin personally. Who knows what game theory he could pull off. I don't know. Ryan Cohen's a value investor. And, like, there's no way to show value in crypto. Canada. C-A-N-A-D-A. I got a whole cellar full of parking tickets down in... I got a whole cellar full of parking tickets. Mentioning game theory. See the northern lights up there. I'm gonna pour maple syrup all over my keyboard to support Matthew. Let's go. Maple syrup. Chicken and waffles, maple syrup. It's a good combination. It's a good combination. What is the plural for moose? Moose. It's moose again. Shout out moose again. That's the plural. You say, it's a moose again. Ara's so nice. Can you see the southern lights in Texas? What is that, the refineries? You talking about the oil rigs? Ooh, the pretty oil rig lights. We keep getting told we can just barely. He can get Bitcoin without going mad. It's not a value list as most people think. Yeah, but there's a difference between value in crypto and value in stocks. Like, you can actually do legitimate fundamental calculations to see what a stock is like actually worth, whereas crypto, it's all speculation, you know? Like, from a fundamental perspective, GameStop's worth about $27 with the business and the cash. Somewhere around there. I don't know. I'm not I'm pretty new to fundamental analysis and fundamental investing, so I don't necessarily know exactly how you would come to that conclusion. I know a little bit, but yeah, every stock has like a real price. And that's what value investing is figuring out a stock's real price and then, you know, buying it for 50% lower or whatever. Whereas like crypto, there's no fundamentals in crypto. It's just speculation. There's no math. There's no math that can tell you the real value of crypto. There's nothing to base it off of. If you know what I mean. I get what you mean, but there's still like, I don't know, you'd have to look into fundamental analysis to understand what I'm saying. If you don't understand fundamental analysis, then you're not gonna understand what I'm talking about. Like I said, I'm new to fundamental analysis. Like, I understand a little bit, but every stock has a real price. Chicken cobras? What? I don't know what a chicken cobra is either. Meese? Isn't that mice? Meese? Mises? I'll be right back. Canada goose, Bronta canadensis. This is a large species of goose with a black head and neck, white cheeks, white under its chin, and a brown body. Wait, you're saying a goose is a chicken cobra? That's interesting. I know what you mean with fundamentals. It's about utility with crypto, and you're right. It's hard to understand what it's worth. It's kind of price discovery we haven't had to deal with yet. Yeah. Yeah, it's relatively new, so like eventually you'll know the real price on crypto. It's just going to take many years. And it's the same in the stock market too, you know. There's still price discovery, but from fundamentals, you know, there's like a legit price and the stock can, you know, be down or up any significant amount from that price, but when you're looking at the books, there's still just a real price. And then, you know, the market's also pricing in future value. So if the price is $27 and it's going to like 30 something, you know, that's the market telling you it's going to be worth more in the future. Or, you know, vice versa. If it's down from the value, the market's expecting it to be less valuable in the future, or, you know, or the market's mispricing it, which is the point of value investing, is to find mispriced stocks. It's just like it's the same way sports betting, you know, finding a mispriced sportsbook bet, which is rare. I think it would be way more common in the stock market, I feel like. Those Canadian geese are smart. They started selling their feathers to a coat company and became rich. Now they just hang out and poop on stuff. Wait, what? All geese are evil. Because they chase her. They're the real gangs. They threaten with violence. Geese violence. Geese violence. Ducks are chill. Something so special. They just want bread. I heard goose on goose violence is on the rise over the decades. The fundamentals of a company pins the price down. Definitely puts it in range. Bitcoin has a cost of mining, so that's one thing I can think of how people might put price on it. Yeah, that makes sense. But it doesn't necessarily, and not for all companies though, because companies like Apple, Microsoft, all those, they are trading way above what they're actually worth. But it's because of the future value, you know? So it doesn't always keep the price down. It's just for less credible companies. I don't know if credible is the right word. We'll just say less popular companies. Like, we used Palantir as example not too long ago. Like, Palantir was over $100 recently. And, like, Palantir and GameStop have somewhat similar fundamentals. So, Palantir's not worth $100, you know? But the market thinks it is. Well, obviously not anymore. Now it's at 80, but you get what I mean. You know, it's not a set rule. It's just a way to find undervalued companies, more or less. And then to, you know, if something like that, like, you know, Palantir, it goes to $100 and it's only worth like 40, then that's showing you that it's overvalued and you probably don't want to buy it. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe you do. Who knows? Oh, man. 10 more minutes till the market closes. Kitty! A roaring kitty. If only it was the real roaring kitty. I just like... I just pray one day I open this and it's the real Roaring Kitties channel. That would be legit. GME is also the best in the biz when it comes to adding value for vendors, especially in the early years of cycle. EX, sizable market share, industry-leading attachment rates, expert sales force. Planter is going back to 28. I just mean there are metrics of how people are putting a bottom on crypto prices sort of thing. It's not just pure hype. I gotcha. Roaring Kitty is spoken. Corey is dying. I feel like I'm dying. I mean, I'm actually not that sick. It could be way worse. Could definitely be way worse. Morant's back in here. I could use a laugh. Nah, I'm good. I'm never giving that guy any of my time ever again. I was nice enough to not talk shit on him live when he was saying that GameStop was profitable when they were losing hundreds of millions of dollars. But yeah, I'll never talk to that dude again. Straight up. And if I do, it'll be me grilling his ass for talking about things that aren't even relevant. Has cheered up now. We're friends again. Oh, we're always friends. I honestly feel no, like, hard feelings when we argue. It's just good content. What's the drama? What drama? Oh, you weren't in here during that time. Like, maybe, like, the first, like, 2 weeks or 3 weeks of me streaming. Me and Morantz went on a Discord call together. And then he, like, later on started, like, talking shit on me. I don't really remember, but yeah, we had a Discord call, like, when I first started streaming. You weren't in the chat yet. I'm sure a lot of people weren't here yet, actually. That was really, like, early into the stream. DFV in the chat, that's crazy. Gme about close 0-0 on the day. Isn't this the same price it closed at yesterday? I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, yesterday it closed at 24.60 or around there. You're literally about to close at the same price. That's funny. It's not after hours yet. Stop. Read the Bible, mate, please. Save the drama for your mama. Monkeys out of the bottle. I don't know. I really don't want to. I would read the Bible, but I honestly don't want to read anything. I'm going to make my soup, and then I don't know what we're going to do from there. I saw that with Morantz. He sometimes still talks about your mother. I've seen he has beef with everyone. Yeah, that guy's a pussy, bro. He's still talking about me. That guy needs to get a life. It's funny how he talks about, like, other people being grifters, but he makes the shittiest videos about GameStop, and his live streams are just him lip syncing like Britney Spears and shit. It's like, who's really the grifter? This guy's just fucking posting YouTube videos so he can make like $4 on ad revenue. He has no desire to actually make like a legitimate fucking community, it seems like. Bible time after our soup. I don't know, man. My throat's pretty clapped. Turn any gay man straight. Morant streaming and shilling and only has like a 24K portfolio. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. That shit's funny. Fucking brokey. Fucking brokey. Talks about GameStop and he doesn't even have fucking 25K in the account. What a brokey. I bought 25K worth of GameStop my first week in the stock. Like, this dude's been acquiring GameStop for the past 4 years. That shit's hilarious. I mean, no offense to anyone here, but Morantz is a fucking loser. You can log into only Corey's if you want to see more Corey. I would never. I would never. A midget tail? Wait, you could turn a midget tall? What does that even mean? Asking for a friend. That's a mighty strong collection of video clips for a streamer. She knows. You can turn a midget tall? I don't know what that means. If Caitlin does, that's good. Market's about to close in 45 seconds. 45 seconds. Damn. Oh, that soup is gas, bro. I can't wait till it's heated up all the way. Corey's a prawn actor. Yeah, you know me, bro. You know me. That's why I started this stream, is to promote my OF. Grow locally, yeah. You excite them. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, there's the close. 24.49 or 48, something like that. Down 0.5%. That's actually not that bad, bro. That's actually not that bad. Because the S&P's down 1%. The S&P's down 1.5%. The Nasdaq's down almost 3%. And the Russell's down 1.4%, so... Down 0.5 on GameStop is not bad at all. That's pretty chill. Pretty chill. I'm the GME whale in my friend group. A handful of you guys are whales to me, but we're all ants to Roaring Kitty. Facts. And then Roaring Kitty's an ant to Ryan Cohen. Oh, man. It's a hierarchy here. GME either successfully reinvents itself and captures part of the rapidly growing $250 billion gaming industry, in which case it's worth significantly more, or it doesn't, and the downside is limited due to the strength of the balance sheet and the incoming cash flows from the imminent console refresh. Amen. I agree, the Roaring Kitty. I agree. I think that's why I like GameStop so much as well. Like the downside is protected. I don't think and like with the cash stack, if GameStop goes to like $15, $10, they could literally buy back over half the float if they really wanted. So there's a lot of even when GameStop goes down, there's a lot of positive things that could happen. I got some pepper. Some pepper soup. Yeah, just chicken soup, but chicken soup. Caitlin's in the lead. Any gay man would be lucky to have me, no Diddy. It's not about the size of the position, it's about the motion of the ocean. Amen. I like the clip where Stewie goes, "You get lost, you pervert," and Herbert goes, "Oh, we got a fighter." Oh, we got a fighter. Ding, ding, ding. Closing red, baby. Let's go. I'll just remind you about the moment. Yan, 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 yan. Yan, 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 yan. Manipulation, all I'm seeing. Manipulation! It's manipulated! Nah, the market's just turning bearish, which is sad to see. Sad to see, but also, you know, I don't know if this is going to happen, but last time S&P was down 10%, GameStop was at $34, so the market turning bearish isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it probably will be a bad thing. Kind of like it up here. You'd have to tell them GME is an asymmetric bet. I feel like Cordell's the fake Roaring Kitty. Definitely not. I wouldn't. You think I would type that? That's just words of wisdom from Roaring Kitty. Straight from the horse's mouth. I don't know if he chat GPT'd that or got that from the video, but I don't have the time to be typing that. Or maybe it's the real Roaring Kitty and he made an account just to be a part of my stream. Because, you know, we're so cool over here. We're so cool. Maybe it's Cam. Maybe it's Inept Al. Maybe it's John Tester. Who knows? Who knows? It's probably Hugh, but I don't know. Or maybe 6ix9ine. It could be anyone. It could be Roaring Kitty. It could be Ryan Cohen. What if it's Ryan Cohen? Kev made a game hand straight. Second owner forever. Could be Muma. He agrees with him a suspicious amount. Say a quick prayer for me. Dear Heavenly Father, please save me from this sickness, because it sucks. And I'm sick of being sick. TB, diamond hands, baby. Diamond hands. That should be the next prop, bro. Some diamond hands. Can we get some diamond hands for sale? Like diamond hand gloves? That would be sick. Oh. I'm surprised they don't have this. Why do they not have diamond hand gloves? Like the Fortnite thing. Oh, they do! I guess a Michael Show Michael glove. Or I can get some rhinestone gloves. I'm a rhinestone cowboy. Dun dun. I don't think I want any rhinestone gloves. Get a pair of Hulk hands and then paint them like diamonds. That's actually genius. Admit when I'm wrong. Kate. Frickin' Kate. I don't have time to type that. Types 80 words a minute. True. I mean, it's definitely not me, though. I can promise you that. I mean, can we get a fake Ryan Cohen in here, too? We got fake Roaring Kitty. Can we get fake Ryan Cohen? That's hilarious. I want to know what fake Ryan Cohen has to say. I do think it's the real Roaring Kitty. That'd be crazy. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, we can all hope. We can only hope it's the real Keith. I'm honest about my shit. Well, then it's got to be 6'9", and if it's not 6'9", then I literally have no clue who it could be. The evidence is staggering. GME to the moon. Let's go. Adam David, my guy. See, I like when new people come in here and say something positive. That's always nice. Although I did clap out the dude who was talking about AMC earlier. Like, it was... If you put GameStop and AMC in the same sentence, you deserve to get clapped. Kevin. Dude in crypto about the world's largest diamond memes for the memes? Or do you mean diamond hands? Welcome, Adam David. Hopefully you're having a good one. The only possible person it could be right now is Keith Gill. Is it, or is it you? Is it you, KCR? It's not me. I tried to make a troll account after Caroline Leavitt came in. Needed a phone number, didn't have another one, so I gave up. Oh yeah, you said this yesterday, I think. We don't take... If you're talking positive about AMC, you're a liar. And we don't take kindly. We don't take kindly to you. We don't take kindly around these parts. We don't take kindly to your kind around these parts, boy. Roaring Kitty. Imagine having tremendous conviction that a particular company is a long-term zero, and seeing that an omni-channel visionary has no doubt the same company has the flexibility to evolve into a sector leader. Time to update your GME models. I agree. I think a lot of people who say GameStop's long-term zero aren't even betting short on the stock. I think people just like to talk. They like to come in here and just type stuff in the chat or on Reddit or Twitter. I don't think they have any validity behind their statements. They're just saying stuff to say stuff. If you like AMC, you can get out. Super plot twist. It's GME, baby. That would be funny. It could be me. I mean, I would be very impressed if it was you, Shadow. I'd be very impressed. I like how the Roaring Kitty doesn't interact with us, just spits game. For real, though, huh? That's the weird part about it, huh? That's the weird part about it, but it's not, it's literally nobody. Like, I don't, it doesn't have any subscribers or anything. And it joined literally yesterday. It literally just made this account yesterday, so it's someone in the chat. I just don't know who. Maybe maybe it's 6ix9ine's wife. 6ix9ine's wife's truly a goated GME holder. Now he bought a 555 carat diamond because he has a project with 5555s in it. Long explanation. Okay. This guy's way smarter than me. Do you think you could spare some time to sign my wife's cleavage? Wife would have some roaring titties. I need to say this, Corey. Sorry, you don't have to have short something to be a doubter. You're not shorting that Trump stock thing that you said was going bankrupt, are you? Nah. But I don't buy anything I believe in or short anything that I don't believe in because I have way too much money in GameStop. If I didn't have any money in GameStop, I probably would short Trump, or I probably would have, honestly. I don't know. I can't say for sure because you know, hindsight, but that's the reason why I wouldn't bet on it. And I have a reason that it's going to go bankrupt. You know, I'm not just saying that it's going to go bankrupt. They literally did a at the money offering last year, before the election, raised over $400 million, and then they just lost $400 million. So it's like, I have a reason to think why it's going bankrupt. It's not baseless, you know? Most people just make baseless claims about GameStop. They're, you know? I think it's completely different when you have a reason why you're saying something. Most people just say stuff to say it. But you're right. I'm not short Trump, but it's done nothing but go down since I talked about it. So, you know, it's kind of interesting. And it also broke support here. So from a trading perspective, on top of the bankruptcy, you could have shorted, you know, $29, $28, and that would have been a solid bet. You wouldn't even had to short when I was talking about it. You could have waited for the trend to be in your favor. Whereas GameStop, I guess, like, you know, if you're making claims that GameStop's going to zero, you wouldn't have been shorting it until literally down here in the higher 20s. Because from a chart perspective, you didn't break support until February 5th. But from a fundamental perspective, there's absolutely no way GameStop would go to zero. There's literally no way. It could go back in the teens. It's possible. But I just personally don't see that happening. And also, like, with the Trump short, that's why I don't buy anything else, because I think any play in the stock market isn't going to compare to the gains you're going to get on GameStop whenever this starts going. I truly believe that. I truly think GameStop's going to be a very historical investment, and it already has been. It's already been a historical investment. Well, I wouldn't say investment. It's been more of a historical trade back in 21, the squeeze. That was more of a trade than an investment, but I think overall the next 5, maybe even 10 years, who knows, like, GameStop will be one of those investments we read about, like in How to Beat the Stock Market by Peter Lynch. I think it's going to be like one of those investments. So shorting Trump media is just pointless for me when I think I'm going to make way more just buying GameStop. And that call's based on fundamentals. It's not based on the chart. I feel like a lot of people make their claims based on the chart. But what do I know? I've been talking about the market being bullish for a month now, and it's done nothing but go down and done nothing but prove me wrong. So, what do I know? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Oh, wow. The Nasdaq's officially bearish. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Nasdaq is officially bearish. You officially made a lower low on there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Officially bearish on the Nasdaq. And the Russell. I mean, the Russell's been bearish. Crazy. Crazy. One thing that's very different from this to 2022 is all the indexes were falling together. And this time around, the Nasdaq and the Russell are leading the way, while the Dow and the S&P are somewhat holding up. So it's a little weird. I mean, the Russell's pretty similar to 2022. But as far as the Nasdaq, the Nasdaq, Dow, and S&P were all falling together back in 22. So that's one key difference, I think, here. But still, very crazy. Very crazy to see the Nasdaq make a lower low. Maybe you have no capital to short. Oh, I can short. I have capital to short. I just choose not to. It's the same reason why I don't trade. You know, I'm not going to play 2 losing games at once. Even though I think I could make money trading. That's still not a guarantee. And GameStop's not a guarantee either. So, I prefer to play 1 losing game at a time. Video's been paused. Kev is the fake R Kitty. He's been blowing his nose for quite a while. Oi, bruv, why'd you make a fake roaring kitty, bruv? Roaring kitty, what is your thought on pet rocks? Fun call, the Trump thing. Stop hating me for mine. It's not really a fun call. Like, from a fundamental perspective, it's like truly probably gonna go bankrupt. Well, that's a lie, because they're just gonna do at the money offerings until it's a penny stock, and then it'll go bankrupt. Unless by some miracle they can turn it around, and they don't lose hundreds of millions next year. But I actually bet on Trump media for the election. Back on, I mean, this is pretty irrelevant, but back here, like September, early September, I started buying Trump media here. And then I lost like 50% value, kept buying, because the market, for some reason, thought that Kamala was going to win the election. And then, you know, this happened. It was a decent bet. I didn't put a lot of money on it. But, yeah. Kind of interesting. You thought she would win? No, the market did. The market thought she was going to win. Even on the sports betting odds, they thought Kamala was going to win. That's why it was such an easy bet. Saying things I don't know. See you at the red light. In the red light. Ooh. Ooh. We in the red light. Isn't that T-Pain or something like that? Buy you a drink. Wee ooh. I'ma take you home with me. History in the making right here with GameStop, yes. GME share is a ticket to the greatest show of the greatest story ever told. Nas clap. My 14 call is based on the chart. I can't show you, and I'm probably wrong. That's why I say fun call. Yeah, so it's hard to make a claim off of just the chart, you know? That's why I can never agree. That's why I always want someone to have, like, a reason why they're saying something. Because the chart just isn't a good enough reason, I don't think. Personally, I mean, it's done nothing but go down, so what do I know? But I just don't think you can base your claims on a chart specifically. Unless you're like playing breakouts and stuff like that. I guess from a trading perspective you can, but you gotta have a stop loss still and yada yada. What's up, Robin Choi? Dip, potato chip. Oh yeah, bro. Battlefield Friends is the best. I think we watched that on stream one day. You got a shit bucket? You got a girlfriend? Wrong answer. You got a girlfriend, you're not playing Battlefield. You got a shit bucket? Wrong answer. You're taking the time to go to the bathroom. You're not playing Battlefield. Oh, peace out, Shadow. I think all markets are tanking till August. I'm calling $14 by then. Probably wrong. Till August? Possible. It's possible. That's about how long it lasted in 22. Oh. Oh, bye, Shadow. She's a complete idiot. I sing that all the time. Want a clip? I do. I do want a clip. Clip me. At Roaring Kitty, is Ryan Cohen a doofus? The people deserve to know. Is Ryan Cohen a doofus? Someone's got to make the fake Ryan Cohen account, right? I would love to see the fake Ryan Cohen and the fake Roaring Kitty, like, argue with each other. That would be amazing. I'm not a doofus. You are. You're a doofus. No, you're a doofus. Kamala. Jeez. What even happened to her? Has anyone even heard of her? Has anyone even heard from her since the election? I don't think anyone's even heard from her. Was Kamala AI? Was she even a real person? What if she was AI? She might have been AI. You guys didn't even know it. She's AI. She was a DUI. Needs an upgrade. Went full emo. Burn it! Burn down the establishment! Burn it to the ground! Corey ran over to his other computer to fire off a fake or a giddy reply. I don't have another computer. This is Kristen singing. It's only 7 seconds, though. How you only send me a 7-second clip? The song's way longer than that. That's crazy. My kid earning awards for being so great. Nice. Nice. The cat? When's the hotline bling opening back up for business? I know when the hotline bling. Ever since I left the city, you. What if it's been open and I just haven't told you? What if I'm just keeping it a secret? I mean, I do have Twitter. You can technically do calls on Twitter. So I mean, I guess I don't even need Discord at that point. You can just do calls on Twitter. I think. I don't know. I don't know how to. Who should I search? I'll message the Roaring Kitty. Oh, I gotta be verified to message him. Rip. Alright, fine. Well, I'll message Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen can't be messaged. This is bullshit. Bullshit. Oh yeah, you can do spaces, huh? Do you have to have premium to do spaces these days? I don't even know. Create a space. Oh yeah, I could just create a space. I don't even need Discord. Discord's trash. I could just use Twitter. Even though Twitter's even worse. That's cool. I didn't even think about that. I forgot they had spaces. That's actually a good idea, I think. I'd imagine more people have Twitter than Discord. I don't know though. I don't know. I'd imagine every single person here has a Twitter. Maybe you haven't logged into it in years, but I'm sure everyone here has one. Call back in when I'm less sleep deprived. We still gotta get Kristen on call. She was supposed to be on call like a month ago. Oh no, we did get her on call for like 7 minutes. I forgot about that. For a whopping 7 minutes. Jeez. More sultry Kristen hubbub. I only need 2 with a voice like that. Damn, that's funny. That's funny. Zing! That was a zinger. That was a zinger for real. That's funny. Is there any other... I think I watched all the Ryan Cohen videos. I don't think there's any more. How does this chick have... Okay. I was like, what? Who the hell is this? What the hell? Billionaire of the Week. What is this? Billionaire of the Week. Founder of Chewy. Love this podcast. Are they just going to be talking about him? I've watched this podcast before. When it first got created. I think one of its first videos was Rob Dyrdek, if I'm not mistaken. Well, whenever they started the podcast, I guess. I guess they've been making videos for a long time. I could have sworn. I guess not. Anyway.
This is the first game.
Let's see what... Is Ryan Cohen even in this? No, it's just people talking about Ryan Cohen. Use this like as a like button if you're a GameStop ape. 6 people. Ryan Cohen was only discussed for like 2 to 3 minutes. Alright, I'm not gonna waste my time then. Not gonna waste my time. A cigarette princess? The cigarette princess. The Newport. I don't know. The Marlboro Madam. The Camel Crusher. I don't know. The Camel King. The Pall Mall Princess. Camel Toe. The Camel Toe. The Indian Spirit something. Console games are $70 now, man. What the fuck? Can't wait to see price of Switch 2 games. Yeah, console games are expensive these days. Switch 2 is gonna be legit, I'm sure, though. I feel like they're gonna focus. I don't know. I got a feeling they're gonna put a focus on like classic games and remastering games. Because if you remember that article we read, like, I don't know, sometime this week about Donkey Kong Country Returns HD and how it was the most selling console last year of the Switch, like, they should just fucking they should just focus on remastering old games rather than... Obviously, they should make new games too, but they should be betting on nostalgia. Straight up. Bet on nostalgia. I know it. God damn it. Who brought up Hotline Bling? Now I'm gonna have that stupid song stuck in my head again. I think it was Hugh. Thanks a lot, Hugh. I know in that Hotline Bling. That could only mean one thing. I know in that Hotline Bling. I don't know what to do with my life. I look an 8K for Chewy that was posted 2 days ago. On February 21st, 2025, the board of directors of Chewy increased the size of the board from 12 to 13 directors and filled the newly created vacancy, appointing Miss Deborah Ellinger, the new director, as a Class 2 director, with a term expiring at the company's annual meeting of stockholders in 2027. The board has determined that Miss Ellinger is an independent for purposes of serving on the board under the applicable rules of the SEC and the New York Stock Exchange. Miss Ellinger is a former CEO, an experienced board member with extensive experience in the consumer products and solutions industry, including pet. Miss Ellinger is currently a senior advisor with Boston Consulting Group, a global consulting firm where she works primarily with private equity clients investing in consumer and retail companies. She has held that position since 2018. Miss Ellinger was previously the CEO or president of 4 private equity-backed companies from 2004 to 2018. Ideal Image, a med spa chain, the Princeton Review, a test prep company, Restoration Hardware, I know what that is, a home product retailer, and Wellness Pet Food, a pet food manufacturer. From 2001 to 2003, Miss Ellinger was an executive vice president at CVS Pharmacy. From 1999 to 2001, Miss Ellinger was a senior vice president at Staples. From 1990 to 1999, Miss Ellinger was a managing director at partner at BCG. Miss Ellinger started her career in banking at Mellon Financial Corporation. Miss Ellinger has served on several public and private boards, including Tupperware, a manufacturer of home goods. From 21 to 23, iRobot, a manufacturing of consumer robots. From 2011 to 2023. Covetrus, a distributor of software and products for veterinarians. From 2019 to 2022. Interpublic, from 2015 to 2017. National Life Group, a life insurance company, from 2007 to 2014. Sealy, a bedding manufacturer, from 2013 to 2020. And Malden Mills, a textile manufacturer, from 2003 to 2006. Miss Ellinger holds a Bachelor of Arts and Masters of Arts from the University of Cambridge, UK, and is not practicing barrister at law. The new director is eligible to receive our standard annual compensation for non-affiliate directors, as described in our most recent proxy statement filed with the SEC on May 24th, 24, under the heading Director Compensation. The company also entered into an identification agreement with the new director in connection with her appointment to the board. The identification agreement is substantially the same form as the identification agreement for other directors of the company that was filed at Exhibit 10.2. The company's registration statement on Form S1 filed with the SEC on June 3rd, 2019. There are no other transactions with the new director, which would require disclosure under 404A of Regulation SK. The new director's appointment as director of the company was not pursuant to any arrangement or understanding between her and any other person. Okay. Got any whales on GameStop yet? No whales. Some selling, though. Well, Jeffries sold 20,000 puts. That's solid. They still have 150,000 puts, though. And they sold 2,000 shares. Bernard bought 600 shares. Summit Singh still the CEO? Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. Hate working on this bike. Hey, at least you get to learn how to work on a bike, I guess. I don't know. There's one positive. Lazy to look it up. Yeah, I believe Summit Singh's the CEO still. They've been selling shares, though, but I guess it's for, like, a tax purposes. Tax purposes. Hey, Denny's has some insider buying.
Discover your new Hyundai.
I don't know. I'm not going to look at Open Insider. We'll do that tomorrow, I guess. Meta plans to release standalone Meta AI app. Oh, no. I got smited by short sellers. I saw news that it went down like 20% or something, but I haven't been tracking it. It's up way too much to track. I did see a news article about it on CNBC though. Inspection today, nice. One step closer. 520 to 320 in a week's crazy. Oh, that it really fell that much? Damn. I only saw the article that said like 15-20%. That's huge. That's wild, bro. $458. Like, you better be cuddling me afterwards. Rising game prices increase the value of GME's legacy trade-in business, layer on a revamped omni-channel experience and new high-margin digital revenue streams, and the bull thesis becomes clear. Bro, this Roaring Kitty, bro. This Roaring Kitty knows what he's talking about. Who is that guy? Who is that guy? Lift heavy things and put them down. I'll have the stream going in the background. Alright, bet Shadow, enjoy. Is that a bot? No, I don't know who that is. I swear it's Hugh, but I don't know who it is. If it's actually Roaring Kitty, that guy is a G, bro. I mean, I agree. Everything he says is so, like, good. So it's just weird. It's weird, bro. It's weird. Literally everything he says is so accurate. It's actually insane. Bro, it ain't me. I don't know who it is, bro. I want to know who it is. What if it is Roaring Kitty? He just made a new account to troll me. There's no way, though. There's absolutely no way. Why'd the market tank so hard today? I don't know. You just not making new highs and you're approaching a bear market. Sellers are in control. There's no reason. You don't need to have a reason for the market to go down. If it's not going up, it has no other place to go but down. There doesn't have to be a reason. I think it's Boomer Matt. I don't know. I don't think it's Matthew. Ain't me. No way it's you. Too smart for anyone but Boomer Matt. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I really think it's him. He's spitting straight facts. I mean, he is. But it's like, why would he make a new account just to do this? He's legit pulling lines from his old videos. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Actually, I don't know if that's a line from a video, though. I don't know if that last thing he said's a line from a video. It might be. It might be. Mortgage rates dropped a bit. Yeah, I saw that. That's good for you. Good timing. Good timing. Pricers are holding on. True. I mean, the NASDAQ did officially become bearish today. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We will see what happens tomorrow. It's just odd that the S&P and the Dow are holding up. Like, normally everything would be selling together. Google the kitty's last message. I bet it's Reddit. No, none of that's from Reddit. That's all from his video. Like, a lot of the stuff he's saying is from videos. Haven't seen Canon in a while. Me either. That's a part of streaming though. People come and go. Bearish. I mean, from a chart perspective, the Nasdaq is officially bearish. Whether you agree with it or not. Omni-channel brought me back. But God always looking out, literally. Come and go, gas station. That's streaming. People come and then they go. It's like every girl I've been with. They come and then they go. Yeah. Everything's bearish on a whole. We're all getting clapped. Nah, the Dow and the S&P are not bearish yet. Double top on the Nasdaq. Double top on all indexes. Except the Russell. The Russell's the only thing that's just selling like crazy. You don't pay hookers to come, you pay them to leave. Accurate. He loves it. No, I want them to stay. But they never want to stay. It's weird. It's crazy. They just never want to stick around. I could get behind this movement. It's weird. I mean, I get it. You don't have a seller? Nah. No seller. I was testing my ban ability. Forgot it's after hours. No rules. No rules. It's back on. It's back on. God, what is that from? It's back on. Did Ryan Cohen crash Bitcoin? Nah, it's the same thing as the... I mean, that's a tinfoil, of course. You could tinfoil that if you want, but it's the same as the stock market. If it's not going to make new highs, it's just going to sell off. Welcome to, if you're new to the stock market, welcome to a possible bear market. This is, how it goes. This is how it goes. Everyone has to think there's a reason that it's selling off, but in reality, there literally doesn't have to be a reason. It can, stocks can just sell off, indexes and everything. Those people who 2022, perfect example. Other than the Fed increasing rates, there was really no reason for the market to crash. Or turn bearish. It's not a crash. That's another thing. It's not a crash. It's bearish. Possibly. If there's no reason to buy, they sell. Well, it's also just the market's always in search of liquidity. That's what a stock market, crypto, any chart, that's what a chart is doing. The chart is in search of liquidity, and if there's no liquidity at higher prices, it's going to get its liquidity from lower prices until buyers start to provide that liquidity. It's a very simple concept. It's just markets always in search of liquidity. Forever and always. And that's also a reason why I think GameStop is interesting, because there's a lot of liquidity at higher prices. There's a lot of people trapped up there. A lot of shorts shorting. Roaring Kitty, the market sell-off is serving a wonderful opportunity to test the strength of GME's recent upward momentum. Very interesting, Roaring Kitty. Bro, what the hell, dude? Who is this? Bro, what? Bruh. Who is this, bro? That's actually, like, crazy. That's actually crazy. Bruh. Bruh. I've been telling you all along, it's me. Is it? Is that him? No. It's not Roaring Kitty. I mean, maybe, but it's not his channel. It's not Roaring Kitty. It's not Keith Gill. It's Deep fucking Value, baby. But that's, like, probably the most accurate thing I've ever seen. Ah, Muma. That's a good guess. That's a good guess. That is a good guess. But that might be one of the most accurate things I've ever seen someone type in here. The market sell-off is serving as a wonderful opportunity to test the strength of GME's recent upward movement. Or momentum. That is, that's crazy, dude. Degens. Yet again, showing his wisdom. KCR is the fake Roaring Kitty. That's what I think. I think it's KCR. I don't know, though. I don't know who it is. Reveal yourself. Reveal yourself, whoever that is. Inept Al playing a long con. Nah, Inept Al never comes in here anymore. Could be Johnny Tester, though. That guy comes in here every day. Is that him? Roaring Kitty is here. You don't believe in a stock genius? Seen him in over a week. He's been preparing for this. I mean, that's too smart of a sentence for Inept Al, to be fair. Inept Al, I don't think Inept Al is smart enough to type something like that. It's not a cat. It's Muma. Wise words. You think Muma Blur's that smart? I mean, yeah. I think he could pull it off. Is it me or is the market sell out? I don't know. Not a tinfoil guy. Although I have 578 bottom on SPY, GME is holding up. Yeah, I wouldn't relate something that has literally nothing to do with the stock market to a sell-off. This guy's way smarter than me. I couldn't hold a candle to his intellect. He hasn't been here for like 4 days. It's been longer than that. I haven't seen him in like a week or two, I think. The owl could have been smart. We never gave him a chance. I don't want to give the owl a chance. That guy sucks. Is that Keith? It's Keith Gill. Yo, who that boy? Who him is? I swear, stand-up guy. Well, I don't know what you're saying, Muma. now I really think Roaring Kitty's Muma. But I don't know. Whoever it is, they're just laughing at us, speculating on who the fuck it is. He's just laughing at us, just speculating. Whoever it is. He was always saying nice things about me. That's true. Well, I mean, I don't know. He said some weird stuff. Anyone doing their taxes? Yeah, well, I gotta wait for something and then I'll doing mine. I'm doing multiple people's taxes this year. I'm gonna be a tax pro after this year. Not really, but I probably should learn more about taxes. Who him is crazy. As long as Roaring Kitty keeps dropping wisdom. Fair enough. I've said some weird stuff. True. Catch me if you can have them. Okay, we'll have some... Since I didn't have to reinvest, I got a 1099. I never saw that money, so I'm confused. I mean, it's probably just such a minimal amount you didn't even notice. You have to have a lot of money to be making like any significant amount on dividends. At least hundreds of thousands. Said I made 900. Yeah, that's for the year. So that's like $80 a month. I'm sure it's there. Rugging 2 bots in a half hour. Well, that's dividends for you. You don't make a lot off dividends. That's why this stock shit's for richies. Fucking richies. Us brokies have to take more risk to make money. We can't make all our money on 5% dividends. It's great that Morning Kitty is here. It's interesting. I'm very interested in who it is. Because I just have a hard time believing it's actually him. Still going on the live. Yes, sir. We're still here. I'm fucking tired, but we still here. I don't think it's any chat regular. I don't know, man. Just, it's me. Could be. Stamina. I mean, this is average 7-8 hour stream. We do this every day. This is a pretty much everyday thing at this point. It's just this time I'm sick, so I don't know how I'm surviving. Ooh, I want to watch this. Hey, give me that back. This is the first gameplay trailer for that new PUBG, or, you know, the people who made PUBG. This is their new game. I have the sound off because of music. Did yesterday's stream get clapped because of Ryan Cohen prank video? I don't think so. It's still up, isn't it? I can't remember. I don't think I deleted it. Pretty sure it's still up. What was yesterday? Yeah, it's still up. I'm surprised. I'm just worried about copyright strikes. Like, I'm not worried about the video getting deleted or anything like that. Copyright strikes are just bad. Like, if you get a copyright strike on your channel, you get demonetized for 90 days. And then the second copyright strikes, you know, if you get that while you still have a copyright strike, it resets. And then if you get a third copyright strike, your whole channel gets deleted. So that's like the only thing that worries me, because I mean, it would suck to get demonetized because I make, you know, $200-300 from just having videos on YouTube, but like, it would suck to get my whole channel deleted. I'd be pretty upset. Very upset, actually. So that's why I'm always like worried to watch videos and stuff on stream, but so far it hasn't been an issue. Richies be doing crazier shit than stocks. Need capital for it to be worth your time, though. It's like being born 5 hours late to a game of Monopoly. I mean, most people with real money want slow, consistent growth. They don't want the possibility to lose half their net worth in an instant. We'll see in an interview years from now that he will mention sometimes going into a stream with his alternate account and dropping wisdom for us. Caitlin would love all the attention that chat Roaring Kitty is getting. Kristen was getting earlier, made me miss my week of fame. Starving brat syndrome. RIP. Must have missed it. Dumpster fire of a work day, first half of the day. Kristen is a classy fucking lady. You better show her respect. Yeah, pretty much. I agree. You didn't miss much? What do you mean? We watched Ryan Cohen interviews all day and read Ryan Cohen interviews all day. You missed a lot. It's a lot of good content. So a cow. I'm going to be getting my first U-bike soon. Love the videos. Hey, much love, So a cow. So a cow. I don't know. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Channel gets deleted from what? Copyright strikes. So if you're like watching other people's content or you like steal someone else's content, they can give you a copyright strike on your channel, and if you get 3 of them, they'll delete your account. That's why, yeah, watching videos is scary on YouTube or while I'm live streaming, because yeah, if that happens, and you can't make another YouTube channel, so like if that happens, you know, I'm done. No more YouTube. No more emo streams. I didn't get a copyright strike from that. Just a claim. There's a difference between a copyright claim and a copyright strike. Hit by another car for doing this shit? Nah. Who's needy, Kate? No more texting and biking. Someone talk shit. I don't know. It's just a Soaka. It's from my country. I see. I see. Work out in long sleeve ever again. Yeah, you need shorts and a shirt for sure. The long sleeve gets too soaked. In my name, the CA is for my country. I see. I don't know what CA or what country CA is. In the United States, CA is California. So I don't know what country that would be. Canada. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, Canada. The best Canada is French Canada. It's the best Canada in the land. Gme is going down on low volume, which is very bullish in my opinion. I mean, anytime it goes up, it's on low volume too. You just need big money to come in and bid this thing up. But I agree. I mean, like the fake Roaring Kitty said. What did the fake Roaring Kitty say? Where is he? The market sell-off is serving as a wonderful opportunity to test the strength of GME's recent upward momentum. I mean, I would say that's a very accurate description of what's going on. Pretty Katie. Getting my first e-bike shooting. I'm really excited. It goes 100 and 115 kilometers. Damn. That's sick. Earbuds are dead. I gotta work out using my gaming headset. That's funny. I love you. I love you too, Kristen. My tablet's stupid, I swear to God. Does anybody know what the fastest Chiron goes? I have no clue. Suron, you mean? I don't know what a Chiron is. But a Suron, I think it's like 80 miles per hour. Like fully upgraded with the small sprocket. I think it's 80. Like that you're getting an e-bike. I was gonna get a Suron, brother, like the 15 grand the bike I'm getting is like 1,000. Yeah, that's better. You don't need to be paying 15 grand for an e-bike. Nobody knows how long these e-bikes even go, or like how long they even last. Goes 71 with no upgrades. Damn. Roaring Kitty. Folks are overlooking just how effective this new and improved GME team has been. A few more quarters of execution, and many investors will come around to the idea that this is a star-studded management board. An investment base is not only competent, but outstanding. Yes, sir. Bro, who is this? Who is this, bro? Who is this? Someone. It's someone. It's not Keith. Bro is spitting. For real, though. Straight spitting. Straight spitting, bro. It's just weird because nobody in the chat that we know of talks like this. So it's just very odd. Very odd. Cute when you're frustrated. I'm not frustrated. Who is it? Who is it? It's Matt Romano. He hasn't said dong yet. Can't be me. It's AI. I mean, I don't know. Could be. I mean, everything he's saying is just quotes from his videos, for the most part. I love that he doesn't talk to us. I know, it's weird. It's funny. Ocam's razor. Fewer assumptions is usually the truest outcome. DFE is here. Be hosting e-bike rideouts because no one doesn't mean in Canada. Oh, nice. That'll be fun. You'll find some people. Maybe some one-wheelers and stuff. Stockham's razor. Only one time on his hands to pick out these quotes and post them here. It's obviously Kate. Could be. Could be Kate. Personally think it's Soa Canada. Who knows who it is, man? Who really knows? I mean, as long as he keeps spitting facts, I don't really care. At least there's someone in the chat spitting some legit factual statements. I'm cool with it, even if it is AI. When is your next tweet, Keith? Equal rights, equal fights. Keep spitting facts, DFV. All we need is Ryan Cohen. Next tweet is tomorrow. That's my bet. Oh, no way. Team Fortress 2. Buying Cohen. Buying Cohen. Nvidia bounced from the 3 trillion market cap club after falling more than 8%. What? It didn't bounce. It didn't bounce. Damn. It's 3:30. 3:30, huh? Tomorrow's Friday. Froyo. Froyo. Some froyo. Ugh. Sunday's mine. Give me another few weeks before a killer loads up like earlier. Bringing up age now. Freaking boomer. I like that Kristen and Caitlin are the only people I know by name here. Long live the alter egos. I mean, you know Roaring Kitty's name. And now you know Shadow's name. It's way later here on the other side of the Atlantic. What time is it there? Like 10:30? I dropped it once, Kaylin, but you weren't in chat paying attention to something else. I don't even remember you dropping it, actually. That was only because I thought my plane was going down. Oh, is that day? I don't even remember that. Full attention. 11:30 p.m. I was close. John? John! It's John! Hugh John reaction. Hugh John. Is the day everybody gave you money, yeah. He called Rupert. That's how American people write it, right? 11:30 p.m. 23:30 for us, yeah. I mean, I use the 24-hour clock personally. See? It's 15:29. Well, 15:30 now. 24-hour clock's where it's at. Ben Gay. Yeah, just I have to say 3:30 because nobody will get it if I say 15:30. Tell military time, but I prefer the stupid people clock. Gets confused counting. I mean, you just add whatever on 12. It's pretty simple. Or you just minus 12 from whatever time it is if you're on the clock. Use military time. Yes, sir. I've had military time on my phone for years. You just know, like, that's the fucking time. Anyone else currently sharpening a knife for tomorrow or nah? I don't know what you mean by that. It's pretty simple. I mean, it is. I learned how to add and subtract in like first grade. So my bench press thing doesn't have the grips that hold the weight on the bar. Might die right now. Nah, you'll be good. You'll be good. You got this, bro. You got this. You about to get those gains. Get those chest gains, bro. Get those mother flipping chest gains. Don't make me feel more dumb. I didn't know you served. Nah, I didn't serve. I just used military time. I just think it's easier to use the 24-hour clock, personally. Makes more sense. Thousands of different languages, metric systems, and English Imperial. I'm just glad everyone agreed on using the same time units. It's just in writing. We use the 24-hour clock mostly in spoken language. We used to say 3 in the afternoon and stuff like that. Does make more sense, yeah. Definitely. Damn, it's almost tomorrow for you, KCR. You're like a time traveler. That's crazy, bro. You're like from the future. You're from the future. 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 I was reading about math the other day with a base of 60, like our base is 10 kind of thing. It's mad how math can be changed, something about integers or some shit. I understood it at the time. I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. That must be that new math where 2 + 2 = 5 or whatever. That new age math that they're teaching the kids. I don't think I've ever vaped while working out before. It feels weird. Where in the world is KCR? At Belgium. The foreigners, bro. The foreigners. Apes everywhere. It's like math is a constructum. The rules can be changed, and for all intents and purposes, it would still work. Except geometry. Geometry is pretty consistent, I would imagine, everywhere. Coming in with the 2 Live crew. Banned in the USA. I've been banned in the USA. Final destination. Does suck that I have the extra currency conversion aspect when investing in US stocks. Why can't you just buy GameStop on your exchange? Don't you like trade on the European exchange? Or like, don't they have GameStop? I don't get why you would have to go to US dollars. I feel like you could just buy it in euros. I don't know how that works. Work out my muscles and lungs. Well, if you want to work out your lungs, go for a run, my friend. You won't want to vape ever again if you start running. Picked a 42-hour day. I don't think that would work. Unless your minutes were like really short. Is that what you mean? Is that what you're talking about? Having like shorter minutes? I don't know. I don't even know. I'm confused now. Get one of them gold cards, come to the US, live with Cordell and Mitch. I ain't been reading chat. Thanks for inspiring me to get back in the gym. Yeah, bro, stick with it. Stick with it. It shouldn't, the consistency's the key. Going for like a week or two doesn't do anything for you. You gotta be in there every day. Well, not every day, but at least consistently every week. Cultivating mass. Cultivating mass. What the hell, dude? What the hell, dude? I'd knock the vape out your hand if I was there. Yeah, vaping's bad, okay? I'd honestly rather... I mean, smoking weed's way better than vaping. Vaping is so bad for you. To be fair. To be fair. I don't think I'm gonna read any of these articles right now. I'm good. I'm just gonna bring this down here. I don't know what to do. I'm freaking dead right now, dude. I've been skateboarding so much, I don't even think I want to go outside. But I probably should. Because there's nothing else to do. Dry herb vape. Yeah, like a volcano. Is that what you mean? I've done it all, man. I've done it all. I don't know if it's, I mean, it probably is the best way to do it, but I think, putting vape and smoke in your lungs in general isn't good for you. You're supposed to just breathe oxygen. You're just supposed to breathe oxygen, you know, that's kind of... I don't want to skate. Can't get a lung transplant. Gotta be safe, especially the microplastics in the air. Microplastics? Oh, man. Microplastics. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Oh, man. Greatest life decision I've ever made was put down the vape. Hey, that's sick, bro. Not a lot of people can do that. They don't have the willpower to even try. How'd you do it, Matt Romano? Gonna pick up a vape. They found traces of microplastics in people's brains, apparently, like they landed on the moon. Oh, man. The microplastic thing's funny. I'm a believer right now, but let's see. 3 years, 4. Let's see what happens from here. Yep. Long term, baby. Long term plays. I heard if you get addicted to smoking, it's because you're gay and have an oral fixation. That's funny. Vape goes missing, everyone turns into a suspect. Oh, man. Hey, look. It's Roaring Kitty. Oh yeah, what? I just realized it's Roaring Kitty, not the Roaring Kitty. So whoever is pretending to be the Roaring Kitty isn't actually Roaring Kitty. Unless it does your handle. I don't know if it does your handle or your name. Because if it was the handle, it'd be all one word. Can we watch some of this for the lulz? Let's watch some of this for fun. Why not? Oh god! That was terrifying. Headphone users just got clapped. Headphone users literally just got clapped. Oh, you can't see him. I'm covering it up. There you go. This shit's so funny, dude.
Oh shit. Oh, am I okay? Oh shit. Oh, that was a close call. I'm gonna get my shit set up there. Oh. Help. Send help. I know. Can y'all hear me right now? I kind of forget how to do this. I kind of tested it. Can you hear me? I can't keep up with this chat. You can hear me? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I can't read this chat.
The funny part about this video is he's down like $500 million from his high water mark. Like he was up over $1 billion. And now, and then in this fucking stream, he's down like 500 million or more. And this shit just, bro. This stream makes me laugh every time I watch it.
The chat. Oh, you can hear me. Oh, excellent. I had to dust this shit off to get this working. Oh, you brought me back to life with the chat. It's like the... Oh, shit. I'm alive. Kinda. What's up, everybody? I'm looking around. I feel like it's working, but I haven't done it in so long. I think it's working. I see you can hear me. It looks like it's going okay. So I think we can get it. Sorry, I'm legit looking at the chat here just to see. Okay. All right. I think it's working. Honestly, I can't believe that shit. I thought for sure I'd fuck it up somehow. Welcome, everybody. Happy Friday. Oh, shit, I didn't even...
Blackjack sounds fun.
The beer yet, but that's okay. I got a beer. You know, I know it's the middle of the afternoon here, but right? It's Friday. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's not 5 o'clock here, but it's about to be. Oh, shit, wait, do I gotta wear this shit the whole time? I don't think... There's no YouTube rules like whatever your drip is when you start, you gotta keep rocking that. I'm pretty sure... There's no way that's a rule. I mean, I'll keep it up for now, because, Cheers, everybody! Let's go! Oh, shit, look at this! It's going up! I can say that, right? Can I say that? Can I say it's going up? Is that okay? Look at this, I can't keep that getting over. I think I can say that. Cheers! Crazy stuff going on these days, huh? Crazy stuff. Can you believe it's me? Can you believe it? Because it kind of looks like a lot of people don't. So I figured I'd pop in here, say what's up, everybody. I hope everyone's doing good. I know it's not the usual time of the stream, but figured I'd see what's going on, check in, how everyone's doing.
Did you watch this live?
No real game plan here. Just wanted to hop in, see what's popping. Damn.
How many people in the chat watched... Wait. How many people in the chat watched this live? I'm curious to see. How many people here watched this live?
God damn. All right. Okay, yeah, so I hope everyone's doing well. It's been a few years now. I hope y'all are good.
Not it.
We've been doing okay here, hanging in there.
He was high.
This, you may not, I mean, I was just messing around with this. This isn't a real bandage. This isn't a real, what do you call this, a splint? Is that the word? It's not real. I'm messing around right now. I'm messing around, okay? So other than this, we're doing okay here, right? It's been a crazy... Well, first, I mean, it's been a crazy few years, right? It's been a crazy couple of months, too. Oh, shit.
I think this was after the second squeeze, so I had already made a fucking bag on this. Pretty sure.
Yeah, bonkers. I wanted to... Oh, here, let me just close. Oh, it's pretty good to be back, you know? I kind of forgot. You kind of forget what it feels like after it's been so long.
CNBC watched it live, yep.
I hope...
He's overdue for a return.
Before I get started here, I feel like, what is it, Ocean's 12? Like, how many espressos do you have? 5. That's me right now, you know? But now you got to make the switch, you know? You do the little pre-gaming. You do the pre-gaming action, which in my case might be some coffee or some espresso or something. But I think it's time to make a switch. All right. So I don't know what type of beer you think I'd be going for today, but I mean maybe this isn't the right day to do it. I mean, I hope. Can I do this? Can I show this? Oh, you can't see it. You can't see it. Oh, can you guess what beer that is? Can you guess? That's a hint that you can't see it. Oh, I should have tested that. Whoops. Oh, shit.
Green,
Let's see
baby.
if you...
Green.
Oh, you see it. Oh, they see it. I mean, I'm not cut up with the chat, but at least I can see y'all scrolling through there. Green. It's green. It's green. Cause, all right, so it's green, right? But go Celtics, all right? Go Celtics. We won last night, all right? I'm pulling for them. I guess it's not a green day here, right? But this is the finals, baby. To start off the series with that shit, come on, let's pour this. let's start it off right. Like I said, 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock. Oh, Carlsberg is actually a good guess. That's actually a good guess. That's a green one too. Rolling Rock. Go Celtics. Let's go. See, I can't keep up with the chat, but I can look over. Sorry, I'm new to a lot of people being here, right? I just look, but at least I can catch some of your things. All right, let's pour this in here. My buddy, oh, can you see this if I pour it all the way in there? I should have showed you before I poured this shit. My buddy hooked me up with some, oh, you can't see it. Oh, you can't see it. Maybe when the head pops up. Hold on. All right, let me just pick that up here, huh?
Love when it goes up. My favorite part's
screwed up the pour there. That's okay.
The end of it's my
okay.
favorite.
I'm doing it with one hand.
Stream.
Also, I'm sorry. I mean, I was late, but you try starting a stream rocking this. You know, I mean, I'm trying to do it opposite here. All right? Sorry about that. All right, now for real though. I think I gotta take this off. It's messing with my head. I feel like I'm actually injured or something. How do I do that? All right, let's do that. Whew. Whew. All right, let's pop that off. Whew. Oh shit! It's stuck to my hair. Ah, shit. Okay. Let me pop that over there. It's getting kind of
skating's hard.
It's getting kind of warm in here too. But I don't. I mean, now you know I was just messing around. I don't need this ice pack. I got this ice pack just in case. I mean, it is getting a little bit warm. But again, I was just messing around. I don't actually need this. But if I get too hot, let's hope the beer cools me down. Yeah. So what's up, everybody? I gotta be. Do I have to be careful what I say here? I'm not really sure. I don't know. But I did want to hop on the stream here. I mean, some of you have seen. I've been back, kind of active for a few months. But I did want to. Oh wait, let me just do this over here. Figured I'd check in. This is me, by the way. I see a lot of question marks. Oh, is he back? Is it someone else? I mean, can you tell? Can you tell it's me now? I mean, what weirdo spends their free time working on memes? You know, like, is someone else doing that? You know, I own it. That's okay. But no, hey, this is me. I'm not AI either. Or am I AI? Ooh, I could be these days. You know, I see it's changed a lot these past few years. But no, this is me. I wanted to pop in here, be like, yo, what's up? Say what's up. I guess remind everybody this is me. That I'm the one active on my accounts, of course. What else to say here? I see a lot of the stuff out there. I'm just like, what the hell? What else? Oh, these are the accounts I'm showing, and my positions are mine. You know, it's like those are my positions. I'm not working with anybody else. I'm not cool. I'm not working with hedge funds. Like that's kind of, it's like the same stuff as last time. So it's kind of interesting to see that stuff. So I'm like, all right, I gotta hop on a stream and just remind people, you know. And then what else? Like I'm not an institutional investor, you know. I'm not all this other stuff, and I am definitely not Paul Dano. All right. I don't know if you thought you were gonna tune in today. It was gonna be like Paul Dano on here, but I'm not Paul Dano. Okay.
Paul Dano is the dude who starred in the movie, if you didn't know.
And actually, I gotta be honest here. I still haven't seen that movie. I haven't seen it. I've seen some clips, but I still haven't seen that movie. But no, I'm not Paul Dano. I'm not Paul Dano either. So I'm sorry to disappoint if that's what you were tuning in to see. Oh no, I'm causing it to go down. I need a button that, like, I press the button and it ejects me from this if the price is going down, or if I say something, oh boy, just press the button and get me out. But it is what it is. What am I gonna do? Yeah, so I just wanted to check in with
It
you
is
folks.
what it is.
Remind you all that stuff. Let you know that it's me. Say what's up. Let me see this chat here. And so I mean, can I talk about GameStop? What can I say about GameStop? I mean, the funny thing is that I have a lot of the same feelings about everything. You know, it's you kind of. I mean, I've talked a lot about GameStop and how I feel about the situation and all that. And I thought I wanted to hop on and kind of reiterate a lot of my viewpoints that I had previously. And I think, if you remember my previous thoughts on the company and the opportunity, there was kind of like a two-part thesis to it. And that second part of the thesis is a reinvention of the business model, or a transformation, whatever you want to call it. And I just, to remind people who, if you haven't seen my materials, is that we're in that second part of it here, where it's less about, I see over the past couple of years, I see an overemphasis on like that legacy business. And it's just, there's no it matters. It's not that it doesn't matter, of course, but they're in the transformation stage here. And what could they transform into? You know what I mean? There's a lot of question marks about that, understandably so. But essentially it becomes, at this stage of that second part of the analysis, this transformation part, it becomes a bet on the management. You know, in particular, of course, Ryan fucking Cohen. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Cohen and his crew. And that's what folks are should be focused on. You know what I mean? And that's probably going to be an ongoing debate as to how people feel about him, whether he can successfully transform that business. And those are great discussions. And those are good discussions that need to be had. And so when I look at the situation, though, and I'm kind of going to be echoing some of the thoughts that I had previously, is that I feel like I see enough where I believe this guy might be able to do it, right? That's not a guarantee. This is the same thing as before. I mean, I'm not promising anything, but over the long term here, I think he seems like the type of guy. He seems like he has those characteristics, and the way he approaches this seems like he might be able to do this. But again, that's not a guarantee. This is kind of like, it's kind of based on feel. You've heard me say that, right? And so I have that feeling. I have this feeling, and I'm like, all right, let me reiterate some of these feelings that I have. But it remains to be seen, you know. And you should keep your eye on stuff too. Reserve the right to change your mind about stuff, just like I do. Don't follow anyone blindly. Nothing on this stream is advice. Hopefully, you all know that, right? This is the same thing. But like when I have a feeling about that, it's like, all right, well, let me share it. I could be wrong about stuff, but I think, all right, let's talk about it. And I don't know. I think he has the characteristics that he could do this. In particular, I think we can all agree GameStop finds itself in a very unique situation, just like it did last time, right? Not just in the gaming space per se, but you have a company where you actually have so many people rooting for it, right? They're rooting for it to work out, myself included. How often does that happen? That folks like really want it to work out, and it's a highly unusual position, and it's so unusual. The way you manage that situation is. You gotta manage it the right way. And honestly, the way he seems to be doing it, I think he's from a distance here, right? I have no idea, but I put myself in his shoes, and I think he's kind of seems to be taking the right approach, given this very unique situation that he finds himself, that the company finds itself in. You have a lot of investors kind of following what's happening, kind of wanting it to work out. You know what I say? That's very unusual. It's a very unusual situation. And I don't know if there's not too much precedent for it. You see it with some other companies, especially when the CEOs or the managers are just so heavily investing themselves in the business, investing themselves in the turnaround. And there's some managers out there who are somewhat similar to I see it in Cohen. So that I think that he has the type of he seems to be doing the right things. And I know the question marks will be, well, what has he done? What is he doing? What's the plan? You know, those are fair questions, but you know, do you really think he's been doing nothing, or that GameStop hasn't been strategizing, testing some things here and there, and how to move forward? I think that's pretty ridiculous. I think we've seen enough, in particular from him, to be honest. I think we've seen enough from him to think he's got a good head on his shoulders, and again, we haven't seen anything. It's speculation. You can argue that, but honestly, the way he seems to be handling this, we don't know a plan, and that's fair. But boy, you're right-sizing the ship. You see even the legacy business cutting costs, trying to stabilize some cash flows. You know, just try to stabilize that legacy business. But now it's all about the transformation. And that cash pile is growing. It seems to be growing. Will they raise more money? We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I see it, but I think if you just change one factor, and that's that you don't think Ryan Cohen is a doofus, all right? If you don't think he's a doofus and he's not a fool, if you don't think that, and all of a sudden, suddenly they're sitting on billions of dollars in cash, right? And you actually think not only is he not a doofus, but he's extremely talented in that he has the capability to turn this around. Even if you don't agree with that, right? Even if you don't believe it, that's fine. If you just pause for a moment and think about that, I think it really changes your mindset. And so that becomes the bet. And I don't know. It's going to be a debate. But as time passes, you'll see more. That's the thing. I think some people say, "Oh, a lot of time has passed. We ain't seen shit." And that's fair too. But again, I think because of the uniqueness of the situation, I think generally in this type of case, being quiet, working on stuff behind the scenes, and thinking about what you're going to do, it can be could be a good approach. That's not the end all be all, right? We'll see where it goes from there. But it's a good starting point. And I personally don't think 3 years is too long in this case. 5 years, 10 years, all right. Like if we all wait 5 years, 10 years, and it's like, all right, we're going to be going into the pet rock business. Come on. Reserve the right to change your mind, just like I do. That's how you should approach this. But in this case, right, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And it seems like people are quick to be like, oh, well, they haven't announced anything. The legacy business is struggling. Therefore, it's over. You know what I mean? I think that's just kind of silly just because I think it could be, it's just not proof of anything. Now, again, they start selling some pet rocks, all right, okay, let's revisit this. But right now, there's some uncertainty about it. And it becomes a bet on the management. And you'll see that this is a thing in financial markets. It's unusual that it's a public company, but if you're dealing with like a venture capital opportunity or a startup company, this is often how it works, where you may have an idea or you might have a management team that you believe on, and that tends to be what you'll focus on. And do they seem like they have the right skill set to pull it off? That's the focus. I mean, that's what I mean. This is not unusual in financial markets generally. What might be unusual is that this is a public company, right? In that you have non-institutional investors. You have non-institutional investors who are like making the case for it. That's highly unusual, but it's not unusual in financial markets. It's a little bit different this time around, and so it's just an ongoing argument, discussion, and you won't really. No one knows for sure. I mean, especially me, right? You don't follow anything I do. You see all my disclaimers and stuff. Same thing. None of this is advice. I have an aggressive style, blah, blah, blah. You know that stuff. But when you're dealing with these types of opportunities, right? I say it's unusual, but in financial, when you deal in these types of opportunities, you could lose it all. You could lose everything. They're highly speculative in nature. You should know that. These are very risky opportunities. And they are risky because there could be tremendous upside if it works out. But that's the balance. And that's why in those types of opportunities that I'm talking about, that's the trade-off. Big potential opportunities, or you could lose it all. And you kind of factor that into your analysis. And so it's the same thing here. So it becomes kind of a bet on the team. And from what I've seen so far, I think I reserve the right to change my mind, as you should too. I'm a believer right now. Let's see, though. 3 years... let's see what happens from here. But I think with a significant amount of capital, I don't know. I think let's see where it goes from here. But that's kind of a reiteration of a lot of stuff I said in my last stream. There was two parts of the thesis. Then this part of the thesis, if you remember, I ascribed at the time. I'm like, well, we can't even discuss this. It was like the bottom of that Word document that I had. I was like, well, let's discuss this when it comes. Well, it came. That kind of first part worked out, and now it's a discussion about this other stuff. So, I mean, I'm probably, you know me, I'm rambling now at this point. I'm probably, let me pour that stuff. But that's, I'm just reminding y'all that, like that's gotta, let's see where it goes from here. Well, hold on. Did I pour? All right, you can't pour it all. Can I get that? What's a drink? My buddy hooked me up. My buddy hooked me up with that. What's a drinking strategy, baby? What's your drinking strategy? Clearly. I mean, look at the impact I'm having here. Where's that button to eject me out of this? Cheers, everybody. Huh? What's a drinking strategy? Let's do this. All right. Yeah, what now, though? What now? I mean, now what do we do? I mean, I kind of got some of that stuff on.
You guys are crazy. I don't think I'll ever be famous. Or a billionaire. I love this stream, though. I mean, I love this stream, but I also love the stream we're watching, too.
Out of the way. I should, like, should I do, what else? Let me get some. Oh, you see that stuff there. Do I show, it's frozen again. It's frozen again. Let me, chat. Can I do a portfolio reveal? I've never done that on the stream before. Can I do the portfolio reveal? Is that okay? I think I can. I don't think there's any issue with that. I can. Yes. I can do that. Okay. Well, those YouTube rules, you know what I'm saying? All right, let me just check. Let me just make sure this is legit, hunky-dory. Oh, it's frozen right now. Oh, it's halted. I won't do it while it's halted. We'll wait till it's not halted. I think it's halted, right? Is my screen frozen? I think it's. Let's see if it starts moving again. It's kind of it's helpful that it just moves without refreshing the page. Oh, that's kind of nice. But yeah, I'll do that. I'll show you. These are the positions that is just like last time. The positions that I posted. Those are my only positions. There's no other positions. There's no other folks I'm working with. You know what I mean? It's like pretty similar to last time. So I saw people saying that. I'm like, oh no, those are my only positions. I mean, does Cash count as a position? Well, you see that. But yeah, that's it. Those are my only positions. So yeah, again, my aggressive style investing was almost certainly not suitable for y'all, right? I'll always say that. Risks are severe. You can lose everything. What I do is not a recommendation. You know that because I've said this all this time, you know? This is not... It's important to reiterate, though. It is. That's why I would do it in my streams previously, too. You got to know that. Educational, just not an investing process, but also the risks involved. So I'll do that. I'll just show you. But, yo, you see some of those headlines this week? I mean, I see some of the headlines y'all see. Oh, damn, some of the headlines. Whew. We probably all know about the same amount about this situation. You know what I mean? Based on that, like some of the headlines we see, I kind of see that stuff out there. I'm like, oh no. You know, it reminds me of the Dark Knight. You post a couple of memes, you post a couple of screenshots, and everyone loses their mind. You know, it's like, nah, man, chill. It's okay. But yeah, so we're, as far as some of that stuff goes, navigating that, doing my best to navigate that. Yo, chat's crazy. Oh, happy birthday! Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the happy birthday wishes. Cheers, y'all. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Cheers, y'all. Early. Is this an yo GameStop? Was this an early birthday gift from y'all? You know, the early birthday gift of early earnings announcements and an offering. I guess cheers. I guess you wrap it up in a gift or some shit. Oh, thank you, chat. All right. Yo, I can't. Oh, that's very. Thank you. Thank y'all so much. Yeah, that's very nice of you. I kind of feel. I feel like I've been cosplaying as a streamer because I'm not used to having so many people on here. And like I'm saying, yo, chat, what up, chat? I mean, cheers to all the folks. We've had some good times over the years, right? Cheers to my YouTube crew, of course, my fellow Redditors, even on X now. What up, X? Cheers to the X crew too. I mean, so many people on social media. It's pretty cool. Like many of you, you know, you grew up. Still birthday thoughts. Cheers. You grew up on kind of the internet, right? You grew up with the internet, and I feel like a lot of us are in the same boat on that. I think that it's a little bit of a connection that, not me, all of us, right? We all kind of have. It's a pretty unique generational type thing. But anyway, I have, on the streaming front, I've never had a ton of followers. Oh, you see how many people? Oh, damn, holy shit, 600K. What up? Oh, look at it. Oh, is that hair? Oh, yeah. I mean, is it time for a haircut, too? Oh, it's unhalted. It's unhalted. Okay. How do I do this? All right, let me just test something. No, is it it's halted again? Is it? Is it not halted?
Nah, he didn't have a supers on. He wasn't getting any donations.
I think it's halted. I think it's halted again. It's halted. Everyone, you're beating me to it. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it. Halts. Don't make me. Don't make me. Halted. Well, it's hard. I mean, this is at least I'm up to. I mean, no, at least I'm up to date on the stream. It's like a. I don't know how long you're supposed to have in between messages so that I can kind of read it. I think I did like 2 minutes this time, but I really don't know what's appropriate. But record halter. Yeah, we got to see what happens from here. We got to see. But all right, we'll see when it gets unhalted. What else? What other stuff to touch on here? Get that over there. Chat, I get that. Just get some. I was like, yo, shout out Brockton. I seen that. See, I'm gonna see like bits and pieces. I'm sorry. This is probably how streams usually work. This is right. Shout out. Let's go. I mean, shout out to so many folks. You know, I've been talking about social media and friends and family. Shout out to so many people. I know for some folks it's been a while since we touched base, and so this is an opportunity to say what up to everybody. Oh damn. I know, but all right. What else? Still halted? Let me just check again. Still is. I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat here. It's good beer. It helps. I mean, I don't want to take credit for the Celtics' victory last night too. I mean, sorry if you're not a big basketball fan here, but I mean, the green helps. Drinking the green during a game, I think does help. I think it does help.
Stock gets halted if it makes like a 5 or 10% move in it, like an extremely short period of time. In this case, it was making, 5-10% moves within seconds.
Oh, halts are 5 minutes? Oh, I didn't even realize how long they were. Yeah, 600K. I'm reading all this. Oh, I'm not reading all of it. Just check it in. Give me some prompts, to roll with here. Oh, damn. So still going. I know. I wish I had. I know. Well, this isn't really a traditional stream, I suppose, because a traditional stream we'd just be we're kind of just shooting the shit, checking in on stuff.
Yeah, halts work both ways.
Oh, the halts are due to the stream?
I don't know the exact number, but it's like.
All right, let's go. Yeah, boom.
I don't know the exact number, but it's like I want to say if a stock goes up like 5%, it's either 5 or 10% within like less than 5 minutes or like a couple minutes. I don't know the exact thing, but halts are pretty common for very volatile stocks. And like I said, in the case of GameStop, it was making 5-10% moves within seconds. Well, minutes, I guess. I think it's 10% within 15. That sounds about right.
Movies. Yeah, now we're talking. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know probably a lot of people tuned in for different reasons. We're about to start talking about movies. Just random things. Yeah, I know. I got. Well, you see. I hope y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed some of those memes. You can see I worked a while on that.
I mean, it is to protect you because most people would get clapped if it. I mean, most people get clapped anyway when stocks make volatile moves like this, but it's it's supposed to encourage people not to just fucking bid it the fuck up or sell off.
which is obviously extremely embarrassing, right? You think I don't know that? I know that, but I think it's kind of fun to work on them. I hope you think some of them are funny too. I think see, that's the internet in me, right? Some of y'all know, like, that's as a professional lurker. Now I get to share something like, all right, here's something that I worked on too. But it's been like a lifetime of entertainment. It's been pretty cool to, like, all right, let me share.
Stocks getting halted is pretty common, actually. I think there's a Twitter account. It's like, I don't remember the name, but there is a Twitter account dedicated to, like, stocks that get halted throughout the day. And stocks get halted every single day, for the most part.
Here's some of mine. Not just the memes, but kind of a lot of the stuff I do. It's fun to. It's just it can be.
Not 17 times in a 50-minute stream though. I don't know the exact number, but they halted this shit a lot back then. But it was moving like crazy.
Be fun. Although I see some people, right? I'll work on the memes and they're like, oh yeah, when they were like, oh, they're not sure it's me, and they're like, oh, look at those low quality edits, and I'm just like, oh, I'm like, oh no, I mean, I'm not a professional video editor or anything like that, but oh, oh, it hurts. It hurts. I'm doing my best here. I'm trying to learn. I'm doing my best. So I'm always laughing at them. It's fine. I know they're not, but it's like oh snap. I'm trying my best. Was it unhalted? Let me check. Ooh, all right. It's unhalted. All right. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Don't try to do it. All right. Let me bring it over here. I think it's fine if I bring this over. Let me check. Let me refresh. Oh, we got it. All right, I'm going to bring it over. Don't hold it. Don't hold it. There you go. All right, there you go. Is it on the chat there?
Down 235 million. I mean, granted, he's up a fuck ton, but still funny. Still funny.
There you go. All right. Cheers. Cheers. I got it up there. So those are my only positions. As you know about me, I'll take. It's a true YOLO again, I suppose. Depending on, I know there's some cash there. That's what I mean. It depends on your positions, but it's another YOLO again. You know what I'm saying? It's how I roll. So that's that there. But I seen those headlines. E-Trade. I see those headlines. I gotta check. I'm checking in every day. I'll log in. I'm like, are my positions still there? Are they still there? Let me check. They're still there. Wait, they're still there. Okay, they're still there. I wasn't even like paying attention to the details. They're still there. But each morning I'm like, I don't know what's happening. So I go, all right, well, don't make me. But E-Trade, I'll do this with HTML. I'll do that. Don't make me remove it. I know how to do that. I'm just kidding. No, I'm going to put it back. We're good. Those positions are there. But I'll do it. I'll remove it. Don't make me. Don't make me do it. Don't make me. I'll delete that from the HTML. I will. All right. Mr. Robot Hacker here. I learned a thing or two, and I know how to delete that. I don't want to do it, but I can. I'm just messing, people. Okay, it's still. I put it back. No, but see, I see those headlines too. Y'all see them. I see them. We're like, what the hell? I'll be waking it up. You know that meme too, where the guy wakes up and it's like all green. He's like, oh, he's squinting. He's like, oh, he's waking up looking. I feel like that's me in the morning some days. I'm waking up and I'm squinting. I'm seeing the stuff. I'm like, what? I'm like, what the hell did I do, man? So that's where we're at right now. Oh, did it go down? Oh, is it halted again? Oh, it's halted. Well, that's where it was, right? That's where we're at the halt. See, I wait until the halt because if it's halted, it doesn't show the stuff. So it needs to be unhalted. I don't know why it does that. It just is. And so, yeah, there you go. That's where it is for now. That could go down. It's going down. In general, educational advice here in general, not specific to games. But remember, with all investments, okay, especially ones I'm involved in because they're inherently very risky, they go up, they go down. You can't explain that. They go up, they go down. You can't explain that. No, but you should be aware of the risks going into any position. But again, especially ones I deal in because they tend to be extremely volatile. I like to think that I have a good sense of my thesis, but I get stuff wrong. I have historically. I will again in the future. Could be. It's always important for you to understand that, and I have to understand that too. And so, but I get a feeling. If I have this feeling, I act on it. And that's, I make that joke in one of my YouTube videos. It's based on feel, but it's like a confluence of factors. And the easiest way to just describe it is it's this feel that I have. And at the foundation, in this case, of my feeling, right, at the foundation of it is kind of that long-term outlook that this type of company has the prospects that it could work out well over the long term. And in the short term, we'll see. But in the long term, like that's like the foundation of it. So it's like a collection of things, and but always risks. But honestly, I mean, you think it's a joke? I guess it's a little bit of a joke because that's based on feel. Whoa, let's see. Where's my? Do we do that? I mean, do we have questions to ask it? I mean, I'm not only. Oh, someone beat me to the 8-ball. I just saw your chat. So you beat me to it. I just reached for it. I just grabbed it, but y'all beat me to it. I don't know what to ask it though. I don't know what to ask. Can I ask an 8-ball? Can I? I feel like I can. I don't think that's problematic. What's the date today? The 7th? Oh, can I do charts? Oh, so wait. Oh, before I do the 8-ball. Oh, well. Can I show a chart? Can I analyze a chart? I feel like I can analyze a chart. You know, it's not a science. Can I look at the chart a little bit? Here, I'm gonna move this over. It's halted anyway. Check out that chart though, huh? Can I do charts real quick? Can I do charts? Y'all might have seen this too, but wasn't that kind of funny? Like it comes down to like right there. Look at that. Look at that line right there. It came down. Well, I don't feel like drawing it right now. I'm just gonna use this as the draw. Like you get that? Oh, man, I'll draw it. Whatever. Do I have a lawyer in the room? No, but maybe I should. And I should give them control of that button. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Don't say that. Don't eject him. Eject him. Where's that button that I can press? Sorry, I'm only going to catch some of these. I'm going to catch the ones that are going through there. Don't do it. I know. Does the 8-ball constitute advice? Does it constitute advice? You know? Or, I mean, you play... You look at that. Oh, you see that one. You know what color that one is because you can't see it. Sorry, I'm jumping around here, but you know how my mind works. But was this one played today? Did someone play that and I didn't see it? It feels like someone might have played that. And I was like, oh, I missed that. I missed that. But there's always that. There's always that. Do I have any others? Oh, there's a couple. Those are the three. I feel like those are the three funniest ones, you know? All right, okay, wait. What was it? Oh, we'll do 8-ball. Well, hold on. Let me just get to the chart real quick. Wait, can I draw? Hold on. Let me see if I remember how to do this. Oh, I do. Right there. All right, look at that. Look at that. Right at 10. Huh? Look at this. It's like jumping up and jumping down. And it was like right there. This is all a test. But you see that, and then you see I'm going to do another one right there. I don't know. It's not a science, but you see that. That's bull. That chart was just bullish. You know, I feel like most technical analysts would agree with that. That doesn't mean it's something that's going to automatically do something. Of course not. Technical analysis is wrong all the time. But it can be an indication of something. So you see that. I mean, no, we used to do charts. Back in the day. I think it can be fun. But anyway, I saw folks mentioning that. I had it open. I just wanted to check that out. But that's always fun. It's always fun to do. But you never know. It's always a test, educational. If it works, if it doesn't work, whatever. I always think that's funny. But all right, the 8-ball. 8-ball. First of all, I need a sip though. Well, we need to figure out what we're gonna ask. Honestly, I don't know. Can you do? Oh, let me see. Toss out some questions as to what we might ask. Oh, it's going down more. Oh no! See, technical analysis. See, it's going down more now. See, that's how ineffective it can be at times. Right? You even pull up a chart sometimes. You even pull it up. Ugh, forget about it. Will we end green? All right, that's one. Exercising, that's one. Will Celtics win? That's a great one. A lot of good ones here. Damn, I don't know what the appropriate one is. Is today the day to do it? Is today the day to ask this something? It does seem like that. Like there's a lot of moving parts right here. Huh. I don't know. Maybe today's not the day to do it. Should it be another day? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's down so much today. I don't know. I don't know about ending. Oh, now it's going fast again. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Because the question's got to be good. If all y'all remember, like the question is really, that's the important part. You got to get it. You got to get that question right. And I see a lot of good ideas here, but I'm not sure what might be best. We'll see. I'm not gonna do it now. I'm not gonna do it now. I'm gonna table this. Literally gonna table it for perhaps another time. I don't know. I need to think. I should have been thinking about what we might ask, and but now I see so many different good options as to what the appropriate question could be. I'm not sure. Plus, I don't know if they've. I don't know. I don't think 8 Ball constitutes advice, but let me double check. I want to double check on that just in case. Oh shit. No, do it now? Okay. Hope it still works. Hope it still works. Oh, let me just, what was it there? What is it? There it is. Okay, let me think. Keep going, keep them coming, keep them coming. I want to ask something. I know we often focus on price action, which is understandable. I can't get the 8 Ball. Like, is there a plan? Could you ask like a fundamental one? Is there a plan? It seems like that's a hot debate. It's a hot debate. It's a hot debate. Maybe they've been doing nothing. You know, I think that's so fun. I think it's unlikely. But that doesn't mean whatever plan or whatever they're going to do is going to work out, of course, right? That don't mean that. But anyway, so maybe that would be a different thing where it's usually price action. Ooh. So many good ones. I don't know. There's a nice easy one. What should we have for dinner? Oh. We'll wait. I'm gonna wait. We'll wait. So we table it. So at least we got the discussion going. We got the discussion going as to what the question should be. We got the discussion going. Plant some seeds. Let's think about it. Oh no. I'm not saying any of the right things. I'm saying all the wrong things right now. Where's that eject button? It might be time. It might be time. Am I okay? Oh, that would be am I okay? I don't know. I will say I'm probably not. I mean, I'm clearly I'm clearly cuckoo, you know? Clearly, right? I'm off. That should be apparent now. I think even the 8 Ball would agree with that, right? But it's kind of fun. I think there's some other off people who feel like me. Gives me a sense of comfort. Yeah. Y'all are off too.
It's not the
y'all are off too. We're off together. We're off together.
It's not the real Roaring Kitty. And nah, I'm not gonna get an 8 Ball and Uno cards. We'll leave that to the professionals.
You know, the crazy sticks together. Crazy sticks together in a way. Yeah? Isn't there a sense of comfort in that? There is. I think, honestly, I joke, but I think there is. All right. I think, let's see. Well, watch this. I think, for now, we're going to end the stream.
This is my favorite part.
I think we're going to end the stream now. Let's end it. Oh! 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 Let's restart it. All right, let's restart. Let's restart it. Let's restart it. Let's restart the stream. Oh man. What's it gonna do? All right. I just see it. Oh no, he doesn't got shit. Oh no. Oh, he's legit crazy. Oh no. Oh, we thought he wasn't crazy. That's your bad for thinking I'm all there. You know what I'm saying? Oh damn. That's your bad. I'm not. Is it halted? Oh, just saying that halted the stock. I'm sorry, but that's funny. That's funny. I don't know. I think it is. I think it is. All right. Okay. If that's the case, I think we're gonna end the stream now. We're gonna end it now, and let's see what happens. I know we'll end it now. I'm gonna do one. Let's do one final cheers. Thank you everybody for coming. I mean, this is awesome. Boy, this is you're a real streamer when you're like talking to the chat like that. Oh, I have a lot of respect for. I mean, the real streamers, day in, day out, grinding and stuff like that. Obviously, I already had a lot of respect, but now seeing this and even doing all this stuff yourself, holy, I mean, geez, I know people work with teams and stuff like that, and that's I get it, but just so much respect. But I'll cheers to y'all. I'll see y'all around. You know, I'll see y'all around. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. It's just, I mean, whether there's 0 people or a lot, I mean, you know, it's always it's nice to have folks hanging out. You can hang out in person. You can hang out online. You can just, a lot of us, I don't know, share thoughts and have a good time. And I think that's great. I think that's great. Cheers to y'all for now. Cheers. I think I gotta chug now. It's, like I said, it's 5 o'clock now, 6 o'clock somewhere now. Oh shit.
We are still live.
What's a drinking strategy, baby? I don't know. What's that? All right. Cheers to y'all. Thank you for coming by. We'll see what happens from here. I don't know. We'll see. Actually, I forget how to end this though. For real, I'm not even joking. I think I'm gonna press something there. And then no, I do that. Okay, I'm gonna do that. All right. Cheers to y'all. I'll see y'all around. Happy Friday. Have a nice night. Have a good weekend. I'll see y'all around. Adios. Oh. All right. For real. Peace.
That's a good stream. That's a good video to watch. More shares traded that day than the last 2 months. Yep. 210 million in volume. And that was when the stream ended. There's still a few hours of the day after that. Shit's funny. Good video, good stream. We're approaching 9 hours. We're approaching 9 hours on this stream now. It's a lot of hours. Maybe we'll have a Roaring Kitty marathon tomorrow. You know, we had the Ryan Cohen marathon today. Maybe we start the Roaring Kitty marathon. You guys seem to have enjoyed that. I enjoyed it. I didn't have to say anything. I just gotta sit here and enjoy. Get to read the chat. That was a good time. My guy's down over 250 million. It's cool as a cucumber, bro. He's just cool. He's just cooling. Just straight cooling. All right, KCR, you have a good night, my friend. You have a good night. Come be part of the chat? Nah. Nah. I was having more fun just reading what you guys were talking about. And there's some new names in the chat. I haven't seen Might T Green in here. I haven't seen Gricklegrass. I've seen Jack Wolf, but he usually doesn't talk. I've seen Martin in here. Some new names. Some new names. I saw multiple people come in saying the market's crashing. But obviously they don't know the difference between a market crash and a bear market. The market crash was COVID. This is called a bear market. And technically it's not bearish yet because the S&P 500 still hasn't made a lower low. So it's technically not bearish yet. And neither is the Dow. The Nasdaq and the Russell are bearish, but the Dow and the S&P are yet to be bearish, which yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But this is not a market crash. There's a complete difference between a market crash and a bear market. Complete difference. If this was a market crash, you guys would all be crying, and none of you would be here. You would all be crying. Bear market's a little more subtle. The bear market, you know, it gives you hope. It gives you hope, and then it bounces. And then it bounces, and then it sells off more. And then it bounces again, and then it sells off more. And that's the bear market. It really tests your faith. Crash makes you cry like a little baby. Crash makes people jump out of windows and shit. Crash causes squeezes to the downside, yeah. But what goes down must come up, and what goes up must come down. And we'll see how volatile it gets. We will see how volatile it gets. Often a crash is the start of MOAS, always has. I mean, we'll see. It's not a crash, though. It's a bear market. And it's technically not a bear market yet. The Nasdaq's bearish, the Russell's bearish, but the S&P and Dow are still neutral. So we'll see. We'll see what tomorrow and next week brings. GME investor relation page has Crash Bandicoot as the display image. Really? That's funny. No way. Where do you see that? I don't see that. SEC filing page. Ah, that makes more sense. Is that updated? Look into the MLK files? Definitely not. I don't got time to be reading that. It's been that way for quite some time. Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was updated. That would be funny. MLK's already dead. I don't, it's like, no, nothing for me there. RIP, but I'm not gonna read about that. Written about it or something? Nah, I haven't seen anything about it. Sure, it's pretty hush. It's only for real tinfoilers. If GME isn't going to the moon, why did they print a rocket on my pocket of my GameStop shorts? We already looked at this. Well, if this stream doesn't get clapped, maybe we'll start the Roaring Kitty Marathon tomorrow. Could be fun. I thought you'd find it at least a little interesting. Nah. It's not really, if it's not like stocks, politics, or gaming, or, you know, sports of some kind, I guess. Not really interested. And I'm not gonna read 100 whatever pages that was. Ain't nobody got time for that. Damn, it's almost 5, bro. We are officially 9 hours in. So, I'm insane. A lot of videos this stream, though. It's a lot easier when you're just watching videos. You don't have to really talk. But it's perfect because, yeah, I don't really feel like talking. I feel like trash right now. Gross. Rip. Rip. 9 hours you'll never get back. 9 hours that are gone forever. Best stream there's been in a long time. This was a pretty good stream. It was fun researching Ryan Cohen. And I always enjoy rewatching that video. I've rewatched it a few times. It's just fucking, he's just such a character, bro. Such a character. I'm just waiting for the market to bounce so all these bearish kids can stop talking. That's what I'm waiting for. Each passing day, it seems like the Bears might have been right, but I don't know. I just got a feeling they're gonna get wrecked. I just got a feeling. I got a feeling deep inside. Cheers, and everyone started selling. My favorite part of the streams when he's like, watch this. Watch this. And then I'm gonna end the stream. And the stock just drops like 7% like that. That shit's hilarious, bro. That shit is hilarious. I think it shows you that retail controls this stock, possibly. I think that's what that shows you. Is retail has a lot of power when it comes to GameStop. But just probably 99% of the market participants don't even realize it. But that's whatever. We'll just let the institutions take over. And then they'll get all piled in. And then eventually it'll go. And I think the selling the past while shows you how much control retail has over it. Because there's nobody actually shorting this thing. Maybe January 14th you might have that might have been like a real seller. But other than that, you haven't seen real selling in this stock. Like this, yeah, January 14th. That was literally the only day you saw real sellers on this stock. And, you know, when it was climbing. December 18th was the Fed day, I'm pretty sure, when the whole market was down like 3-4%. And then I don't remember what happened November 29th and December 2nd. I don't remember. I don't even know if I have a stream for that day. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, I don't even have a stream on there. Must have got clapped. Or I wasn't stream. Well, no, I had to have been streaming. Something happened. Something happened. But yeah. Fun stuff. Fun stuff indeed. Retail buys don't hit the live market. But maybe they would if people would actually buy it. I mean, you see it in here all the time. Everyone's waiting for X price. Everyone's trying to buy it lower. Nobody's willing to just hit the fucking buy button. Because they think saving $1 or $2 on the stock is going to do something for them. I don't understand it. Especially because most people don't even have, like, a large position. If you were going to bet thousands of shares, you know, maybe I would understand a little more. But, like, most people, they only buy, like, a few. So I just don't understand the mentality of wanting to, like, save $1 when you're only buying, like, 50 shares or 100 even. When damn well you know you can wake up and GameStop can be sitting at 35. Yeah, facts. I mean, fuck, when they announced that Bitcoin rumor, it went from 26 to 31 in like 3 minutes. Like like that's crazy. It moved it moved a whole month of price action in 3 minutes. Like I don't understand it. I don't understand the mentality. It's like, if you believe in the company, just fucking buy it. That's why I'm gonna have to take the L on these drops. Yeah, that's how I feel. I think it's point. Like, I don't know. It's too late to care. It's too late to care. I don't think. Maybe it goes back below 20, but I just don't see it. I just do not see it. And you've seen pretty consistent bids on 24 here. Pretty consistent. Nothing like crazy. But even all the way back here, February 7th, when it hit 24.50, like, you got pretty solid bids. And we can go all the way back. You know, back here. Oh, wait, that's 26. But, yeah, 24. And then 24 used to be really key resistance as well. Like between November 6th and I mean shit, even going all the way back to like early September. Shit, even going back even further, like this is late July. Like 24 has been somewhat of a pretty key resistance level. Kind of interesting. It's I think if you can like start trading consistently between like 24 and 28, you're gonna fill that pivot. And I don't know, man. It's very interesting. The price action is very interesting right now. Q4 should be interesting. I don't think the shorts close. That's why I hold. I think squeeze is coming and it'll be glorious. I think it's a view to the fact that we believe our stock is undervalued, and we think that's an appropriate and prudent use of capital to return the capital to our shareholders via the buyback. Corrections happening. We'll see. I mean, the Nasdaq's technically bearish, and so is the Russell, but S&P and Dow are still neutral. I didn't have money in 21, borderline homeless. Yeah, it's interesting, that's for sure. Diamond hands, baby. At least you got that fire trucking job now. It's a good ass job. Fire job, actually. How many people are here right now still? This is crazy. Damn, there's still 15 people in here? That's crazy, bro. That's actually insane. Job is whack, but it pays 6 figures, so I'll keep sucking the day's dick. Yeah, you can't complain about 6 figgies. Better than sitting on a stream for 9 hours and only making $4. Oh shit. Oh shit. This is fun though. This is funner. This is way funner. Remember to smash the like button. Come suck them off too. I'm pretty much a DIY electrician for T-Mobile and AT&T. And I guess HVAC. They don't think there's anything I can do. I think it's time for me to end the stream. This might be the longest stream we've ever done. I think I've done a 10-hour stream before. I think I did a 10-hour stream back in December. But this might be one of the longest streams we've done. Yeah. I swear I did a 10-hour one, but maybe not. Oh yeah, 10. Yeah, I did a during the shareholder meeting, or before the shareholder meeting. I did a 10-hour and 29-minute long stream on June 14th. I wonder what price was this thing at June 14th? Wasn't that like mid squeeze? That's probably why I was live so long. June 14th. Oh no. That was that was pretty much after the squeeze. That's crazy. That's a long ass stream. Corey has left the building. Yes, I am leaving the building. I've been in the building for way too long. It's time to get out. Gotta eject me. Eject me out of this. I gotta press that button. Eject me out. What's up, Kristen? Yeah, I'm leaving. But I appreciate you guys, especially, bro, anyone who sat here for 9 hours listening to this stream. God bless you, bro. That's crazy. That's actually insane, bro. This stream is exceeded my expectations by a lot. And yeah, I just appreciate you guys, bro. That's why I come here every day. It's all for you. Fucking torture. I mean, you don't have to be here. I'm not making you be here. But anything to help me get fired for poor work productivity. I just got imaginary friends. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for real. And I'm going to keep coming back as long as you guys keep showing up. So thank you. Maybe we'll have a Roaring Kitty marathon tomorrow since we had the Ryan Cohen marathon today. It should be a good time. Oh, long ass stream though. Crazy. It'll be interesting what the tomorrow brings and what the rest of this week brings. I don't know. I just got a feeling these Bears are about to get wrecked, dude. I just got a weird feeling. Obviously, it looks terrible. You know, I'm definitely probably wrong, but we'll see, man. I just got a funny feeling. So I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah. Thank you guys again, for real. I'll talk to you tomorrow. You have a good rest of your day. Nah, I ain't gonna be smoking. Too sick. Smoking while you're sick sucks. But yeah, I'm out. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. God bless you. Have a good rest of your night. Peace.